Identifying.
Standby one. Let's go. Let's go.
You're about to experience the uncensored conversations, stimulating wit, and the thought-provoking wisdom. Bold, raw, and uncut. Right now, on the LanceScurv Show.
You caught me with a mouthful of health food store potato chips. Caught me with my culinary pants down.
Oh my God. I
How
have
are you
been
tonight?
I'm good. You know, I've been off the block. I've traveled.
Mhm.
I've been to a couple of places and a few states. So now I'm back.
Wow. Spreading the love and
Yes.
sharing the beauty. I love it.
Thank you. It's always interesting when I go places and I meet different people. And it's always interesting because I don't know, sometimes you go places and you just kind of realize like, wow, a lot of times, black people talk about a revolution. Are we really about that life? I mean, seriously, like I know people hunt, fish. I mean,
Right.
could probably build a house from stone. Okay, that's
Mhm.
not that's not a part of my resume. I said the apocalypse happened. I better run down to my family or run to the people I know, because But I think that's just I think sometimes it takes for you to see that to like incorporate some changes in your life to say, you know what, hey, I need to go from being dependent to independent.
Yes. You have
So
to go through
that's
those
the thing.
changes. Yeah, you have to go
Yeah,
through.
because then
Yeah.
that's the thing. It's like if you haven't been accustomed, to that, and but unfortunately, like I said, I could sit around and, hang out with some people, especially people of my color, and, they rather talk and do other things than to talk about, how do we get ready,
Matter, like I
I mean,
said,
'cause
priorities and awareness, because these days it's like, I keep saying it, has to listen to me. Like, who am I? I'm not the authority, but I always throw it out there that things are really getting crucial. I'm not a doomsayer. I'm not that crazy guy downtown on Main Street, talking about the world's going to end tomorrow. But there are a lot of things hanging in the air right now that we can, maybe if we can't prevent them, we can minimize the effect that they will have on our lives if we prepare. There's nothing
yeah,
wrong
but
with being prepared,
absolutely. And unfortunately, our color just too busy being petty, just on some petty stuff. And I think I just posted something on the LanceScurv show about how people, when they can't control themselves, when they can't control their emotions, they try to control other people's behavior. And that's just that. And unfortunately, we need to just kind of get away from that as people. I don't try to act brand new and act as if, I've never done this, I've never done this. I tell you, I can get down with the best of them. But at the end of the day, at our age, we should be beyond that, because we should be at a level of wisdom, discernment, or whatever, but we're not there,
Well, see, you know what it is, that at this point, there's a point that you just have to let go of certain people. I mean, who just
absolutely,
they're not in the process of seeking. Like, you can only
exactly.
They don't have to do it your way. They don't have to do it my way, your way. But try some way. Let me see that you're feeling around for the light switch some way. I'd rather deal with a person who, and I'm not saying I'm all that, but just wherever I am on the level of awareness and discernment and spirituality, wherever I am, if there's somebody far below me, and this is not a rank and file thing, I'm just trying to make a point, but if they're far below me, but I see that they're reaching in their own smaller way, just like somebody above me on that level would see me reaching, I'll give them a come up. I'll give them a hand. I'll work with them. I'd rather deal with them than a person who has the awareness, has the discernment, but takes it for granted and just like blows it off, and they're not working maximum. I like to work and push myself and try to go higher more and more, because here today, gone tomorrow. Look at Dick Gregory. Last year on the Breakfast Club, all these different YouTube interviews up until recent. I don't know how recent. I would like to find out what his last interview on this level was before transitioning. And he may not be that one, because you would have said things about him to make me say, but we don't know. But at least like try to maximize and use your time. Look, I'm going to put it out there. I'm working a little more now. They changed up the schedules on my job. I'll say it that way. So I'm working more days, mandatory. It's a blessing because, there's built-in overtime, of course, but my free time has been minimized away from that place. So I have to maximize the reduced time that I have. And it's not just about the incident or the show or the articles or whatever, but I get a kick righteously and a joy from still accomplishing with the time that I have, because whether we know it or not, the clock is ticking. And, where we transition to, I believe, is a timeless type of situation, but I don't want to waste any time to affect a person. I didn't say infect. I don't have nothing, but to affect the person in a positive way, which will it'll go out like waves when you drop a pebble in a lake, and it goes out like waves, and you just don't know.
I do think the word infect is better though, because that's what it becomes. It has to become infectious.
That's true. Freudian slip. That's true.
I think that's the best word, because that's and I think that's the thing though, Lance. It's like, I sit back and me and you chop it up and just talk about life and people in general, and I just think that at some point I just see, and I'm just being honest from my experience and other people's experience, I just see the maliciousness of people. You know how you say if you got that person to give them a hand, you can't reach out your hand and give that person a hand up if you see that they're on a come up, because they're so malicious about the way they go about it.
Right? No, I can't deal with that. I can't deal with that at all, because
I'm talking about
that would bite me back.
And that's the thing. And I tell you what, I'll clap back. I don't care. That's just my personality. It's like, because at the end of the day, I'm intelligent, I'm intellectual, but I will snap a bitch head off. I'm not, I'm no stranger to that. But I believe that at some point it becomes a thing of people need to sit back and kind of have some introspect about themselves to say, why go in that direction? I sat back and seen, the passing of Dick Gregory, and you just, had all these people saying, rest in peace or whatever. Then you have this person who, of course, they don't use their face, have this Twitter, like, I hope he burns in hell, all he preached was hate Whitey or something like that or whatever, and that's a person that has no introspect to say, what, before you open up your mouth, before you open up your mouth, why don't you analyze your message?
Right. No, but they don't. When they don't analyze their message, they end up analyzing their message.
Yep.
Where that came
exactly.
From. But no, exactly. Jack it up. And the masses, the higher you go from within, you're going to see that you're going to have to, like I said, you're going to have to leave. You'll be standing right there next to them. You can say good morning. You can exchange pleasantries on a light level if you have to deal with them, but deep down to the core, you can't have any ties to them, because they're going to hold you back, and you struggling to convince or struggling in the battle that happens on different levels. They can compliment you and hate you at the same time. They can act concerned, but they're trying to plant a seed of doubt. Oh, have you been under the weather? You lost a little weight. You don't look really bad, but I noticed a difference. Just let me know. And they're coming like they're so concerned, but they're trying to plant seeds. There's a woman I know. Every blinking time she sees me, hi, Lance, how are you? Oh, man, you've been eating so good. Have you put on about 20 pounds? You see what I mean? And I'll say, wow.
Not 20 pounds.
No, but I'll use reverse psychology. I'll say, wow, I've been trying to put on 20 pounds, but I actually lost 15. Well, why do you want to put on weight? Because, I feel a little weak. I feel strong when I'm a little heavy.
Exactly. You got it. You hit the nail on the head. It's always coming from I just want to point this out, or I just want to say this. It's like, you know what? No, that's that whole I forget what they call that or whatever, but it's more of like they're trying to come from the rear, be kind or whatever. What do they call that? Passive aggressive. That's basically what it is.
Let me tell you another one. Then you have the people who you've known for either a long time, or it's a relationship. I mean, a relationship like love or sex or whatever, and it could be that too. But in general, you have those types that thrive off of your pain. So they're there for you when you're in pain because they're actually picking from you, like an old crow. So they're keeping it going. They're there to listen to you in the middle of the night when you're going through pain or arguments at home, or and they're feeding from this because they feed off of drama. But then as your life changes, and I'm speaking specifically, not saying no names, but when they see your life over the years evolve into something so much more beautiful than they've ever experienced in their life, and you've ever experienced in your life, and you're not bragging and you're not saying, haha, I got it like that, but now they have a secret problem with you because they can't call you and find out what's wrong with today. They see that your life is not perfect, but it's as smooth as it's ever been, and you don't deserve it because you jumped to the head of the line over me, and I can't feed from you. So therefore, my conversations with you over the phone don't bring me the pleasure or give me the toxic nutrition that I crave, like a pig, like a toxic pig. So therefore, we don't talk that much, but I got a problem with you because I'm watching what you do on Instagram, and I see that you eating good and you're living good and you're getting along at home well, in contrast to your prior marriage. So now I got to try to find a way to get rid of you. So I got to come up with some crazy story about how you crapped on me so I can justify not being around you to view your happiness, but I'm still peeking at you anyway.
Exactly. And that's the thing, blood-sucking tick.
Hi, Lance. Hi, guys.
How are you, sweetheart? The one and only.
I'm good. I'm listening.
And sometimes, Lance, that's why, you know what, and I don't mind, especially when it comes down to people, they say, it's like, you know what, first of all, you don't know me, and check my resume is thorough, okay? Because I tell you what, from state to state to countries out of this country, when I can sit back and have goodness spoken about me on my name, that's all that matters. I keep the haters at bay because at the end of the day, you can't change who people are. You can't change what pissed them off or what childhood situations they've had to turn them into who they are, or what bad relationships or bad situations they've encountered. All you can do is sit back and just pray for them and just, wander back. Because at the end of the day, all it is that when you sit back and, you have people, sometimes that's what they want. I'm not, and I don't know if you know this about me since the time we've been talking, I'm not a big team person. Mm-hmm. When I see people jumping in teams and it's, that's not who I am. Women against men, that kind of thing. That's not who I am, because I believe that everybody's individual experience is very different. I tell you all the time, I kind of gravitate toward things that hurt men because I have 4 brothers. So I tend to gravitate to that. When I sit back and hear a man talk about a mom or women emasculating men, I tend to gravitate toward that. Why? Because I can relate to that. That's something I understand, having 4 brothers. But, unfortunately, because of that, it becomes a thing of, she's not down with women, or, and it becomes that whole chatty and catty stuff with women or whatever. But at the end of the day, I do believe a lot of times that our Black men don't get the respect that they're due. And I believe that that's what makes a lot of them have that inner anger, that inner pain, because they don't have that outlet. Because you're constantly being told, you got to be like this, you got to be like this. And then you got those blood-sucking ticks that's out there. Who do you trust? Do you kind of see what I'm saying?
Right.
And so until we come to a common ground, because you hear Black women sit back and say, well, we carry this world, we've carried this country and stuff and on our back and da-da-da-da. But you know what? I think at some point there needs to be some kind of compromise. There is no compromise. I sat back, what was it, last week? Heard a conversation, Black men, Black women. I mean, I'm talking about the conversation, just saw them just going at each other. And it was the women against the men and all this kind of stuff. I am not down with that kind of stuff, because that's the kind of thing that hurt Black communities. That's the kind of thing that hurt Black families.
Wow.
But
You're
of
right.
course, and that's what, but people don't want to say that. Why? Because, the first thing they're sitting back and thinking, oh, well, I don't want to sit back and offend this person. You know what? I don't give a shit who it offends. If the shoe fits, you better rock it. That's just the way it goes. Our mom
Point blank
beat the hell out of us, and guess what? I don't have a problem with saying that she could have parented better. Guess what? If my mom is upset about that, she'll get over it, because the truth is, it's going to stand whether you like it or not. And that's what, and like for you, I know me and you have a conversation. You don't hear me saying I beat my daughter, I discipline my daughter. because I believe that as a parent, you shouldn't take any kind of gratification from that. You know what I'm saying? Because,
right.
My daughter's 25. I love who she is. She has a beautiful soul. And I could not have had a better child. But once again, that's a reflection of me and her father and the way that we raised her. Mm-hmm. And so, when that's why, I would say, chop it up with you and say, you have people say stuff like, you know what, you have no clue. She's 25. She's probably got a better name tag than anyone, than people I know after 45 years old. You know what I'm saying? So there
right.
you go. But at the end of the day, it's all about being aware, having that awareness, knowing where it comes from. Sometimes, when you're in the midst and the heat of a situation, you don't know where that person's pain comes from. When I'm pissed off, I don't care where their pain comes from. Don't come for me unless I send for you. Mm-hmm. The bottom line.
You ain't lying.
But it's still, but still, I have to, as a person, have some introspect about that too. But I just think a lot of times you just have people who they're fake. Well, that's that word fugazi. I kind of like that, the fugazi. They just put that on. It's like you're fake. When it all boils down, you're going after someone because you're not really happy with who you are. You're not happy with your position in life. You're not
Most
happy
people aren't.
You're not happy that people don't gravitate or people don't stop and listen to what you're saying. You're jealous, you're unhappy, and that's just the way it is. But that's something they have to find within themselves, and I'm pretty sure you get that a lot, running your show.
Oh God, I don't even really talk about it as much. But one day I'm gonna come out with a book. It's there's things that you just wouldn't believe on a human nature level, and I'm no different than anybody else. But I'm in a certain position because of always being online for so many years in different capacities, and it never dies. And most people don't understand that when you have all of this content out there, I could be in the bed fast asleep. There's somebody in another state somewhere yelling at the screen, disagreeing, which I have no problem, but they come at me fresh because they just found me. And they're yelling at me for something I did 7 or 8 years ago or 13 years ago. Been online for 15 years. So with all of this stuff, and a lot of the stuff that I've put out there sometimes can contradict because of my evolution. Maybe I wouldn't say
exactly. They act as if people can't change. People don't evolve. How I felt at 20 is not the same way I felt at 30 or 40. People evolve, but that's those people who sit back and write down and take notes. Those are the note takers. Because remember, when people sit back, though, they keep those filthy files. Because at the end of the day, they don't want you to evolve. They want to throw up in your face to sit back and say, aha, it's the filthy files.
Like that, the filthy files.
It is. And people sit back and I take notes, I do this, and I sit back and I remember you said this or whatever. And the question becomes is, you know what? What was your purpose of taking the notes? What was your purpose of remembering that? See, and that's the thing, because I'm like typically I'm a note taker. But I take notes because I was in college. I take notes when I go to meetings. When it's my personal time, I don't take notes because I don't feel a need to. because, you know, you talk with people, you chop it up. But at the end of the day, it just becomes a situation of you sit back and you see, you know, it's where you have to sit back and you say, you know what, hey, whatever it is, when it comes to me, I'll deal with it. Because I'm pretty sure you've been doing that for, 15 years? I'm pretty sure 15 years ago you were very different about the way you looked at a lot of things, even politics for that matter.
Yes, indeed. Mm-hmm. Exactly. It's just so much that goes through your brain that affects you and things that you go through in life. And it's wonderful though, because it's molding you. You know, I accept that and I embrace it. It's just hard to imagine or see. Okay, it's like I have to keep changing my filter. Because if I left the same filter in me on a spiritual, mental, physical level, on all levels, I would be clogged up and I would have been dead a long time ago with the amount. And I'm not even being negative. I'm just saying that when you're out there like that, so much comes at you and it's not always nice. And like I said, people can have smiles on their face. They can grow on you in different ways over time. And on the other hand, there are a lot of wonderful people out there that are afraid to be wonderful to the world because they also see what's out there and they feel that, wow, I don't want to become a target either. So a lot of the good people just lay low and that's, I'm not going to say it's wrong, but you'll be better off not just deal with what comes your way immediately and keep it moving. Movement to me is the best defense. Keep busy, keep moving, keep striving. It's like this. I remember one time I was a kid, locked out, you know, forgot my key, and my mother and father were inside. So I'm banging on the doors, but the mosquitoes were trying to tear me up in the meantime. And I'm like, it's going to take them a second to get down them steps to come open the door. So what did I do? I ran around in the yard. I kept moving. I was a moving target. Mosquitoes, I'm not going to make it easy for you to get on my legs and get, I just had a big watermelon too. There was sweetness in my veins. I kept moving. So there's and I'm myself too. We'll just until I get inside that door. And you can't catch me. You can't do nothing to me. So I keep myself as a moving target on a spiritual level, on a physical level, on a mental level.
And it helps you gain traction because that's what it's about. There's a phrase, and it's actually a Destiny Child song. It's that song called "Free," and it said, "When it's misunderstood, it's all good." Because that's the thing. It's like you have to free yourself, you know, from all of that. Because at the end of the day, you know what, you allow others to have those constraints in their life. You know, I tell you, I go from state to state. I meet people. I've been out the country, you know, other cultures, that kind of thing or whatever. And I think the sad part about it is, you know, it's those simple things that people don't get. It's the simple things, you know.
We're looking for it to be too complicated too. You know, it's like we expect it to be like so complicated, but you know, life and things that better us are not always that way. You know, a simple recipe, a simple word, you know, just simple things. I'm trying to simplify stuff right now. Coming from where I come from.
It is, because you can read something, you can sit there and totally see something for what it is, and the first thing you're thinking, you know, but that comes from, you know, and a lot of times that comes from experience in life as well, because when you know, you have that person, they're really nice and blah, 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 and it's like, but why are they being nice, you know? And it's kind of like, you know, overreaching, that kind of thing or whatever, instead of just saying, you know what, hey, at this point, I'm free. If they're about something that's, you know, nefarious, allow that to be them. I won't allow that to be me. And if they do something nefarious, all I could do is, you know what, just go stand up, hold my head up, and just walk on, because I know that I didn't mean any harm. Do you kind of see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I think a lot of times it's like, you know, you have people who they're very reluctant, or you got those people who let me get them first before they get me, you know, kind of thing. So when you're done all you could, but what's misunderstood is all good.
That rhymed.
Yeah, that. I love that song, Destiny Child Free. I love that song. But and you know, and I think at some point it does. It just, you know, you kind of I'm always, and if you always see, I just kind of roll alone. I'm a loner, even on my Facebook, my family, my friends, that kind of thing. They can have their opinion about something. My opinion is totally different. But at the end of the day, I always was raised, and I was always taught, too many hands in a pot make a bad stew.
Oh, wow. You're right about
And,
that.
and it is. And every time I turn around and see, even if you have someone, I mean, we can talk about leaders versus religion. We could go on and on. As soon as you have that person who's got that message and they're standing strong on that message and people are like, yeah, amen, or whatever, then you have that undercut. I always call that underwriter. You have that underwriter. They're right there. They're right there because they just can't accept that. They're not getting enough shine. And it's like, how sad.
Yeah.
It just, that part of life where becoming credulous is how sad.
Yeah, you're right about that.
And I know you experience it.
Yeah.
Dealing with people who will feel like, who wants to call in and tell you how, hey, your platform should be about this. I've listened to other shows, and I hear people call in and be like, you should be using your platform for this. It's like, if you want that, why don't you start your own platform?
Yeah. I mean, look, wouldn't it be funny? Like, I'm a straight man, right? For life.
Mm-hmm.
What if I woke up one day and said, I'm coming out the closet. This is a gay platform now. I'm flaming. You know what I mean? I'm promiscuous. I'm crazy. Jessica, I see you there. Just jump on in.
You know what? You wouldn't lose a caller with me. I would still call because
no. I'll gain callers because they'll be like, okay, the scandal begins.
Oh yeah.
Exactly. And the thing is, like, when you're smooth and consistent with anything, after a while, folks will begin to, not everybody, but many, want to see that crash. We built you up, now we want to tear you down. Look at boxing. Yep. Look at sports. Look at anything where something goes on for so long and say, hey, wait a second, they ain't have no scandal. You know what I mean?
Right.
So
right.
It's really a strange place to be. It's like, okay, I was just checking out my website stats, and I have different things that are built in on the website that can tell me what search terms were used. And those search terms tell me what people want to talk about because that's what some people are searching for. And so here's one of the search terms. This is right now on my site. My wife makes me a bottom. You know what that means? She's strapping up and hitting homeboy from behind. Here's another one.
Wow.
Mother-in-law is a home wrecker. That's so true. There are so many mother-in-laws out there who are jealous of their daughter's successful or happy marriage.
I'm a victim.
People search for the things that they're going through, but they're not always going to say it. So this is why sometimes I will come out with some topics like, where'd you get that from? I might have overheard it. It might be a search term. But there are a lot of things that people don't
can
share.
Gravitate to.
Right. And I understand it because some situations are embarrassing. But
I think Lance, sometimes like with me, that mother-in-law homewrecker or whatever, I could definitely relate to that. But you know what? I can strongly say this, and I share with you. I have no shame. Mm-hmm. I went to my ex-husband and I told him, I said, I'd rather lose you as a husband, lose you as a friend. And people don't understand how much that takes. When you're married, how much that takes inside of you that you're saying you're busting up your marriage. But at the end of the day, you know what? I knew all of those dynamics was happening, his mom, his sisters, all that kind of stuff. But you know what? I stood strong on who I was as a woman, and right. I walked away. Of course, he was hurt. Of course, he was mad. But you know what was the thing? At the end of the day, as time moved past, he realized that I was right. But what I was not going to do is stand there, force a situation, force my daughter to see an unhappy relationship, and sometimes you have to make those decisions, and they're tough decisions, but you know what? They're the right decisions. Mm-hmm. That's why, I don't, people can say whatever. At the end of the day, my ex-husband, he knows me and him have had that conversation. And you know what? And I know that he'll always love me for life. And that's just, and you know, the same here, because we shared something that was beautiful. But at the end of the day, you know what? Sometimes, you know, what's that old song say? You got to know when to fold them. You know, I knew, because I trust me, I've seen the situation where people are trying to force it. You got people who live together who hate each other.
Yeah, don't know each other, hate each other. Yeah, and they're codependents on some levels, or they're living a lie. I
know someone right now who their mother-in-law is interfering. She hates his wife. She hates his wife. I'm not gonna lie to you. My opinion, I've known them, both of them, all three of them, for 12 years, and the mother has always lived with them. At the end of the day, my opinion, I believe the mother is jealous of his wife.
Yeah,
and makes her life difficult. I mean, when I say make life difficult, if she cooks, you want to talk about her cooking. You want to do, you know, instead of trying to embrace this woman. That's sad.
Look, Jessica, you still here? I'm not cutting you, I just want to. We got a lot of J's up in the room tonight. Jessica,
Oh yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, no,
I had y'all on mute. I didn't want to interrupt.
Oh no.
Yeah, same here.
But since you are an author, and we've chopped it up before about relationships and stuff, isn't this something? How, you know, what me and Janelle have been talking about? It's I want you to throw your 2 cents in there about different situations that you've run across. But that mother being jealous situation is very common. It's very
well. You know, I wanted to
very
ask in particular, was this a single mother who raised the son, and did she treat him like a replacement for a lack of a partner? Because that's sometimes what ends up happening. Is that where it came from, or was she a happily married woman? Because, you know, we all know we've seen some women. Married. She is, and that makes it doubly strange, because usually the women who step into that, they're using their son as a replacement, you know. And don't get me wrong, most women I know who are raising sons don't do this, but we have seen it, and it is kind of a dysfunction where the you know. But there are married mamas who may do the same thing because they want to dominate and control their son, and they don't want to be replaced by the wife as being the primary figure, and that's not healthy. It's really not healthy.
Toxic.
I agree.
Or let me throw one in there. Let's switch it around. How about the mother-in-law who has tried all her life to discourage, the mother who has tried all their life to discourage the daughter and put her down. And that daughter has always been there for her, but that mother has never been there emotionally available to her. And so now that she's in a good marriage and everything's going good, she's envious of her because all of her years of attempting to sabotage anything positive in her mind didn't work. And so now she despises and doesn't even come around. She doesn't want to see the happiness. And she hates the union and tries to demonize the son-in-law. So you got all kind of mother-in-law, father-in-law type stuff going on. You know what I mean? And
you know, there's a difference between a parent showing genuine concern for the future of their adult child, but that's a message that all parents of adults can take. You know, you're wounding and handicapping your adult children when you don't learn how to let go, because you can't dictate and control their life. So even if you feel like you're validated in stepping into that marriage or that union they have and commenting, you have to recognize that it's not your marriage, that it's not your space. And unless your child is being abused by their partner, you should not intervene. You say your mind one time and you leave it alone.
That's very true.
Knowing your place.
That's very true.
But, you know, people let emotions are a strong thing. You know, you got people who they can't control their emotions, and they just feel like, oh, you could do so much better, or this, that. Instead of them just stepping back and letting go, they rather just, you know, and just don't even know what their place is.
You know what it is also, too? That many of these, whether it's a father-in-law, mother-in-law, mother, father, whatever, that figure that's above the younger folks who are making it now, They know, like, say, for example, if those, I'll say children, but they're not kids, they're grown, they're married, and they're successful. And I don't mean successful just money, but they're making their way. And they're not repeating or doing things that parent who is jealous may have done in the past. See, when you're 65 years old, you know your F-ups when you were 25 and 30 and 35. You might now be that old church lady that acts so holy, but you were raised in hell back in the day. And now you're jealous because you see that your children have gone on to do better. They may have taken a few knocks and made some mistakes, but they've gone on to do better. Now you can compare. See, they're writing their book now, right? At 35 and 36, but you know what a sorry state of affairs you've been in when you were 40 and 45 and 50. You see what I mean? So their book is turning out better right in front of your eyes, but they're not competing with you. They're actually looking to you for love. And the love you feign doesn't feed them. You see?
Yep. I can speak from personal testimony that about that exact thing, because the mistakes that my mother had made and things that she regretted were the things that she didn't want me to do, and she kept pushing me to not do. And whenever I didn't do it, I felt animosity. Like, over time, as I began to excel and do other things, there was always this, oh, you're trying to leave me, as if my success was going to take me from her.
Yep.
Yeah, that's. But see what happens. Let's go back to the whole example of that mother who raised a son, and like we said, this is not all single mothers, but the single mothers who they raised a son as a man replacement, and that son didn't realize what he was being pushed into. Now he meets someone who he wants to spend the rest of his life with, and that becomes a threat now. And that same thing, like you said just a little while ago, Jessica, about leaving me. You can't feel that way if you did the proper job. But if he was raised to be that replacement husband or man, now we got some serious problems, because he's going to go and do what he has to do. But that also puts pressure on him, which can also be a her with the father or a him with the mother, because now he may feel that he owes. Maybe she could have wired him a certain way, to make him think, just in case, to keep him locked in. I did this for you, and I did that for you, and I sacrificed all these years for you, and so and so and so and so. And let me tell you something. I hear a lot of that on the bus, snippets of it, not a full-blown conversation from A to Z that explains everything, but over the years, you can see situations that are toxic like that. And it may not just be a jealous parent. It may be a domineering parent that look, there's a lady here, and I'm going to explain. This is kind of off, but it's still the same thing. And everybody, I want you all to jump in. The switchboard is full. But there's a woman who, she has an issue, right? At first, when I saw her, it wasn't obvious, right? She has a physical issue, because anybody here in Orlando, Florida, who takes the bus and lives in a certain neighborhood knows this woman, a black woman. She's got to be like in her late 60s or whatever, but she has the hunchback. I mean, I'm not even making fun of her. I'm just saying this is what it is. She is hunched down. I never saw, and again, I'm saying this for a reason, but I never saw an example that severe. She is down. I mean, she's bent her back. So she's pushing the shopping cart. Not the shopping cart in the supermarket, but the kind you buy when you want to pull your laundry or put your own stuff that can fold up. All day long, this woman is shopping at the supermarket all day long. And it may not be where she has a full cart. She might have 2 items in the bottom, but she's on the east side of Orlando and then taking the bus. She's on the west side of Orlando taking the bus. She's up from like 6:37 in the morning taking the bus, going to this store, coming back, bringing it home, going back out until about maybe 10:30, 11 o'clock at night. She don't care how rough the neighborhood is. I said to myself when I picked up on that, this lady got issues. Let me observe. One day, there was a woman with her, a younger woman that I found that was her daughter. And the daughter is in a wheelchair, right? But I said to myself, maybe she just got in an accident or something, because I didn't know that this woman was her daughter, but I remember seeing her and she was walking good for the last few years. So anyway, they get on the bus and I have to strap her down. And the hunched over woman, who is her mother, is telling me the straps are not tight enough. Tighten this one up and tighten that one up. But the woman, her daughter, who's about 40 something years old, is not saying anything. So I can see how that mother has been trained by the daughter to do her bidding. When the daughter, all of a sudden the wheelchair disappeared. I think it was like a welfare hustle or something. After a couple of weeks, it disappeared. So now the daughter is walking in front of the mother while she has the shopping cart all bent over, right? You just want to, when you see her, you want to help her. But when you see that she has such a nasty attitude, to say, okay, you know, everybody else wants to help you, but I know you're a little meanie, you know? So the daughter's walking in front of her like 10 feet, telling her, you know, you got to go in there and buy. I need so-and-so. I need this. I need that. The daughter doesn't work. I guess she's disabled. But the mother is an enabler for that daughter for some reason. Maybe she feels guilty that there may not have been a father in the house or whatever, but I figured it out. And she has something tormenting her heart and her mind that she has to keep moving to shop. I got to keep shopping. Some people call her the coupon lady. Some people call her the bent over lady or whatever, but she never stops. She has slippers on, dirty socks, that she can do better because, you know, she's just out there all the time. And it's hot down here in Florida, and she's just shopping, and nervous as heck. And when that daughter's around, she never walks in front of that daughter. The daughter walks in front of her like she's running the show. So we have all kind of dysfunctional parental situations that have their roots in something. And when I observe these type of dysfunctions, I pick up on it through the body language in public, the way people act with each other, family members and stuff, and I see how they fall into line. We have a lot of that going on, especially in the Black community, all communities, but especially in the Black community, with all the things we already have to deal with. Those things are there, and it's very interesting to peel back those layers.
I think, can y'all hear me?
Oh, yes.
I think what it is like you were saying, sometimes people do stuff because, let's say, I'm going to use it. I say, like, my grandmother, she didn't get married. My mom never got married, and so on and so forth, right? So it's like, you know, because my grandmother didn't get married because the guy who could basically help take care of her, and he, you know, that's what he wanted to do, was take care of my grandmother. Her thing was he wasn't good looking. You know, like, as though I think it's a thing with Black people, like, especially Black women, like, if the man is not handsome, there's a problem. If he's, like, to me, what the hell does he look like have to do with the fact that he can take care of you or help you or whatever it is, or vice versa? You know what I'm saying? It's like you have to have this status quo for you to be in a relationship, to say, okay, well, this is how, when you grow up, you need to make sure the man you with is handsome and blah, 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 and all this other crap. And it's like, what does that have to do with a relationship? Or, you know, vice versa.
Because
like,
a lot of women...
I should not have to date somebody or be in a relationship with somebody because of the way they look or what benefits I can get from this person. If we are not on the same page, there's no relationship. How you look and what you are able to bring into the relationship, what your status is financially, is not why I need to be dating you. But some people just, they got this thing where, you know.
That's the standard in this country. No, this has been the established standard in this country, and now it's being reinforced by the television shows that the women are being forced to watch, to where this is what you're seeing. The classic, you gotta be tall, dark, and handsome. You know what I mean? You have a pocket full of money and a nice car. And this is
but the
how
thing
it
with
is.
that, okay,
It's been that way, though.
Yeah, but the thing to me, you're living a superficial life, because my thing is, okay, like I said, I'm going back to my grandmother. Okay, yes, the guy may not have been handsome, but he had the ability to take care of her compared to the person that she did decide to, have children with. She wasn't married to the guy, the person that she had children with. But the thing is, it's like to tell me you end up having 3 children by 3 different people because of the fact that one person wasn't up to your standards. So now here we go. We're doing this shit all over again.
Can I play devil's advocate with that?
The new thing is he gotta have long hair or he gotta be a thug. Women, and especially black women in history, has never wanted the good guy. They always wanted the villain. You know what I'm saying? The mysterious, the street guy, you know what I'm saying, the hard guy. They never wanted, you know what I'm saying, the nice, gentle guy who was going to actually treat you good, you know what I'm saying, to take care of you. He was corny to her. And the crack era made it even worse. You know what I'm saying? Where there was so much fast money, you know what I'm saying, and the hardcore thug, a lot of ugly niggas got a chance to get at these women because this became the standard. This is just a fact.
Right, but Brother
and
Holla,
it's still the
can
standard today.
I play devil's advocate with that?
Brother Holla, where did you get this long hair thing from?
Oh, man, listen, man, I grew up with women. I got sisters, aunties in them. Everybody, they wanted the guy with especially in the 70s and the 80s, the light-skinned guys was on top. You know what I'm saying? Light-skinned, curly hair, long hair. They wanted them dudes with the Jerry curls.
That was out of style.
The Jerry curls and all that. Yeah, niggas was burning their hair up. You know what I'm saying? Getting S-curls and all that shit just for these things. Come on, I lived through that. I'm 45, but
I'm going to admit that. I'm going to admit that, Holla. I'm going to pull up a picture of me with some Jerry curls from back in the early 80s.
Oh, brother, listen, my hair wouldn't grow long enough for that. I thank God. My hair didn't grow long enough for that.
And I think I disagree with that, because I believe that at what point, now let's be clear with this. At what point do you not go with who you're attracted to versus, because there's a fine line between who you're attracted to and who's going to take care of you and be there for you versus I'm going to be with this guy because he's good for me. There's a fine line between being a gold digger. And I just want to make sure that we're clear about this, because the thing is that I want to be with someone I'm attracted to, not because what he can do for me, because if I'm going to be with a guy because he got this or he got a car, I need help, I got 3 or 4 kids, he can take care of me. What's the fine line between being with someone who you're attracted to versus a gold digger? Please share.
You're different. You know something? Can I say something real fast? Hey, what's that? Hey, everybody, this not G, and I'm calling. What's up? Listen, I'm like on vacation right now, but I got the text and I'm back in my hotel room. I'm down in Atlanta. I just left a day party. Where Holla is saying is 100% accurate. I
was just down there too. Yeah, go ahead.
Let me tell you something. And the club scene is illusion anyway, but it is all about status. All right. Me and my homeboy was just in a little day party. So he got into a conversation with a sister. So the sister says, I manage a studio, meaning that she manages the studio, and I guess people come in there and they rent out studio time, or they are in there making music. And you know, Atlanta right now is kind of like the heart of hip hop. So after that conversation, him and my homeboy, they're having a real good conversation. So she says, "What do you do for a living?" He says, "I'm a firefighter." She kind of tooted up her face at him, and kind of the conversation kind of died down. So we are dealing with a generation that's obsessed with status. You understand what I'm saying? Because if you're a guy that can see the lie, you might not have a pot to piss in or a window to throw it out. But if you can go out for that weekend and you can put up the facade that you are that particular guy that the women are looking for, you in there. So, but that sisters on the line.
Reinforced, it's being reinforced
exactly.
on TV.
And sisters,
it's being reinforced on TV.
And a lot of things, that we do is like, as men, we're basically on this line telling you, sisters, this is what we're going through. But what you guys are basically doing is, well, I'm not like this. Well, of course, everybody's not a particular certain kind of way, but the heartbeat, the current, you know what I mean, of basically black relations and how the dating scene is going is very fickle.
Can you answer me what's the fine line? Can you answer that for me? What's the fine line between a woman dating someone she's attracted to and that might have all those accolades or whatever versus her being with someone just because they have that status? I mean, what's the fine line?
Right now, women, I mean, I'm just saying from what I see, women, you saying attractive. I mean, a lot of times women are attracted to lifestyle. So a lot of women that I see now, there's a lot of guys that I know, and I'm not gay enough and I'm not attracted to guys, but I think that I'm a fairly attractive dude, and I can distinguish between a man who's not attractive, and that's not me saying that I would date a man. But you know what I'm saying?
I understand.
But because of their status, that's what makes them attractive. And there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, a lot of women are attracted to power, success, and things of that nature.
Yes.
But
every since the beginning of interaction, especially the recognition of power, this has been a thing. And you see this across the board. You could be the politician.
But thing is, when we're dealing with raw numbers and we're dealing with the African American male in this country, and you're dealing with finances, we at the bottom of the barrel. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So now you got a lot of guys. You got a lot of guys that mastered the art of bullshit. That you know what I'm saying? That they can. That you know what I mean? That for that weekend, they'll rent a fly car. They'll wear fake jewelry. They'll go to the club and spend their last on bottles or spend their last on $500 pair of shoes, and they look the part, but they not the part. And a sister will overlook a regular dude that's just kind of like working, got his thing together, and that's willing to meet them halfway. You know what I'm saying? And if they were kind of like, if they were going that direction, that particular dude will probably be that dude in 5 years, be on his knees talking about, will you marry me? But they went for the facade. Yeah.
Looking for the wrong type woman. Can I just say hello real quick? Hi, Lance.
Can I say something?
Lance and family, just real quick. This is the very first time I've ever called in. I just wanted to say hello.
Oh, wow.
This is Corzetta, Lance. How are you?
Corzetta, baby. How you doing?
Oh, wow.
I'm good.
I'm finally hearing your voice.
Conversation.
I know. I just see her.
Hi, y'all.
Wow.
Hello.
Well, I usually tune into the videos, but I haven't seen any in a long time as far as
we're
like
gonna have some
live.
this week. I finally got everything fixed up. I just have one little glitch to fix, and that is everything's working. The sound is there, but the callers are not hearing me when I do it as a live stream. I did some testings.
I missed your face and I missed the conversations, but I had to call. I'm on a girlfriend's phone, so that's why I wanted to jump in real quick. And just say hello. And I am real. I'm here. I love the content all the time and the conversations. And I also would like to say real quick on this subject, from just a little bit that I heard, y'all looking for the wrong type women, because there's a lot of women out there that love and appreciate a regular type working dude that has confidence. Confidence is not money. Power is not money. There, you have to bring something else to the table. And if you're dealing with women who are just looking at status and flashy and what they can show their friends and all that type bullshit, that's just the wrong type woman. But okay, y'all, love you.
Preach.
Love you too. Take care.
All right, because
she jumped in and dropped some jewels.
Right. She's like, you know what? This is, but you know what? This is the
love you.
This
bye.
is the thing. And you know what? This is the thing. And she just dropped some jewels, but this is the thing that we do. When men kind of like tell you our experiences, like other women, you try to qualify. Just like when women tell us your experiences that you're going on with men, we try to qualify it instead of just really like just basically taking that as our experiences. Most men aren't out here like I'm looking for the wrong woman. We're not doing that. You understand what I'm saying? What we're trying to give you is the heartbeat of what's going on right now in the dating scene. Now, but
that's not the experience. You're not saying that that's the experience. So you're saying that, you know, that you're basically saying, hey, that's your experience. So that's why there are women that jump up and try to qualify, because if that is your experience, maybe you're looking in the wrong places.
But looking, what's going on. We're just giving you an observation. I'm not saying what I'm looking for. I'm not saying that, oh, these are the women that I date. I'm giving you what the conversation of other men. This isn't just me. This is just Holla. This isn't Brother Holla. These are other men and what their experiences before they happen to meet the woman that they like, all right, I'm cool, I'm with this. But before they get to that woman, which you can consider the right woman, this is what he has to duck and dodge and go through to get to her. That's all we're
right. But what I want to say
but I think for me, everybody's visual is different about that.
Somebody's trying to talk.
Everybody's visual is different about that because for me, you can go on my Facebook. All of my friends that I have, they're married or in a significant relationship, and they have the guy who didn't have anything or whatever. I think for me, it becomes when you say that and you say, well, women try to qualify, I think it's because it comes off as being painted with a broad brush.
Well, it has to be painted with a broad brush.
I mean, it doesn't have. No, it doesn't have.
Yes, it does. Hold on. I'm going to explain to you why. It's almost like the individual who says, yo, I haven't experienced racism per se directly. No white man has never beat me down. You know what I'm saying? So I can't see it from the perspective that you're painting racism in a broad sense to say that this doesn't exist. It do. It's an observation. I always give a person this disclaimer. If the shoe fit, tie that motherfucker up and walk the track. If it don't say nothing because you're putting yourself on Front Street. Maybe it's something that's touching. Maybe you used to be that. Maybe it's a part of you that's actually like that. But we have to deal with the law averages because every nigga is not a thug. Every black person, every black woman is not a thot. However, we have to deal with the law of averages. We have to deal with the state of where our people are at. And if you are in the 1 percentile, instead of jumping in front of bullets to defend the honor of women who might not deserve to be defended but need to be checked, you got work to do. Let's stop playing
the point. Just because people commented on it don't mean that they're defending it. I think that you're coming from a defense.
Can I step in for a minute? It's definitely defensive.
Can I step in for a minute of the conversation?
Nobody gets Jessica. Okay, go ahead, Jessica.
I wanted to step in for a minute because I've been in the middle of conversations exactly like this where men and women are coming into a conversation because obviously the people who are engaged in these type of conversations typically are not the bad of the bunch, in other words. So we come to defense of what we represent, what we come from. And at the end of the day, I think we need to stop worrying about what the bad dude or the bad chick is bringing to the table and start talking about how do we find each other in the midst of this. Because right now, we're coming back and forth on this conversation. This is why I haven't stepped in and said anything, because I could say something from my personal experience about how guys do or do not come toward me and react to me. But I'm going to say that for another time. What I will say is that at the end of the day, the way to bridge this gap is to say, as a good woman, here's what I represent, here's where you can find me and those like me. And as good men saying, here's what I represent and here's where you can find me, instead of us trying to defend those that obviously are deficient.
Right. But see, at the end of the day,
Black people are the poorest people in all of the nation, yet half the broads in these streets is looking for millionaires. You got to be real with it, all right? Because I once had a friend who tried to hook a lady up. She tried to hook him up, and she said, oh, you know, he's a nice guy, you know, nice personality, this, that, and the third. She said, what'd he do? He's a firefighter. She said, huh? You know?
Well, see, okay, so you're bringing her back up again. Wait, I want to point out something. Wait, hold on. I have a question about this woman that he's talking about, because earlier he mentioned something about her managing a studio, which says a lot about who she deals with, who she interacts with.
No, I'm not talking about
that
woman.
Why that was not the woman to go for.
It's not about the woman.
I'm talking about because, see, I also had a friend who tried to hook up a woman with a firefighter.
But once again, we're still talking about those deficient people and still not talking about how you locate a woman of quality. Because that's still not what you're going for.
But I think we're just talking about the heart. We're just talking about the way. We're talking about the mind state of the masses. We're not this ain't we ain't really talking about the hookup show, because I'm at a point in my life where, and this is not G, that I'm really not running around here trying to find Mrs. Right. Like I'm living. I'm just really trying to find my way financially and trying to, you know what I mean? I'm enjoying my life. You know what I mean? If somebody come along and we connect. But what I'm trying to say is I'm out here and I'm just explaining to you the mentality of the masses when I'm out here. You
and I'm not denying the mentality of the masses. That's not what I'm saying at all.
That's all we're talking about. That's basically what I'm informing you about. That I'm like, you know what I'm saying? I'm out here, so I'm talking to people, I'm meeting people, I'm having different conversations. We on social media. I'm you know what I mean? I'm out here, and I'm letting you know where the mentality is.
And it's being pushed. So the next generations are going to come up thinking this way. You have, I don't know how many countless reality television shows. I even saw one, what is it, The Little People? Even the midgets. I'm like, hold on. These are people that I remember.
Midgets. Don't say that. They're little people. Don't call them
Yeah, all right. Yeah, whatever. We're going to get into
midget porn.
That's not the point. But the point is, I can remember coming up and remembering how they struggled because they were considered handicapped and they look whoopty whoop whoop whoop. Now you see them on TV and it's the same mind state. It's the same programming. It's for a reason. Look at what it's doing to us. I don't care what, and it's programming their minds to think a certain way. So yeah, when you get a dude who's honorable, who says, yes, I'm working and I'm going to school, she don't want that. And let me tell you something that I found out for a fact. I see this a lot, and I'm not talking about corporate women. We're going to take the professional women out because a lot of the women that are searching for the basketball player, whatever, most of these women don't have a quarter of shit to what type of dude they looking for. They be asking you about shit that they don't got. What kind of car you drive? What kind of car you got? I don't got one. Why are you asking me about a car when you don't have one?
Right. What kind of degree you got?
Don't got one. She don't even got a job. She got an EBT card and she live at her own house. Yeah.
And you know what
be going on.
That's wrong though.
Right.
But you don't think that those questions are kind of like when you get to talk to someone, and I'm just putting this out here, when you get to talk to someone, and let's not even say that you're in a courting phase with this person, okay? Don't you believe that from the first 2 to 5 minutes that you talk with a person, the questions that they ask you, how they talk to you, how they present themselves to you, don't you think that that's a clear indication of how that person is?
Right.
Of course.
And I'm saying this because like when Najee was talking, I sat back and I can honestly say I thank God that obviously I had some good guys in my life because at the end of the day, I was always taught that, you know what, you sit back and you gauge a person's conversation. See, because when you meet a person, you meet their representative. Eventually,
we got somebody in the back playing drums. If you don't intend to talk, then mute your phone, or you'll be cut off. Sorry, Janelle. Go ahead.
Yeah, because when you meet a person, you meet their representative. And that's with anyone. And, people could try to play that down all they want to or whatever. When you meet a person, you're attracted to them, they catch your eye, whatever, everybody wants to put on a good face. But at the end of the day, eventually the representative leaves. And I think a lot of times, a lot of people, not just men, women, included, that they are sit back, they walk through life and they're butt hurt and they're painting the world with a broad brush because they chose to sit back and rush a situation instead of having that conversation, having that courtship, allowing it to elevate, allow it to cultivate. They didn't do the work, so therefore now they're mad. Now they're saying that's what women are, that's what men are. When in all actuality, they're the ones that made that decision.
You're 100% right, but you know what? Again, again, we're talking about if we're speaking about whole people, and what I'm describing out here when I'm out here interacting with people, and I'm not saying that I'm a whole person. You're not dealing with whole people. You understand what I'm saying? Like I would say the masses are not as confident as you painted them out to be. See, everybody's looking for something. You know what I mean? Whether it's financial security, whether it's financial security, whether it's sexual gratification. You know what I'm saying? So everybody's out here looking for something. And again, like even when I'm talking about women, I'm also talking about men too. So I'm not really more or less like sitting around here and like, man, these women out here is this way, because these dudes out here is a doozy too. You understand what I'm saying? Yeah. So when I get into conversation, when I get into conversations with them, so I mean, of course, if you're a whole person and you're confident in where you are in life, and you're also confident about who you are, yeah, you're going to make those sound decisions. But when you're out here and you're a broken person, broken people are going to bump into other broken people, and they're going to have children, and they're going to develop some dysfunctional children out of these dysfunctional relationships, and that's basically what we're dealing with out here. I mean,
so where does the accountability comes into play? Where does the accountability comes into play?
I would like to make it
there's always accountability. Like I said, this is my thing. Me and we was in the diner and we had a conversation. It was my partner from California. I'm from Jersey. My other partner's from New Jersey, and we were just talking about how we're talking about how the men are softer than the men back in the day. Back in the day when I'm talking to my homeboy, because we even had to look up like what defined a generation. So I think a generation is like 20 some odd years. So my boy is 48. I'm 38. So we're kind of like in the same generation, you know what I mean? Even though he act like he, that's another story. My boy's a mess. But we talked about how, like, back in the day, the men were harder. Men in California, men took pleasure in working out, taking care of their body, bodybuilding, playing sports, boxing, and we kind of lost that. We kind of lost that edge. You understand what I'm saying? So I think that when it comes to accountability, I mean, again, my whole conversation, I started off with mindset. You know what I mean? Yeah, I mean, okay, of course, it depends on where your mindset is. What I consider, being accountable or being accountable for, other people might, look at things different. If I'm making sense. Yes, it's easy to say that, it's easy for me to say that, that woman that got into an abusive relationship, well, you should have knew that man was an abuser. You should be accountable. There were signs. It's easy for us to say that. It's easy for a broken man who came across a nice-looking woman and she sized him up and he had a little bit to offer and she was sweet on him and gave him some sweet loving and gave him some attention, and next thing you know, his bank account is drawn out. That's a half a man. So he's going to be, you know what I'm saying? So it's kind of, it's always easy from the outside looking in when we're not in these situations and we're not where these people are mentally to say that they should have did this or they should have done that. That's the same thing that's happening right now with America when it comes to black folks. You know what I mean? Well, black folks, y'all need to be accountable. Y'all need to pull each other up by your bootstraps. And why y'all ain't doing this? Look at the Asians. But you're not but you ain't looking at the history that got us here. So when I see
but I also think that you're painting with a broad brush if you think that people offer advice and they've never been there before. A lot of times people offer advice because they've been there.
I think you're just wrapping up straws at this point.
I think we're having two different conversations.
Because Najee's making a valid point.
We having
just because you think he's making a valid because I thought I heard you just say. I want to make sure I thought I heard you just say that people are handing out that they're saying that, and it's not, and they can just say that. It's easy for them to say that. And my question was, how do you not know that the people that's handing out that advice that's saying that haven't been in that situation?
Right. You know what? If you have and you're qualified to give advice, then
that's all I want to hear.
I mean, that's all I'm saying. I mean, it's just
okay. I
got
a question.
I mean,
I got a question. You were saying that y'all were talking to
Hey, you gotta speak up. We can't hear you.
Yeah, it sounds like you're muted. Can you hear me now? Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, no, maybe.
Yes,
we can hear you now.
Okay, what I was saying is, your friend's a firefighter, right? Not to go off. The thing is, it's like not everybody. To me, the man he has a career. What does it matter? Like that, some people is like, okay, so she has a studio, so maybe she needs to be talking to somebody like that. But the thing is, why look down on the man because he's a firefighter? That's a career. It's not like he's flipping burgers at McDonald's. So for her to turn up her nose on the man, it's like that doesn't make any sense. It's like as though she's saying, it's just like saying that, okay, well, yeah, he's a firefighter, but that's not good enough. So what the fuck what you want? To be like Trump, whose wife is a freaking porn star / whore? That's what you want? Right. Yeah, I want to be married to a person who, it's like if the mentality of being in a relationship is Trump and Ivana, we're all going to be fucked in the discussion.
Right.
You can't live. Right. You can't do that.
Right. And you know something?
There's nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong in being in a relationship with a good-looking person. There's nothing wrong in all these different things. But the thing is, if you only care about how the person looks and they have nothing else but their looks, what is the relationship? There is no relationship. You're just dating somebody because they look good. That's nice.
Right.
That's like buying an apple because you want. That doesn't make any. Buying an apple because it's shiny, but the shit is bitter as hell. What's the point?
Right. And you know certain ladies, it was real funny about, she brought up my friend that's a firefighter. If she would have dug deeper, my friend also has a record label. Like he's into music industry. I mean, it ain't really going nowhere, but he started up a record label and he had an artist and that was his passion. So he was doing that on the side. So if, you know what I'm saying, and I'm not saying, that's kind of like the energy that she gave off. So I can't really go in this sister's head, and say that, once he said that, the conversation went left. But that's kind of like how the vibe went. It's like once he said his occupation, the conversation kind of died down, and it's like, okay, I'm about to go on the other side of the room. But if you would have delved deep into the conversation, you would have found out that this man has a record label, and he's also into music as well. So I just think that, society, created these norms. And especially with black folks, we got these illusions of grandeur, disillusions of grandeur. And it's like, the numbers don't support some of the wants and needs that some of the brothers want and some of the sisters want.
Hey, can I say something really quick about that? Really quick now, and I'm make sure I say this and then make my point. How do you know that the reason that she didn't want to date him, knowing that he's a firefighter, because she felt like she didn't want to be a widow? Number one, I put that out there because we're not inside people's heads. All we're doing is assuming. Number two, I put that out there because when I met my ex-husband, he worked at an Arab store, okay? Why did I like him? Had a pleasant disposition. He wasn't bitter. He wasn't wounded. Very kind, whatever. All that great stuff. But at the end of the day, okay, I believe that when men can share their stories, women can come back with another story and say, hey, this is what it is. But I think a lot of times we are too busy inside people, instead of asking the question. Why not ask the question, then just assume that she didn't want to talk to him because he was a firefighter, because he didn't have any money. You never know. You never know what could have been experienced in her family.
I mean, why are you defending the person? I mean, if a person's rude as fuck, I mean, you just don't want to talk to them.
Hold on. I'm not defending what I'm saying. I think I put it out there to say, how do you know? That's not defending someone. That's actually playing devil's advocate. So let's be clear. Right. I'm not defending someone with a piss poor attitude towards someone. But what I am saying, a lot of times what I find is that a lot of black men are hurt and wounded by women that they chose to be with. So therefore, if a woman doesn't do or say what they expect for them to say or do what they expect for them to do, then they get bunched up with the rest of them quote-unquote broads.
Right, but that go both ways.
Yes, it goes both ways. Yes, it does go both ways.
Let's
Hi,
establish
everyone. Hi, everyone. It's Nicole. How's everyone doing? I had something that I wanted to say. I've been listening to just all the different points that you guys have made in regards to this topic. And I did want to say that I kind of understand where Najee is coming from about his friend. Like, you know, it sounds like what you're saying is that you think that when you look at it, like, you just think that this person is not looking at this person. She's not choosing based off of the right character qualities. Like, it would make more sense to choose someone based off of character, like, you know, a man that is doing something that he's passionate about. That says a lot about the type of interactions that you will have with him. Like, I understand what you're saying with that. And I also do understand what Janelle is saying about and I think that that's an interesting point that she made about people assuming why the woman didn't want to be with that guy. And I think sometimes we don't think about that, because I'm going to be honest with you, I have been in a situation before that I can think of, and it's like other people said certain things that I didn't see. They were maybe they said some of the things you were saying, Najee, about, like, this was like years ago though. Like, you know, oh, why didn't you just be with this person? They were this and that. And it was just like, I didn't feel like there was a connection there. That was the reason behind it. That they weren't a great, you know, the different things that they had going on weren't great. And then in another situation that I can think of, I knew that I wasn't in a place where I could be in a relationship with that person. And I kind of think that in that situation, I don't really lose anything in life, but I kind of like stepped away from that, because it's just like I don't want to put someone in a situation that, you know, they don't deserve to be in. So I think Janelle makes a very interesting point. Maybe there's something that is not, maybe that person's not in a good place. You know what I'm saying? Like, don't always think that it's you. But I understand what you're saying, because there are a lot of guys that, you know, with wisdom, it's like, you know, being the person on the outside looking in, you can see, like, you know, you're really passing up something good. Like I heard Najee say earlier that, you know, some of these men, you know, they start in and they working themselves up to where they need to be, and it's like these women are passing over them. And it happens a lot, especially when a woman is younger, because when they're younger, you know, women get a lot of attention. Like, I hate to cuss, but they always like say this thing, like, if a woman wants to get dick, it's not hard for her for that to happen for her when you're younger. But when you're older, you have, you got to start thinking about security. You need somebody that can provide for you. You need substance. So the playing field is a little different. Men start making more money. They're more settled. So actually, you're declining. Sometimes you're declining and things better. So it's kind of, there's like a role switch. So that's all I want to say.
Right. You're 100% right.
But see right here, but see right there, Nicole. It's not my job to sit here and coddle someone. I have fucking pain too. I go through problems too. Why the hell is it my job to sit here and coddle this person through the whole damn dating process when they just want to be rude and childish?
I understand.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. And you know what?
Some great points, for real, because it's just like, oh my good, that was really, really good. Like, that was good.
The sisters make a lot of points, and I want to qualify something the sister said, and you are 100% right. Depending on who the man is and his dating experiences, a man can grow to be very bitter. Very bitter. You know what I'm saying? So, you know what I mean? So, you guys are 100% right. You know what I mean? Just like how you got bitter women, you do got bitter guys that been through some, they got battle scars. And about time they turn to a ripe old age, they just low tolerance, bitter, ain't beat. You know what I'm saying? Very anal, and just, any little thing can trigger them. But that's where wisdom and maturity comes in. And, that's why, I just want to let y'all know, I don't generalize every woman. I don't generalize every man. I treat people on an individual basis. You know what I'm saying? But, a lot of times it's just kind of like when you out, and it's like, you meet some of these rude people, whether it's men or women, and you be like, wow, you be ready to tuck your tail in and go back in the house and be like, man, the hell with the dating thing. You know what I'm saying? Like, it ain't nothing bitter about it.
No, you're right.
You just don't be beat. Like, you just whatever. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm just, you get to that point, and it's sad because, time isn't our friend. Time can be our friend if used wisely, but, everybody is racing against the clock, and we all are going to meet the end. Just like the great ancestors.
But a lot of people acting like they got forever.
Yeah, everybody, that's the thing.
They really are. They really are.
Everybody acting like they got it.
And that's one of my big things about the dating scene out here is like people are always going for the same thing. Like people going to the bar, going to the club. Whenever they do actually go out on a date, they do the same boring thing all the time. And I keep trying to tell people, like, whenever you date, you got to step outside the box. Like, first of all, we got to get through all this drama that we're talking about with all these people being rude and everything. But whenever you do actually start dating, like, you got to step out the box and stop acting like you got to do it because like, we're busy people. Like, in modern life, like, we work in a hell of a lot. So we can't be like, oh, I have to wait till Friday night to have that dinner and whatever else and movie. No, you go to the park and work out together. Like, you got to maximize your time in order to develop a bond and a connection with people, and that's real.
You just took the thought out of my head.
That's right.
You just took the thought out of my head. I was just thinking about that because me and a young lady, we did that 2 weeks ago. Where we went to the park and we ran and we worked out. And you know what I'm saying? And, everything was cool. You know what I mean? But that's what you right about. You right about stepping out the box. And for a man, here it is, you know what I mean, being like 38, not a bad looking dude. Like, I meet women, and I'm just talking about a financial burden. So, if I meet 3-4 women in a month, that's 3-4 dates. That's, how much money is that? Like, you know what I'm saying? Not to sound cheap or nothing, but for me to go out on all these dates and it don't materialize into nothing, I'm like, man, please.
But see, that's one of the ways that I used to qualify a person before I actually get invested with them is because I like financial security. So one of my major factors, what I look for, and this is what I advocate for every woman that I know, is if he's wasting all kind of money on a date, that's a red flag to me. because that means he's more worried about status symbols, and he's going to waste his money, and we ain't never going to have nothing if we come together. And I can't be with a financially irresponsible man because I tend to be very financially responsible with my stuff. So, that's one of the ways that I qualify people. And so I think for men and women, we have to decide what is important to us for our future and stop acting like we got forever to build something, because a lot of these people right now in their 30s, they're going to be 60 and 70 years old and ain't got shit to show for nothing. And I hope it's okay that I curse because I had to let that out. But, real talk, people need to understand.
I do it all the time. I'm sorry.
But you know what? You bring up that, but you bring up that point, and that's an excellent point. And I would love for you to go further. I would love for you to go further with that, because let's be clear. We come there is a lot of, say for instance, I'm fine. I sat back and I have friends as well, financially responsible. But you have men who have not been financially responsible. And because a woman choose not to get into that situation, all of a sudden, you a gold digger. You after a nigga because what he got. You want a nigga who's got money, blah, blah. No, I want to be secure, and I want to be with a partner who's going to make good decisions and understand that it's a partnership.
Well, can I add something? Can I add something to this, so we can really get the bigger, broader perspective of this? Because we dealing with the surface, but I think we really need to look at the bigger picture as a people. I'm listening to a lot of individualized perspectives on it as to how they want, but we're not really looking at the big picture. The state of mind of us as a people is the reason why we have these different variables. Lance, I say it all the time about the car. You know what I'm saying? We the Bugattis and the Mercedes-Benzes and the Ferraris and the Lamborghinis. But we got Ford and Honda engines up in this. We ain't even thinking on our right way. The things that we call successful or security are really not even things of security. I want to be financially secure. Let's just be scholars about this. The paper not worth nothing. You can't even really own a house in this country. Even if you pay the mortgage off, you're still a tenant. See, we got to stop lying to ourselves and stop falling into the nonsense that has been pushed at us. Anybody want to understand what I'm talking about?
Can I explain what I mean by financial responsibility, though?
Yes, let me finish my point so you can understand what I'm trying to say to you. I know what you're saying. We all have to survive, Queen. But I want y'all to go look up the Tavistock Institute. Because a lot of these things and these convictions that we live by, these are not things that we really live by. These are not the things our ancestors lived by. We had no money back then. We had none of this nonsense. Hold on. We built, and it's still here. So what I'm saying is our mentality, the things that we value, the things that we say are of a necessity of life has been changed, and it has changed us. Yes, in this matrix, in this paradigm that we live in, you're absolutely right. We need $1 in order to train commerce to get things, because this is what's being dictated to. However, if we start going back to our culture, we can start minimalizing that as a people, period, instead of individualizing this, because you can get yourself right. But we'll still keep having these conversations because you still going to keep running into it. I just told my baby sister this. You're going to run into more people more fucked up than you are. You are in the 1 percentile. We're in the small percentile people who understand it, who actually get it. But the truth of the matter is the majority of our people are lost. And we so far gone. I've said it before. I'll say it again. Malcolm said it in the 60s. We got to act like this shit is over. It's too late. Because we so far gone. We don't even think right as a people. So when you meet this man, you got to think about how was he raised. I remember Najee was saying how the men are softer. Yeah, the men were stronger back then because it was men around. It was other men around. It was actually men in the home. When the crack hit, they knew what they was doing. Now the men started disappearing. They being raised by women. Women don't do the same thing as men. Yeah, they soft. That's why you got these kids killing each other with guns, because these little dudes is pussies. But the women, though, the young girls, They out here fighting in the street like men used to do. It has been reversed. Pay attention to what's going on. They knew what they was doing. It's bigger than Nino Brown. And if we stop bickering about these stupid variables and start looking at the bigger picture. Rest in peace to Baba Gregory. He said it. He said it so many times, yo. It's the state of the mind of the nigga right now. It's the state of our mind. It ain't going to change until we change the way we think. Not only on a broader scale, how we think of each other. Period. And you're still going to encounter these problems. We'll have these conversations 5 years from now. Until you change and we change on a broad scale, yeah, it'll always be the battle of the sexes. And that was by design. This is not how we really was. Otherwise, we wouldn't be the people that populated the planet. We couldn't have been arguing and bickering. There had to be a whole lot of loving going on.
Well, I don't know about y'all, but I refuse to be with a person who lacks discipline, who is incapable. Because that's
who are you to define discipline? You're only
because
one
that
individual.
Is discipline. For a
no,
person
you can't define. You cannot define discipline.
Hold on. Let me finish. If I sit back, I'll give you an example. Let's say, okay, fine. I have my own house, right? Meet this guy, very nice, whatever. This guy turns around and says, oh, I decide to give all of my tithes and all my money to the Lord on Sunday. Okay? You don't give a damn about the mortgage. You don't give a damn about the bills or whatever, but you want to give your money to the Lord. I'm sorry, you lack discipline.
That's your opinion and your perspective.
Yeah, but that's an individual.
I mean, we can sit back and we can, tiptoe around it, but at the end of the day, we're talking about discipline. Whether it be with money, whether it be with even having a conversation with your spouse, things take discipline. And if you can't have the discipline, if you can't have the little discipline to take something as you call currency, if you can't have the little discipline to sit back and handle currency, how can you handle my love?
I'm about to tell you.
I got a question.
We wouldn't even be talking about currency or discipline if you was in your spiritual state. Your divinity, number one, automatically eradicates that conversation you having right now. The reason why we gotta have discipline is because we've been taken out of our birthright, our divinity, our acknowledgement of our spiritual connection to the universe. That's what our precedence was. That's why you need discipline. That's a European state of mind. I gotta put you in a certain order. We didn't have to have no order. Our order was the universe. It was the spirit of the creator. There was no need. It was inevitable. It's thing of there are some things that's understood that don't gotta be said. It don't gotta be said. We're talking about discipline now because again, we are Bugattis, Ferraris, Lamborghinis, Jaguars, riding around.
Discipline didn't matter back then?
It wasn't necessary. We already did that. It was inevitable. You don't gotta think about wiping your ass. You know to wipe your ass. We taught them how to wipe their ass, not us. When a man uses the bathroom, he don't got to think about, again, a lot of things we've been eradicated from. When you get up and you can walk, you walk. You don't tell yourself, oh, let me get up and I walk. No, it's automatic. It's an inevitable. Unless you lose function of your legs, it happens. You don't tell yourself, yo, I need to blink. You blink. I don't need to tell myself I gotta breathe. I breathe. Our spiritual connection, the discipline was inevitable. It is not nothing that needs to be talked about.
Let me just drop this in before we go too far off, which is it's open discussion, so it's never too far before we go away from that point. And I was listening. I just think, and people will say, "Oh, you might be a simp or whatever." No. But with men and women, we all have the right to choose what we want and what we will tolerate in a relationship. And I understand what you're saying, and I understand what they're saying. And as far as what and it's not us against they, like men and women here. We're all one. But what they're basically saying is that, listen, especially what Janelle said about the discipline with the finances, with the things that are important. And I understand you're saying, well, those things may not be important on the overall scope of things. I understand that, but it's in a woman's nature to be secure. She can do it herself in this modern day and age because you know how it goes in corporate America and how things are set up. But still, it's in her nature to not have to concern or worry about a man who may not be on top of things. And it's her choice. And it's
I agree.
choice. You know, and I'm not going against you by saying that. It's just that I just want to clarify a little more for anybody who may be listening in the future. And for the man also. You know, you have the right to choose and say, you know what? I like that nice booty, that little waistline and all that stuff like that, but you going to the club all the time is not making me feel good because who you out there running with? And a woman may say, hey, you know, you giving your times to the church and giving all these love offerings and everything like that, but this bill is behind. What's up? And just like Jessica said, you know, she doesn't want to deal with somebody who's going to spend all who's this said? Oh yeah, she said it about the dates and all the money in the dates because she's looking long term because she is a quality woman. And I know this personally, and there's all quality women on this line right now. But we have so many experiences and so many things, and after a while of going to the restaurant called This Life, we know what we don't like on that menu. We know what we like. When a person walks into a restaurant, they just walk straight in, give me number 3, give me this. Yo, they've been here before. So they know at this point in their seasons, and it works both ways, men and females. It's just that, and to compare it to Caucasians, when they, and I'm not saying all, because we got some jacked up Jerry Springer Caucasians out here walking amongst us also, but the ones who may have their act together a little bit, they understand it's more than just love. It's more than just I like you. It's more than just we can do each other in the bed real good. Listen. Can you maintain my lifestyle? You know, can you, not being a gold digger, but are we going to go higher? Because after all the crotch sauce has been expelled, and after all of the physical, you know, festivities have been enjoyed, right? Well, what do we have? Let's build. And not just on a money level, but on a spiritual level, because there are women out there, and I'm speaking as a man, and I'm a married man, but I'm speaking theoretical, that have lots of money and come on and live with me and come on, you don't have to do this, but spiritually they're deficient. You know what I mean? So it all depends on the individual and where we are at that particular point in our walk. Because, see, I know that I've been through the situation of saying, boy, if I knew back then, or back then what I know now, I wouldn't have got involved in that situation back then. But we know ourselves better. We had a chance to test drive ourselves out of the tracks of life a lot more, and we know. Imagine getting to a certain age and you're dating someone, and they don't know. That's a disaster. At least we have to
and the reason why I'm sharing
on this line. Who knows? But go ahead, Joe. I'm listening.
Well, the reason why I was sharing that perspective about the discipline is because all we can do right now is educate people who are younger than us. So my hope is that by telling a 20-year-old, 22-year-old young lady, like, you need to be afraid of the man, that young man that comes to you and he's trying to spend $200 on one date, you are never going to have anything with him. Enjoy it right now if that's what you want. That's fun whenever you're 22. But, baby girl, by the time it's time to get married and build a family, you want to have offspring, that man that's dropping $200 on a date every time you go out, he is just trying to get between your legs really, really fast, and he is going to waste money and waste your time later on. And God forbid, if you have seed for him, he is not going to be the one to stick around and help you take care of those kids. So when I'm sharing this information about discipline, about financial responsibility, it's coming from a place of knowledge and hoping that even if one young lady hears me, she recognizes and understands it and walks different in her life.
Right. And that being said, Jessica, just give a little plug. Tell us how to get the book and tell us about the book. Got to put that in there.
I appreciate it. So the book is available on moderntraditionallady.com and on Amazon as well. The title is How to Make a Modern Woman Act Like a Traditional Lady. The reason I titled it that is because a lot of men want the traditional love, which you guys deserve. but we have to recognize that we live in modern times. So it's moderntraditionallady.com. And the book describes how to avoid the woman who's not ready yet, how to identify the woman who is ready, so that way you can avoid some of the drama. And then it gives information on basically what my experience is, what other women have told me, men have told me. I put it together in a book. It's a culmination. It's 70 pages, but it's full of content on how do you handle a conflict? What is the one thing that a woman really wants at the end of the day? Just little tidbits here and there. And I keep a blog going on moderntraditionallady.com because the book is just a small snippet of what we've all experienced. So as people hit me up and say, I read chapter 6, can I add this? I put a blog post up because it's a growing, developing source of knowledge base on all of our experiences.
Can I ask you a question?
Right.
Jessica,
of course.
Can I ask you a question? Are you married?
No, but I was.
Okay. Do you hunt?
Do I hunt?
Do you know how to hunt?
For what? I know how to hunt.
I'm just asking you, do you know how to hunt? You grow food? You know how to grow food?
Okay. Yes.
Oh, all right. I was just asking. I just wanted to know.
I'm actually pretty good at growing food. I'm better at the growing food than I am at the hunting. Okay.
No, I get it. It's dope. I get it because I understand exactly where you're coming from. And I hear this a lot. Again, I was raised by women. You know what I'm saying? My mother lived by that banter. She used to tell my father all the time, I need you to have my ducats on Friday. And she meant that. And that was for real. But here's the reality. We don't control that dollar. And we're not going to beat them with that dollar. And at any given point, as a matter of fact, H. Rat Brown said it the best. He said, we suckers. Niggas is suckers over that dollar. He said, if white man told us to go collect every rock and bring it to him, he'll give us $1 million. He said, niggas will go do it. And then he'll get up tomorrow and say, rocks is the new currency. And we'll be assed out. I guess what I'm saying is, if we trying to put our security in our stock of how much money we can collect, or, you know what I'm saying, whatever type of financial security that really is not secure, I guess, that's a good principle in a relationship. It's a very unstable principle in a relationship because it can crash at any given time. And I ask this question to a lot of sisters who depend on that. When he removes that rug from up under your legs, what are you going to do? Then what will your conversation be?
And I agree with you. I firmly agree with you, which is
I
actually
want to know.
part of
I'm
what
asking you.
But I'm asking
No. I don't want you to. I don't want you to agree with me. I want you to answer my question. What are you going to do? What are a lot of black women who do not deal with black men who say, I ain't dealing with that no good? What are y'all going to do?
And that's what I'm trying to get at.
I've always wanted to know
It's about safety. It's about safety and security. Now, I can speak from what I know, and this is what I try to teach other people about, and I think several people on the line probably agree with me, that at the end of the day, it's not about how much money you have in the bank. And I don't advocate for that. That's not what I mean by financial responsibility, because it is a lot more than just how much money you have and how you handle it. It's about what are you growing and building to provide that security for the future, whether it be owning property, knowing how to provide for food outside of finances. There are independent, but that's taking it aside from the relationship aspect, because the relationship aspect has to be solid first. We have to agree that we got each other's back, which is why I put together the book and the blog, because we need to have these conversations about how do we support each other no matter what is going on around us. And that's and I do agree with you on that.
That was the basis of our ancestors' relationship. It was what we were building. It was what we were building. Not the love thing. Like, that's the poverty teachings. That's what we've been taught. The whole love thing and being appreciated. Our ancestors came together because we were building kingdoms. We were carrying on dynasty. All that emotional thing came later. They come later in a relationship. When you build, if you build something dope, trust me, you'll feel some kind of way about that person, even more than you did when you got with them. You know what I mean? The love is so much better, you know what I'm saying, when you've accomplished your goals.
I think that made me remember what you guys are talking about. It made me think of something I saw recently. This is Nicole. I don't know if you guys saw this video on Facebook. It was about this lady. It's like, it has maybe like 1 million views. It's this lady that says, it's this black lady. She's talking about the fact that she didn't marry her husband for love. Did anybody see that video?
No.
No, not yet. No.
No? Okay. All right. Well, the things that you guys were discussing made me think about that video. And I think the video really impacted a lot of women because when they saw the title, they're like, what do you mean you didn't marry your husband for love? And then they had to listen to the video. And basically what the lady was explaining was kind of what Hollow is saying. Like, it's different, like, to really build, well, this is what she thinks. The reason why her relationship is so strong is because she looked at the things that her husband could do for her, what they could build as a team together, as opposed to like just, the feeling of love. And so the whole purpose of that video was just focusing in relationships on what can y'all build together for the future.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
Right, but
that's true. That's what you want at the end of the day. And everybody, to me, if you're going to be in a relationship with somebody, where do you see yourself 5 years from now, 10 years from now? And if they can't see past the Mercedes-Benz and this mansion, then no, because that's not a relationship. That's a nice car and a nice house. That's not a relationship, and that's not a building. You're not building anything because you had this Barbie image in your head. And it's, you have to have substance on both ends. I cannot just be with you because you are able to do this. You should not be with me just because I'm able to do this. When we put our heads together, we make a plan and say, okay, we plan on getting married. Well, to me is, before we get married, let us make sure that we have a home, have vehicles, have home, have things established. So then when the wedding day comes, that's one less thing to worry about. It's like, that's how people should look at relationships. It's like a career. What I have to go through, I have to learn or climb this mountain for me to get to the top of it. Not just, okay, I see the top of the mountain, I need to get there now. It doesn't work like that. So
let me play devil's advocate. Now, we're talking about relationships and everything or whatever, okay? Let's say you're the person and you did all that right stuff or whatever, and the person was on a comeuppance and came up, right? And let's say that person decides to leave. What is a good time frame for a person to go out and start dating someone else? And the reason I throw that question out there is because I have gone out. I go to karaoke a lot, and I go out to places or whatever I feel like it, I guess. But I see that there's a lot of people, men and women, who are out, whether it be a bar, club, karaoke, wherever, who they're there and they haven't emotionally healed from someone who's hurt them. And they're carrying that on their sleeve. And so my question is what would be the time frame for a person? Because I think a lot of times people don't understand that they do run into those people, run into those women, run into those men who have not emotionally healed and don't know how to emotionally heal from, and they're carrying on that baggage. So what is a good time frame?
I think a good time frame is first the person, and like I said, like you said, these people, to me, is you should not get into a relationship with anybody when you have gone through a series of different situations. You have to get to a point where you can say, okay, this relationship, we did build something, but obviously something went haywire somewhere and it didn't work. Okay, I'm not going to run and jump. I'm still going to continue to build myself before I can get myself involved with somebody else. Now, that might sound like it's far-fetched, but if you don't fix yourself, no matter what you do, no matter who you date, when you date, the time frame you do it, if you don't fix the problem, you can date 100 people, you can end up marrying somebody, and you got their baggage, your issue, and then now we have problems. It's like, when you're when you're successful and bad things happen, fact, things will happen, but you don't need to keep riding that train, because when you do finally meet somebody who's on the same level with you, and they might have gone down that road, that is not a conversation you need to be digging up. Okay, you had a bad experience, I had a bad experience, but right now we're in a relationship and we need to go back to why we are determined to get from point A to point B. If you keep going backwards, the same shit, you ain't gonna get nowhere with it. And I think that's why when you're in a relationship on any, it's like bad experiences make you, it kind of gives you that, it gives you that step back where, okay, let me make sure I have to basically reevaluate this person all over again, because I have to make sure that they're not going to up and run again. Like, I can't I'm not going to keep dealing with it. A man should not deal with that. A woman should not deal with that, especially when you have yourself established. The last thing you need is a leech or, the crooked man with the crooked cat. You ain't got time for all that shit. You have to do what you have to do.
Let me just add in, it, for the time frame thing, it's almost like a person saying, and I'm not throwing off on you, Janelle, by you asking that.
Oh, no, I'm playing devil's advocate.
Okay. It's like, okay, one guy has to take his car, or woman, they have to take their car to the shop to be repaired or some maintenance. And so one guy goes in and gets an oil change, and he's in and out in 10 minutes. And so then the next guy wants to know how long his is going to take, and he figures, without knowledge, that, hey, it's probably going to take 10 or 15 minutes also. But he needs an engine overhaul. You see what I mean? So his situation is more severe. The vehicle he drives may be something that's a little delicate, or it could be something tougher. So it depends on our makeup. It depends on how severe, I won't say the damage, because we all go through stuff and we grow from it, and hopefully we can come out of it even healthier. So I'm not going to say damage, but the things we have gone through sometimes take a little longer. You'll have someone who went through something extremely severe, and in 2 months they bounce back, right? And you have someone else go through something which on paper will be lighter, and here they are 4 years, and they still haven't gotten over it. What Heidi said was a great thing. You have to be able to live with yourself and be as whole as you can be with yourself, love yourself. You have to have that connection with yourself, because that's when you find, what I find, when a person really can fall in love with you. And I don't mean just love and not think about how responsible they are, but the overall thing, that once you have all the bases covered, this person's disciplined, this person is, he's got his finances together, doesn't have to have $1 million. He can work at McDonald's, but he's balanced. Okay, I'm taking $10 to put here, 20 to here, whatever. That kind of structured life. When you're at peace with yourself and you're running just fine on your own for what you were made to be, that's when it's so easy for someone to fall in love with you, appreciate who you are, and see the potential in you, because everything is going full throttle effortlessly, because you're just who you are. But when you're damaged, wow, it's really hard. You can have somebody fall in love with you with that "I feel sorry for you" mentality. I didn't love you really to love you, but I feel sorry for you. Or the guys that we call, and no disrespect for the ladies, but you know how I talk, I'm always respectful, but the term Captain Save-A-Hole. You'll have a guy who he's not up to par on his standard, but he will go below. And I'm not saying there's any woman below, but it may be on a financial level, an intellectual level. He wants to be the big fish in a little pond. So he'll go to the hood to meet a hood-minded woman because there are a lot of brilliant women who are temporarily in the hood who just happen to be there for a time, and he wants to be the one in the knight in shining armor to feel that way, you see? So it's a lot of factors when you talk about how long is it going to take. It's not a one-size-fits-all thing. And
well, and I threw that out there
mm-hmm.
because I sat there and saw that situation about a couple of weeks ago. Was out with a friend actually, and she brought her girlfriend out or whatever, and it was this guy, and he was kind of sitting there, that kind of thing, whatever. He came over to try to talk to her because she's absolutely beautiful. He came over to try to talk to her, and he was like, offered her a drink and that kind of thing. Very nice guy. And she started talking, I guess, talking about relationship stats or whatever. Well, they went and talked to Kay, and she came back and said, well, he said that he's on a 3-year hiatus, that he had a bad relationship and he's just taking some time for himself or whatever. And then she went through to go down this whole script of why he probably ain't shit and why he probably a hoe and everything else or whatever. And I told her, I was like, you know what? He's probably a good guy, and you probably are letting a good one walk away instead of just, giving him that time. What's the rush? Take the time, get to know him. What's wrong with that? She basically said, fuck that shit. I'm not trying to deal with that. He can go cry on his mama's titty or whatever. And I just remember sitting there shaking my head like, wow, she just literally probably let a good guy go just because she wouldn't be patient.
That's sad. Yeah, but what's wrong with being patient? That makes why what is it, like you said, what is there to rush? If you're looking for somebody who's stable, why and the person is telling you that they're not ready to go down that road because of this.
But I think her position is that if he's still grieving over that relationship, how does she know that he's not going to go back to it? I think that's her position.
Right. And what's so funny that I'm hearing? It's kind of like y'all circled back to the same sort of situation that Najee was in with his friend and that woman. Remember, he was telling us a story earlier about how.
Yes, I do.
Yeah, the woman that's she owns a studio and his friend is a farm.
So it's kind of like it sounds like the same sort of situation that Janelle sort of ran into with her friend, even though I guess she understands her reservations.
Yeah,
right.
But I think a lot of time as people we don't have sometimes when we are in that situation and we have been, whether it's being hurt or whatever, sometimes we don't have people that we evolve ourselves around that are a voice of reason.
Right.
And I believe when I kind of dropped those jewels on her or whatever, she kind of sat there. I knew it made her think twice, because the thing was like, wow, you know what? I mean, and don't get me wrong, I understand, right? And I respected her position, and I understood her position. But at the end of the day, it's like, you know what? Sometimes just give somebody a chance. If they blow it up, let them blow it up.
Right.
You could see something. You know her well, and you could see something that she couldn't see.
No, I didn't know her well. She actually came with my friend. My friend brought her along.
Okay, but
I think I saw something in his demeanor. I think that's what it more was, is being more advocate for the man, because I saw something in his demeanor where it was like, you know what, he didn't appear to be like the script she was running down of what he could have been.
Right.
But you know what?
But she had already put him in a category without giving the man a chance to say anything.
Yep.
But you know what? A lot of people don't have like.
Right. So
Good,
I'm about to change the subject, honestly, because I was wondering what's your guys' opinions on Charlottesville, because it seems like the boy and girl conversation is going in a circle.
Yeah.
What's your opinion on Charlottesville?
Hey, can I say Charlottesville? You know what's my opinion on that right there? Is, to me personally, with Charlottesville and also with the white woman who was killed by the East African police officer, it's a slap in the face to black people, because it seems like it took for the most protective protected sex, the white woman, and the most protected group, police officers, to lose their lives for us to even start the conversation and to address the right wing fanaticism that's going on in this country. When black folks have been basically screaming at the top of our lungs, pointing out a report that the FBI, this is the FBI who says that white supremacist groups have infiltrated the police, law enforcement. You know what I mean? We're screaming at the top of our lungs. And now that those two protected groups lost their life in that melee, now we're having a conversation. You know what I'm saying? Now it's becoming popular to run around.
It's a riot, not a melee, sir.
Yeah, riot. You know what I mean? To run around and tear down Confederate statues when we've been saying this for years.
Exactly.
We're like, listen, you know what I mean? That's a symbol of oppression. You guys are glorifying the losing side. You understand what I'm saying? You guys are still waving a flag of people. You claim that you're patriotic, but I mean to support the Confederate, by definition, is to be unpatriotic towards America, because they wanted to break away. And another thing that kind of disturbed me, I was just having to scroll through social media because I just like to see what people think, and it was a meme going around, and it was saying, "We miss Obama," and I'm like, what? Like, you miss Obama? I said, for 8 years, the police department has been running amok, killing men, women, children for 8 years, and it went unchecked. And you're talking about you miss Obama? No,
right.
I didn't vote for Hillary Clinton. I voted for Jill Stein. I voted for a third-party candidate. I don't regret not voting for Hillary Clinton. You understand what I'm saying? Because sometimes order has to come out of chaos. Sometimes things have to be broken for it to be built back again. And if it took this for white America or black folks to see, the only people that can fix this mess is white people. You know why? Because they created this whole thing when they run around and they try to hold black people accountable. Oh, you shiftless niggas, y'all need to just get a job, or y'all need to just stop worried about slavery. No, you created this. You fix it. As far as black people going out there protesting with liberal white folks, let them go out there and protest. Stop getting on the line. Let them hash it out. And while we sit back, and this is what I was saying. This is what I was trying to tell a sister when I explained to her I'm not voting for Hillary Clinton. She's like, well, what are you saying? You want Trump to get in? I said yes, I want him to get in. Because if he gets in, and I'm not saying I'm a prophet, I'm not saying I predicted this, but the pain needs to be distributed.
I predicted it. I definitely.
The pain needs to be distributed. It's only, as long as it was just black bodies laying on the street, Mike Brown body was out there for hours, and Tamir Rice was being gunned down, it was cool. It was business as usual. Now that white women are getting killed and police officers, helicopters falling from the sky because they was monitoring the riots, now we having a discussion. And it's just, to me personally, it's bittersweet. I really don't know what the outcome is going to be out of this, but I just got my popcorn and I'm just watching the show.
Nudge, I got a quick question for you.
Yeah.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. The thing with that Charlottesville thing, that's like, this is how I look at things. They have to, when the country is when everything is running smoothly here, everybody is fine in their little corner, right? But it's like there's always we can't have a good day in the United States unless we have some kind of chaos. It's like it's like the puppet master with the puppets. You have to have some kind of, it's like one thing is going on, so everybody's focus is on that thing when there's something worse on the other side of that. You know, and it's wrong that the only reason they're recognizing, you know, the situation is because, white people are getting killed and police officers. But that is, to me, like the way I look at things from outside. I don't look at it's like the Pandora box thing. You cannot just pay attention to this thing has been going on for decades. You know, it's just like a lot of people don't know that the KKK came from the Catholic Church. It was a Catholic college fraternity, and then ignorance took over and decided that, okay, we're going to use the same thing to hang black people and say that white people are better than everybody else. You know, there's always a bigger picture behind everything. With Trump, with all that stuff it's like a show and tell. It's like, let me get your mind on this way while I push this knife deeper into your back. It's like there's more to all these things. It's not just okay, because white people or police officers getting killed. It's like, okay, yeah, then, you got people knocking down the Confederate things and all that. Fine. Everybody knows these things. Well, not everybody, but educated people understand that those Confederate people had their own mind with, like how Trump always saying, make America great. This thing was about just this particular group of people thinking that they can be superior over everything else, when that does not work like that. And so, yeah, people can go and protest and all these other things, but when I can distract you, I have more shit I can do to you behind the scenes. And that's how a lot of this is not just about America or any other country on this planet. There's always a catch-22. Whether people want to play a blind side to it, go around it, do whatever it is, there's always something else behind that. It's like the thing with, you go to church, right? And every Sunday the pastor tells you, well, the reason you had a bad week is because Satan was fucking with you. That kind of shit. Well, the thing is, if you look at the factual of what it is, Satan could care less about us, okay? His thing is he's mad because he can't go back home, and the discussions, souls are more important to him than finances, okay? So that's that discussion. But when people don't see that, and they so busy, the Klan, the Nazis, this shit is not going to stop. So it doesn't matter who gets killed, when it happens, everything has a time. It's like diseases, fighting, chaos, war, it's on a time. Everything has a time for it to start and for it to stop. Because this thing is not something that this is not something that keeps, it's not about the U.S. government or anything. It's the people who are doing all this. It's like what they call the so-called sleeping dragon. It ain't sleeping because it can't sleep if it's constantly finding ways to make chaos. So when you are watching,
it is about the U.S. government, because they have always throughout years, they fund both sides of the war.
No.
As a matter of fact, if you want to look up, if you want to look up Antifa, they get money from George Soros. If you want to go down and break it down, we can even talk about just our elected officials. Hillary Clinton stealing money from Haiti. Haber Little Clinton Foundation, Jill Stein, $4.5 million from George Soros. At the end of the day, it's rich people getting rich, poor people staying poor, and the bombs keep dropping no matter who gets in there. So the only relief we will get as people, the only relief we will get as people is to be able to come together as a culture, because honestly, the U.S. government has always run the show from this country and other countries. That's just the way it's been.
No, it doesn't. No, they don't. the people who run the show are all the way in another country they've been running the show for a very long time, and none of these people live here in the United States.
That is true.
There is not one.
That's true.
There is not
yeah,
one
that's true.
Roman.
The people that run the world.
The DuPont family lives in the
Another
U.S.
thing is also accurate. That's both is.
There's
both
not one
correct.
Roman. There is not one Roman that lives in the United States. There is not one Romanian person.
But there's more than one person running the show. We're talking about the DuPont family. We could talk about Ford. We could talk about
that's the thing. A person
we could talk
is
about
not
the Pope. We could go
person.
there.
The person, there's not. That's the point. It's not a person running anything. The what's running everything. It's not. It doesn't have two legs, two hands, and a mouth to talk. It's not a person. This is past the point of us as human beings on that level.
You're talking
this
about
has
an evil
nothing to
entity.
It's this thing. It's like, okay, good and bad. Something has to control something. Yes, the U.S. government is about money. This country is about this. This other country is about this. But when you spiral to the center point of all this, it's like I will use the religious standpoint. It's like the Jews taking Jesus to the Romans. This is the same shit, and it keeps happening every day. This shit has not stopped. So we're gonna say, yeah, the U.S. government is this, and this place is that, and it's bullshit when you have the U.S. government. We fucking with people because we're the United States is just like Rome, with the exception of the power is not in the United States. The power is there. Because you cannot tell me, right? The reason I'm saying that, I grew up in the Catholic Church, so I'm explaining something to you. You cannot tell me, okay, out of all these religions and all these things, this is the only religion on this planet that every single person comes to for financial and political advice. There is no way it's us. There is not us, not any other country but these people. This shit is it's not just about an evil entity. These people have a way of doing things. And it's always, there has to be, if there is not chaos, like, just put it this way, the entire year, from the beginning of 2017 till now, okay? Yeah, you had different things going on. But you didn't hear nothing, it's like, okay, yeah, they were killing, well, actually 2016 was really bad with all the guys getting killed for random reasons and the police or whatever it is. But it's just like a TV show. If I keep making sure that everybody is watching this, I can find some other reason to call some other shit on the back end of that. So
right.
It's more than just the U.S.
So what you're referring to is the concept. I think you're referring to a concept known as the Hegelian dialect, where you create a problem and then you offer a solution.
Right.
So
you have controlled opposition.
That's all.
Right. So I'm not saying
you can continue.
I'm not saying that the U.S. don't have stuff going on and this and this and this, but when's the last time you heard about the KKK? Nobody's heard about these people, you know what I'm saying? Or when's the last time you heard about, it's like they find, if I like chaos, right, but I have to make sure I keep some kind of balance, I wait till I kind of wait till when everybody's sitting back and relaxing to throw the fucking bomb in the middle of the shit, right? And it's like, okay, the thing with North Korea, this shit it's like, if you put it in perspective, Trump and that man in Korea have the same attitude. Their parents left them with some shit, and they think they own every damn. They think they have control because they're running by their balls and not by their brain. Okay? That's how my parents left me a country. My parents left me money. Blah, 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 blah. It's like two little fucking spoiled-ass children who think they're special, so they want to make a scene. Okay, fine. But when you look at the bigger picture...
You're talking about North Korea now, right?
Right, North Korea. But what I'm saying is
right.
there's always a way. There's no such thing as a sleeping dragon when I can keep chaos on whatever level I need to keep it on. Whether I need to keep chaos up at the White House on the government level, I need to keep chaos in the hood, I need to keep chaos here. I have to keep chaos according to the levels of the people I'm dealing with. So that way, I sit back, I watch everybody else look like a damn fool, and it's benefiting me. Good, bad, or indifferent, I'm the one getting the laugh out of the whole damn situation. So if we don't look, yes, black people do have to get together because we have to stop looking at the Mercedes-Benz in the mansion and the bank account that needs to be stable, and we need to look at the fact that when we are together, things work better. Like when they had the thing with the bus. When every black person decided not to ride the bus, this country almost went into a damn deficit because they could not, the bus companies and whoever else could not afford to pay the people driving the bus. So we have to look, you have to use that same attitude.
Hey, that's a nightmare for me. That's a nightmare. No, I'm just playing with you. Go ahead, Heidi. I'm trying to get you. I know what you're saying,
right?
though. I know what you're saying. Because
I'm those people.
But that's how we have to think. That's how we have to do things. Forget about the white man and the this and that. Because the thing about it is, these are the same people telling you that your culture is this and that. What culture when you don't even have substance, but you want to pick on somebody else so that you can make yourself look good? And that's exactly how the Caucasian society has been going from the beginning of time. This shit has. They're the puppets, and they there for the entertainment thing. Everything is this is it's like the white man. Everything is hell with these people.
But can I ask you a question?
We need to cut the sleeping dragons before it fucks every single person. We need to take our time and get ourselves together and stop worrying about, because this thing doesn't give a shit about who's black, who's white, who's this, who's that. All it cares about is, and even the Pope said that when he had the United Nations, souls are more important than finances. So if you think that having a nice bank account and stability is how this shit, that's not important. Your soul is priceless, and when it can get taken away from you, the rest of that shit is not important. I can control the body because the soul is in it. But if I don't have the soul, what's the use of the body?
Hey, can I ask you a question?
What is the use of the body if the soul ain't there?
Can I ask you a question? Like this whole thing. Like I just want to ask you a question. Like when you say forget about the white man. Most black people, I don't think that black people. Well, I'm asking a question and making a statement at the same time. But when you say forget about the white man, how can we forget about somebody who won't forget about us? They won't leave us.
That's what
You
understand what I'm saying? When I say forget about, Najee, when I say forget about, I'm not talking about what they've done to people. I'm not saying that. I'm saying the chaos that they keep bringing, continue doing the same thing. The chaos, these people's life is nothing but chaos. If you look at Caucasian people, if shit is not good for them, everybody else has to catch help. So somebody on this line tell me I'm lying.
Yeah.
If shit is not going good for them, who else catches hell apart from because of their what they say, misery loves company, right?
Right.
These people have done a lot of shit to people. They've done. I'm not saying that you should forget about a white person because of the depression and shit that they put everybody else through. But they're not working. They are not doing this by themselves. They have help to keep us in the mentality that they have us. They have help. Whatever this thing is, it's helping them to do what they're doing to everybody else. So we have to
do you think it's a
the white man
thing?
is like the middleman at a business meeting.
Do you think it's a spiritual thing?
It has to be something, because there's no way you can tell me a person can walk around and feel like because of the way they look or the status that they have makes them any better than somebody else. How can you think like that if you are not conscious of what you are? When you are not conscious of nothing, you are nothing. So then what you do is you feed off of some shit to make you look like you are right all the time.
Right. So what
no matter what you do, if I keep saying, I don't have to keep putting my foot down your throat to tell you I'm your boss. I can use the environment you in. I can use your situation. I can use whatever it is to keep you in this mindset that I am the right thing and you are wrong, when that is not how this shit works. Spiritual level or whatever on a there has to be something behind that. So like I'm saying, I'm not saying that every white person, or I'm just saying it's like I don't care if a white person is your friend or not your friend. They always have to be the center of attention. And when shit is not going their way, here you go with the shit in Charlottesville. It's like they need somebody to see them. You need to see me. Here I am. I'm going to make a scene because I'm not getting fucking attention. Whether that means whether that means to oppress somebody, they have not stopped. So why are we going to keep entertaining that when this is what we know these people are? This is their life. They have no substance but chaos. Why keep entertaining
we have to, but as long as we're on a planet with them, we have to entertain it, because these people are basically controlling every aspect of our life, and they're also hell-bent on destroying the whole planet if they can't have it. So we have to address them. We can't just walk around and ignore them.
You have these coons out here who are sitting here trying to talk to KKK members, shake their hands, and trying to come to some negotiating agreement when this cracker wants to beat you upside the head with a goddamn flagpole, a baseball bat, and one of them even pulled a gun, on the gentleman they beat down. One of them, someone took a photo of one of those white supremacists pulling out a gun and holding it up like he was about to aim it and shoot at the guy. So they're getting wild out there. But you have black people talking about forgiveness and Jesus and all this bullshit. You can't fucking negotiate with a Klansman. That's all.
Yeah.
Let me ask this question. Now, I believe, now I sit back on Twitter and Facebook and everything else or whatever and seeing how the stuff was unfolding and on the news and yada, yada, yada. And I believe my only issue with it is those people that were out there, the neo-Nazis, the white supremacists or whatever, those were just a handful of the people that feel the way that they feel. See, because no one has ever addressed, the judges that feel the way they feel, the prosecutors, the people who work in the prisons, the people who work with you, your coworkers. I posted something in a page. It was like, what do you see? And they had racist, bigot, that kind of thing. I said, and it was like, what do I see? I see a prosecutor. I see a lawyer. I see a judge. Do you kind of see what I'm saying? I believe that at the end of the day, it becomes a leverage situation. Some things you choose not to participate in because, like with the whole marching thing, black people have been marching for decades, okay? But at the end of the day, when those white supremacists went out there or whatever, the people I know in my family, you're not going to go out there and counter protest. Let those Antifa people that's getting paid by George Soros, let them do that, because I believe that if people don't understand, the chaos is created because there's money that comes out of that. You got these different little, they're lobbyists, these different PACs, all these, the convention of the states, all these people get money. They'll sit back and say, Donald Trump is building up leverage, or this person's building up leverage, and we need this, and you have people just pouring money to them. And at the end of the day, as black people, we need leverage. And unfortunately, because at the end of the day, our leverage gets knocked down because so many people choose to constantly have that, oh, I don't want to say nothing bad about Al Sharpton. I don't want to say nothing bad about Jesse Jackson. I don't want to say that these are the people that are the problems. Maxine Waters, I could go on and on. You have these people that don't want to address that because they sit back and they look at these people and say, well, they've been in politics for a long time, or I respect them because they did this. If you've been in the Senate, if you've been a senator or whatever your position for over 30 years, and the only thing you could do is have talking points, then that's a problem.
Yeah,
no, that's a good house nigga. That's what that is.
Yeah, that definitely.
That's a good house nigga with a retirement plan.
And you know
that's what
Jesse
Jackson and Al Sharpton, these are good house niggas with retirement plans. So they just go along. But these are the people that are up in these political seats. John Lewis, I can go on. Maxine Waters, I can go on and on and on. These are these people. And I had an issue. Somebody posted something about Omarosa, and I said, you know what? This is my thing. I don't dislike, I don't know Omarosa. I said, but at the end of the day, I feel that a person like Maxine Waters is more dangerous than Omarosa. But you have people who jumped up and said, oh, no, that's Auntie Maxine, blah, 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 blah. When at the end of the day, the question becomes, and it's like at the end of the day, what have you done? You've held those seats for how long? What have you done? Exactly.
And
right.
And you know another thing that I think is going on that we're not paying attention to. The establishment is trying to basically, this is just my opinion from what it seems. The establishment is trying to basically bring Donald Trump to heel. You know what I mean? Because the media is coming after him. All these organizations, all these people are leaving the cabinet and resigning. One of the top bigots was allegedly fired, and he said he's going to take his fight outside of the White House. So, I think that the establishment is basically reining Donald Trump in and just letting Donald Trump know, like, listen, you won the presidency, but you don't want nothing. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly,
because
and that's what people fail to understand.
It seems like everybody's turning against him, and I'm not cheerleading for the guy. Not my fault. But I mean, I just kind of question when the media and other entities are turning against the president, because if we really think about it, the media was real kind to Obama. They wasn't hard to Obama. Obama was a media creation. Most people don't even know when they first came in contact with Obama, and not to keep bringing him up because I wish people stopped talking about him. But he came into prominence during Hurricane Katrina. That's when we first started hearing about President Obama. Other than that, we didn't know who this guy was. He's just like the Kardashians was a media creation. Obama was a media creation. You know what I mean? And he tweeted, it just sickened my stomach. He tweeted something out and quoted something from Nelson Mandela, and it was like the third most retweeted tweet in Twitter history. Like, who gives a damn? I mean, first of all, the thought didn't come from him, and he just quoted Nelson Mandela. So what? And then this whole thing, where see how he got us, even us brothers, when he was in the presidency. We'll criticize him, but then he'll put Michelle out there. We'd be like, man, Barack Obama ain't shit, but man, that Michelle. They got it. And here it is. This is a man who dated nothing but white women up until the time he met Michelle Obama. That was a political move. He couldn't run as that African American candidate with a white woman on his arm. So it's my thing is just that I think black people just have to get serious about politics and really get our heads in the game and really stop being
brainwashed
being brainwashed. Because when I talk to some black people,
it's not politics. It's poor lies and tactics. It's not politics. It's poor lies and tactics. It's not politics.
Right.
You can't have politics with idiots. You can't have politics with my idea, aka media. You can't have politics
all they like to do is make you know, they want everything outside. Everything has to be a show and tell. Everything, and like Najee just said, the thing with Obama is like we need a black man so we can get these black people to understand where we're coming from by using him. It's like, that's why I said in the first place, there is always more to what everything looks like. So if we don't go back to the power that we originally had, this shit is never going to stop. You know, it's like if Satan has to ask permission to be bad, you know, how are you the baddest shit and you still have to ask permission to be bad? That's
you know
how
something was funny? You know what's something about the whole Satan story, and not to deviate, we got into a conversation about religion. And I was having a conversation with somebody, and I said, you know what's funny? Throughout that whole book, Satan has never killed anybody. I said, it's God that did most of the killing.
Well, I mean,
I'm not saying, you know, I'm not saying right or wrong, good or
no,
bad.
I agree with you. I agree with what you're saying, because it's like the Bible is a bunch of BS too, because it doesn't make any sense.
Who has the devil killed?
God did. But he's not dead yet. Exactly. And the thing is, what the Bible, I was blogging today, and I said, what the Bible, Satan, like I said, I was saying on my blog, Satan doesn't care about human beings. He's mad, and, you know, using the religious thing, he's mad because he can't go back home. But whatever it is between him and this God, just like him and this Jesus and all this other thing. It's like, how do you take something? I don't know anybody, I know all of us went to school and graduated. None of us read a book in the middle to the end. We read a book from the beginning to the end, and then we had an essay to write. Agreed?
Mm-hmm.
Right?
So
how do you take, you know, how do you have a story that starts this way, and then all these things in between, and, you know, it's like the Bible to me is like a soap opera, but with, you know, however old the thing is. But it's like all you hear is it's nothing but drama, but somehow this God in the middle of all this drama, not only does he destroy shit, but then he also plays Captain Sabo somewhere in the middle by using the Jesus. You know, it's like, what the fuck is that? I'm just saying it like that. Meaning, it's like, how where is this Satan, where is this God, and where is this Jesus that they've been shoving down everybody's throat? And then we have politics, then we got this, and then we got just like break down the things you are saying, and then listen to what you are saying, and how much, because, okay, God, when you flip that word around, it spells dog. Satan is like Saturday with a tan, and Jesus is like, okay, G plus us. Like, when you, like, none of this shit is making sense. But then every Sunday,
it doesn't
that's where everybody is.
It doesn't make sense.
Well, every
but
Sunday,
you know
everybody's at church. Oh, I love Jesus. If you went to a pastor, a preacher, whoever, and told them that, hey, why are you selling Jesus to people when he never existed? Why are you selling this God and this Satan? Who are these people? Have you ever met these things? What is that? It's
the play into our psyche, because even when we talk about politics, when we talk about things that's going on global, there's always the Bible scenario goes into play. If there's good, there always have to be evil. So if, you know, I mean, when we're dealing with America, so if America is good and they're going to depose Saddam Hussein has to be evil. If the police department is good and they're here to protect us, and they killed Mike Brown, and they killed Freddie Gray, and they're wreaking havoc in the black community, clearly that's a good organization. The black people have to be evil. There always have to be two polar opposites.
Exactly. That's why I said that.
You know,
there is something wrong with these people, because
Do you think that that's a humanistic? Do you think that's a humanistic behavior? And the reason I ask that question is because I sit back all the time and I see, like, whether, people could be having a good conversation, throw somebody in there, whatever, and there's just things just become, a jar. But at the end of the day, I believe a lot of times, when people look toward religion, I don't. I look toward my conscience, and I believe that it's a humanistic behavior. I'll sit back and watch how, like, you'll have, like, a great example. Go through Facebook, go through Twitter, you'll see it. You'll have a person who, let's say, a good basketball player, okay? You always got to have someone that's going to throw someone up so it could be LeBron versus Michael Jordan. You know what I'm saying? It's almost like it's a humanistic behavior. I sit back and watch it unfold in a lot of things, starting from and I always say that that's a learned behavior. Because when you sit back and learn, because what did you say?
What you mean, the good versus evil paradigm? Like,
yes, yeah. I think that's a humanistic behavior, because they're always, if you have that person, they're always that mindset in the back of, oh, this person, you got to put somebody against them. I mean, look at just even, I'll take an example, since we're all seasoned people. Look at rap battles. Rap battles came about. Why? Because you ask somebody that felt like, oh, you think he's good, such and such is even better. There cannot just be a person that can just be satisfied with, okay, this person is there. It's always got to be this versus that. That's a humanistic behavior.
And guess where we get that? Right. And where do you think we get that from? Who and what do you think we get that from?
That's a learned behavior.
Yeah, I think it's a learned behavior.
I'm saying, who do you think? Where do you think that came from?
It's the same
people are always causing the same people are always causing chaos. Because how can it's like, okay, let's go in the history books, right? When
hold on. Who was that guy that just said something? Who was that guy that just said something? I think I missed his question. What did he say? I guess nothing.
Was it Jack?
I thought it was somebody that said something.
Was it Jack? Is Jack still on the phone?
Jack, are you there?
Jack?
Hello?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay.
You said something?
Jack.
No, it's just...
Jack, I wanted to ask you, what did you think about Charlottesville?
Oh, well, I think it was just a bunch of white supremacists.
Whenever you want to answer that, but I wanted to ask that earlier, but go ahead.
Right. No, I mean, I really think Charlottesville was, how do I gather my thoughts? You kind of put me on the spot here. I think Charlottesville was really
I got cut off and I just got back on.
Right. No, I think Charlottesville was really just, what's the word I'm looking for, the culmination or the bubbling over of what this country has always had in store for black people. Because, I try to tell people, right, so I got it now. Okay. So I try to tell black people, but, a lot of black people just don't believe me, and over the years, I've just learned just to not waste my time trying to explain to people because, one time I told this black person, we need to form small groups, work together, and financially build businesses. And the Negro comes back to me talking about, why should we get together? Why do we have to get together? Why can't you do that by yourself, huh? Why are you letting that stop you? Why aren't you coming up? And I thought it was really
But that's somebody who's not using their brain, Jack. You trying to have a conversation with a moron. That's because they're looking at why are you asking them to do something and instead of them saying, man, I agree with you, we should do that.
Right. And while everybody else is getting together and doing what they have to do as a people overall, they don't have perfect situations, but when it comes to building their own, they got it going on more than us overall. And for some man to say something stupid like that, he's a marionette puppet sitting up on the lap of some Klan member, saying something like that, like, why do we have to? So what should we do then? Stay connected to a system that doesn't love us, that doesn't want us,
exactly,
that used us and sees us as a useless tool now to get rid of? We finished doing the yard now, so put the lawnmower away. Put the edger away. Put the blower away. We don't need it anymore. Here, you want to hold it? No problem, because we're done. We got ours already. They don't want us sitting around reminding them how they used us in the history. So, that's why they're pissed with these monuments being taken down. But we're the living monuments that they want taken down. Isn't that something? They got more heart for a piece of statue than the actual living, breathing human beings who have done something to put them, not that we willingly did it, but we were the ones. So they don't want to remind us. That's like a married man who slipped out and had a kid behind his wife's back, and he's in Walmart and sees a kid running around scared. The kid's going to talk about, Daddy! So we got to get out of here or get rid of that kid or move away. You see? So
exactly.
But I had a question for Jack.
Well, Lance, you just answered a question that I had. Hmm?
Right. But
can
I say something right quick? So to finish up, the funny thing about Charlottesville is that all that entire group of white guys who beat that black man up, and you saw the photo where his head was split open and he was just bleeding down his face.
Yes.
All of those guys who did that, they've been identified, but they still haven't been arrested yet. They're just saying, we're investigating. But they got names, but the people who took down that statue with the rope, people who toppled that statue over, all of them got arrested. But these people sat here damn near killed a guy. And, they had guns and everything, too, on standby as well. None of them are arrested. So, I mean, it's like,
the good old boy system, Jack. You hear me? I said it's the good old boy system, and that's how that's going to work. As long as the good old boy system is still functioning, that shit can go on and go on until somebody stops that shit. So
I definitely give credit to Sean King, though, because Sean King was on Twitter. He was like hitting their picture, sending the facial recognition people. Sean King was on it.
They
were getting fired left and right.
Right, exactly. You can't, that's why I said, forget none of it. It's just they always have to do things to make it look like they are right all the time. No matter what we do, what we say, they always going to make some kind of way to make them right.
And, I think an important point to make about this, though, is like the people that we saw, those white people in Charlottesville who did this, at the end of the day are puppets, because they're being puppeted by a power structure that wants to keep them causing havoc and wreaking havoc and keeping us in a state of terror. They are the terrorists. They talk about the jihadis in Afghanistan and whatever else. They are technically the white equivalent of that, of someone being sent out to strike terror, to create chaos, and to keep us fighting and scrambling amongst ourselves. And also, if you think about it, think about the emotional state that this put a lot of us in. If we're trying to be successful in our own right, trying to build our own communities up and whatnot, and then these types of things, it throws us off balance, does it not? Emotionally speaking, it disrupts the progress nationally, and they know this. They know this.
Right.
Yes, it does.
You know what?
You know
what's
you
funny?
bring up such a great point.
That's a good point.
Go ahead.
Yeah, they don't stop. It will never stop unless we. It will never stop until we until we do something about it. And if we don't do something about it, and stay scared and stay scrambled and all that, we giving them exactly what they want.
But one of the key points is, I was going to say, I think one of the key elements of stopping this is at the point where that white man realizes that he is his own worst enemy. That it's not the black man that he's aiming at that's his enemy. He is the one holding himself back because he continues to serve a power structure that doesn't give a damn about him.
Exactly.
Right.
That's exactly what I said earlier. When you break down the word Caucasian, it's like cause chaos in, cause chaos in, cause chaos in. It's like that's all you hearing. Because nothing about white people nothing about white people is fantastic. They walk around, and they steal your culture, they steal everything, and then they turn around and, oh, it's me, I'm this. How can you feel like you're important when somebody
they have
has
no land, they have no home?
Right. How can you be important when somebody had to teach you how to wash your ass and brush your damn teeth? Really?
Right.
You're so important.
And you know something to add
you're
on
really
to
important.
what to add on to what the sister was saying about keeping us in a constant state of fear,
chaos.
It kind of also crushes that creativity in the people, because if a people is always in flight or fight mode, you know what I mean, you really can't get together, you can't organize. It crushes that human creative aspect of us. You know what I'm saying? When you're constantly in survival mode. And that's where they got us at, where we're just constantly in survival mode. You know what I'm saying?
And that's what I was saying about what Jack was saying, what Jack was talking about the guy. That's where I believe that's the position that guy was in. He's like, hey, go build your own stuff, blah, blah. He was probably in that mode.
Yeah, but they got us in that mode. I mean, even with gentrification, it's getting to the point where, even when, black people, are stationed somewhere like Harlem, you know what I mean? You would never thought that, black people would be displaced out of Harlem, but slowly but surely we are. This was a place that's like the mecca of black culture. And, if it keeps going the way it's going in 50 years, it's not going to be recognizable. They're basically going to have to bust black people in to work, you know what I mean, to have some kind of semblance of what Harlem was. So I think that...
Well, that's what Umar was talking about in a recent interview.
The funny thing, let me just say real quick, the funny thing is that they want us to feel that through what they're doing directly to us in all these major cities across the land. We have, and I'm not saying you or me, but it's not a good feeling when you see something being built up for someone else where we can't even afford to live there, and it was formerly our neighborhood. But look at it this way.
Exactly.
It's like Custer's Last Stand. They want us to feel that sense of doom that they feel from the coming genetic annihilation. See, because if they're building all this stuff up, I say let them go ahead and do it. We need to pool our money and do what we need to do for ourselves, because we will be here. They will not be here the same way. See what I mean? So while we're focusing on that, let's focus on preserving ourselves and making community and family and all the wholesome things, because with those things we can build. If you give a fool millions of dollars, as many of us are out here in the world, we're not going to build with it. So I'm not going to say let them push us out, but we need to have something to go to that's an intangible, that's more powerful than these physical structures they can build. Because those things can come down and those things can go up. And like right now, I think it's just so symbolic. Dick Gregory passes at this time when America is really on the verge of falling. Yeah. World War III on the brink and a civil war on the brink. Yeah, and a solar eclipse. What does that mean?
Right. And you know what? And you know what, Lance?
I was watching another video, and an astrology guy was claiming that a solar eclipse usually coincides with the fall of an empire. So whatever area the solar eclipse
that's what I just said.
falls over, the empire usually crumbles.
But you know,
that's not true.
I was listening.
That's what's going on with the United States, right? They're doing the same thing.
And
you know what I wanted at some point?
Yes, that's what I wanted to say. I'm saying it's so crazy, guys. I just wanted to say this real quick. It's so crazy that, what Jack was saying about the horoscopes, and also too what I saw about this eclipse, because I did do some research on it. I'm a Christian, but I listen to a lot of different things just because from my viewpoint, I never want to limit my thinking. Like if someone says that there's demons, I want to kind of know, how do I affect that, and how is that going to affect me? I just don't want to know one thing I think that, I try to expand my horizons and make sure I know all of the factors and things as much as I can. So I was watching a video and they were referring to the solar eclipse. It was Brother Rich and Red Pill. They were talking about how the and you know what's crazy? They filmed that video prior to Charlottesville. And everything that they were talking about in that video ended up happening that day when they had that rally. So they were kind of talking about in the video how the upcoming solar eclipse is related to the death of Nat Turner, and how he actually went outside, saw the eclipse in 1831, and took it as a sign that he was supposed to rise up and kill his master. And see, Nat Turner had a different type of Christianity. He had the type of Christianity where he wasn't going to sit back and just take anything from anyone. He was going to take action to change his situation. And, today it is Brother Nat Turner's birthday, and we see that, Black people, as much as we want to say there's coons and there's niggers, Black people are waking up. Maybe it's the help of social media. There's a lot of pastors that are waking up. It's like, you see the movie Get Out that came out. It's like, and then with all of the things just coming to a brink, I think, we're in a time, I know things are going to change. I know for a fact things are going to change. And while things are changing from a racial standpoint, it has also been prophesied that, America is going to fall. There is another Babylon in Revelations that they are referring to, and it's not the Babylon that is in the Middle East. There's, they say that it is America. The other thing I want to mention is there is supposed to be another solar eclipse. A total solar eclipse is supposed to be happening in 7 more years in 2024. So that's really going to, that's when stuff is really going to hit the fan. But
isn't it something that it's a 7-year period? A 7-year period where they say biblically somehow, and I can't quote the Bible like that, but they say there's a 7-year period.
The Great Tribulation?
So 7 years from, the 7-year period, the 7-year period from this eclipse to that eclipse, and what's happening now at this particular time. But also, my other point that I want to, or question that I want to throw out there, is that with these people who are wicked and in some type of power, pulling the strings, they love to cause things to happen when there's these solar or heavenly events that they come through. There's a comet or some orbit of a planet that's close by, or a full moon. They love to play around because they know that there's energy with these things. And, right now it's reduced to get the right glasses so you don't hurt your eyes, and kick back and enjoy the eclipse. But there's something else behind it that they don't want us to see and understand as far as our power is concerned. It's like the frequency is out there strong, but our radios are turned to the wrong station. So we need to tune in at this particular time, because timing is everything. Timing is everything in the world, in the universe.
But Lance, didn't I just say that a while ago? It's like there's more to what the saying, there's more than what the eye can see? You know that,
more
right?
Than what meets the eye, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Well, yeah. The thing is, like I said, there's no way that things just happen just for happening. Something, and that's why I said the evil of whatever it is not in the form of a human being. There's no, like, human beings cannot control human beings. We can use situations to keep people in a certain mentality, but we cannot control another human being. It is impossible to do that. Like, okay, the reason I say that, slavery, all the different things, it wasn't like the white man came and said, okay, this black person is going to just do as I say. It had to be something along those lines for them to get away with, for them to do what they did. That don't mean that the person who's the slave is going along with what the master is saying. You get what I'm saying? It's like something has to control something, and it is bigger than us, is bigger than this Earth, is bigger than all these planets that are here. And like I had a discussion with a guy today that basically told me there is no way we can be the only entities on this planet here, and the other planets are just void with nothing. They have to be stuff on it. There's something somewhere. It can't just be us. It's impossible. How?
Right.
How can it just be us on planet Earth when you have Mars and this and all these other things? How? Now, yes, we may be aliens on this planet and we look this way. Another thing on another planet looks that way. But nobody can figure out what this thing that has created anything looks like. And nobody can figure out where the evil part of this thing is coming from either. So we in the middle of all this with the human thinking, the spiritual thinking, and it's like, you know, it's like I said, it's like a constant. When you wake up, in so many words, I don't mean wake up out of your bed and go to work. Like when you wake up and realize that the majority of your life has been lies, and then when you go back and question these people who've told you these lies, they either don't want to answer you, or they come up with some kind of way to make it look like, you know, I raised you this way and this is how this is going to go. You get what I'm saying? Like, this, when you ask your parents why did they do this? And it's like the same thing. Mm-hmm. We have all this technology, but that, like when somebody said that, I don't know my thing on science with rockets and all this thing. How can you go to a place, right? But you never actually, even when we watch the TV, you never really see the rocket leave to go. You never see it go past after it leaves the cloud, goes through the clouds. You don't see it, right? But does that mean it went to space? Mm-hmm. Right? That's true. Or like, okay, the sky is blue, but when you go to the beach, the water is not blue. The water is clear. It only looks blue because of the reflection from the sky.
Right.
So how do you explain that to somebody and tell them that this is how this is supposed to be when up to now, you know, all these things, nobody can give you a complete yes or no. This is how this is. This is why this is happening.
Let me add on into this, Heidi. Let me add on into this. There's a guy that rides my bus, a white guy. He's in his mid-60s, very opinionated. He's a Republican. He kind of looks like Beavis and Butthead, one of them, with their hair a certain way. Looks just like him. I'm going to get a picture of him and show it to you all privately. I got to do that. You're going to crack up. But this guy, he has military.
His hair is like that guy that you made the picture of. Yeah. There's no heaven or something.
Right.
What's that guy's name?
Oh God. Something Pearson.
It's okay. Go ahead,
Pearson? Man. Yeah. But this guy, you know, he rides the bus. He took an interest in me, and I took an interest in him. A lot of our philosophies are different, but this guy, he's very passionate about what he has to say, and he's told me he's researched stuff and everything. I had certain experiences. This is the bottom line. This is what he says. The government already knows about the aliens that are here. They're in communication with them. They've been dealing with them for decades. It's no big thing. The trick is to hide this from the masses of people. The other thing that he said is that a lot of the technology that the world has, I'm not going to say just America, but it came from these aliens. And at some point, very soon, they're going to reveal themselves. And he spoke about reptilian and this and that, and he's not much of a spiritual guy, but where he left off as far as what he said about the physical aliens, I kind of picked up on a spiritual level and beyond. His radio doesn't go there. He's just what you see here on this earth. But he's traveled a lot. He's a well-rounded individual. He's very opinionated about the government and stuff like that in other countries. But what he speaks about on that level is very interesting. But he will not do it on a recording. He's hung up on that. He says, Lance, if I speak on this, even into a recorder when they don't see my face, they will know it's me. He says, because I had to sign papers saying that for the rest of my life, I will not speak on these things to the masses. I can tell you here, and you can mention it if you want. You know, there's no harm to you, but I can't say it. He says, because they will come after me and you will not see me anymore. He says, that's how serious it is. He says, maybe on my deathbed, if I know I'm having a deathbed, you can bring the mic because they won't be able to touch me then. But right now, no. I just want to enjoy my retirement.
I wanted to say that I wanted to say that you took the words right out of my mouth, because with what Heidi was saying about, you know, we're not questioning things enough. We just take everything for face value, and they're just feeding us all lies, and no one says, you know, what is the, you know, digs deeper. Recently, the NASA created a position for someone that can save the Earth from aliens, and this is a real position.
Yeah. This stuff is crazy.
Yeah, so they're coming out. I heard years ago, like in 2013, when I would hear a lot of weird stuff on YouTube, and, you know, you couldn't tell people about this stuff that you're hearing, because if you told them, they're going to think that you're nuts, and if you're already a little weird, then it's... So, but now that everyone is waking up, you know, this is what they had said in the things that I was hearing, that they're going to come out and they're going to start telling people about these aliens. Another thing that I heard that ties into this, hold on one second. Another thing that I heard that ties into what is going on and the fall of America is, I have heard that the civilizations in the past that got the technology from the aliens, that and then they came back to take over. Well, that was what caused the civilization to end, was the fact that the aliens turned on them. This is what I've heard. That this is what's happening over and over again, and that is what causes the end.
Yeah,
that's the theory that I heard. But if that's the case, that would make sense.
And then the thing with, like the guy...
You can go on YouTube, actually, talk about Robert Byrd and how there's pyramids in Antarctica and how all these countries signed a treaty not to take over Antarctica. And Robert Byrd, that was back in, I guess, 1940-some or whatever, how he said how that, you know, there's there's parts of, you know, the world that has been inhabited. And so, you know, I think for me, where I focus with that, because you have people that take refuge in religion and other stuff or whatever, I always concentrate on individualism, because at the end of the day, I care about my soul and where my soul is going to go. And I can't care about my soul if I'm worrying about things that I can't control. Then
you are so right. You are right beyond what you believe. And what did I want to say?
Go ahead. Go ahead, Jack. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Jack.
You know.
Yeah. Go ahead, Jack.
You know, I mean, it's really shit. I lost my point. These aliens is
they're not aliens though. They're actual entities.
I mean, your soul is more valuable than you think. All the money, all the houses, and the cars.
I just want to let you guys know that Blue Star is going to be coming back soon. I spoke to him 2 nights ago in depth, and he had a lot to say about that. His schedule was a little off because I wanted to get him on to really speak about the eclipse and the aliens and stuff too. But he's firm on that, and he's speaking about other planets. And he goes into detail. But he has to be careful also. He's not in any position as far as the government is concerned, but he knows. He's like, Lance, I'm not trying to be all that, because look. He's living a life from the outside. People say, "Oh, you're living a regular life. You're working a job and so and so." But that brother's different. And the first 3 minutes that we laid eyes on each other. No, I'm not saying no download business. I'm talking about on a spiritual level. We just started talking, and that was many years ago. And I've been trying to get him on ever since I've been doing what I do. So you know, we spoke, and he's like, "Listen, Lance, the time this week is going to be kind of bad, but I got to get on and talk about that." But he has some experiences. He has a little knowledge, and that's why I want him and Jack to really go in on some things together, because when I hear him talk Blue Star, I'm hearing Jack. When I speak to Jack, it's like intertwined and overlapping, and it complements each other because all truth complements each other. But what basically he's saying too.
I also wanted to.
Right, I remember my point now. I remember my point now.
I just want hold on one second, Jack, before I forget. What I was gonna say is, Lance, I think that if you can, I don't know if she would be available. I kind of want to hear when you do talk to Raynetta again, what she thinks about what's going on.
Oh yeah. Her, and she has someone else to me that she says. Yeah. Because it's practical. It's brick and mortar with her. Yeah, and very powerful. And she's not biting her tongue either, you see. So with these regular shows, once I found out this little tiny glitch, everything's working now. Once I get the little tiny glitch out, with the sound, it's one button. I got to go test every single thing. And once it comes through, because everything is working completely. Once I get that going, I'm going to rattle off shows. There was
just one more person that I wanted to tell you. I don't know if you've heard from that guy. What's his name? iSun?
Oh yeah, I can call him up. I gotta give him a call too.
Yeah,
I like to have everybody on. All of them on. Separate and together.
I agree with everything that he says, but the way that he was thinking, because I was listening to the show that him and Hala did and Heidi, and they brought up, even though they didn't agree on a lot of things, it was so crazy because Hala was saying there's no rapture. Then Ison was like, I don't believe in the church, but in order for us to get out of this, there has to be a rapture. So the only thing to save us is going to be spiritual, but it's not the way that, the religious sort of way. It's going to be something else. Exactly. And then Heidi brought in something else to it. So it was just, even though a lot of times we don't agree on a lot of things, it's interesting when you actually sit there and listen to, okay, well, maybe that could work, and then it's some of this and some of that. You know what I'm saying?
And it's also interpretation also.
But go ahead, Jack.
When you look at the biblical stuff, the way they describe stuff about the fiery chariots in the sky, it could be spaceships. You know what I mean? I mean, like, okay, they're describing what they know. So we have to give a little leeway that way because everybody's not going to have the same in-depth way in the time that they're speaking on these things also. We got to look beyond.
I'm telling you, Lance, the horoscope stuff, that's a science, and it is related even to the Bible and what is happening. It's crazy how all these different things that are complete opposites, people would say, it's kind of like they're all still interconnected. And so if you guys get a chance, go and listen to the interview that Rich and Red Pill did. It breaks, they can explain it better, on Black Magic 363. They can explain it way better. But go ahead, Jack. I'm sorry.
Okay, so the point I wanted to make was I wanted to get you Negroes off this alien stuff because a lot of that alien stuff is just white people being extremely racist. Because what you have to understand is, okay,
they're not aliens.
Instead of saying black people built the pyramids, okay, they'll sit there and say a bunch of fucking aliens built them. Well, I know that's not the truth, okay? Now, the Egyptians or the ancient Kemetic people, they knew we weren't the only people in the universe. In fact, they have, different accounts of gods coming to them and them learning how to visit other planets and other races, but you have to learn the secrets and the mysteries to do that, okay? But, for instance, one common alien theme that a lot of people go to is the conehead skulls of South America, the elongated skulls that they find by the South American civilization. That's actually an African skull-shaping tribe where they shape the skulls of the baby, but they'll never...
Kind of like the long neck?
Yes, right. And there's a tribe that shapes the skull in an elongated fashion, and they're still in Africa today, but they don't want you knowing that, okay? Black people had boats. Black people populated South America. Black people built the damn pyramids in South America, okay? But you listen to this white person, you'll be like, oh, no, we don't know where this comes from. It's aliens. No, it's a Negro that shaped his head funny, goddammit, okay? So just pay attention to these.
Jack. Okay.
Yeah.
Jack. the thing, like you were saying with that, I almost lost my thought, but that's the thing. It's like a guy who worked at Area 51 was saying that there's no such thing as aliens. These things are like, angels and demons working with the government on whatever level it is to create the things that we have. But there's a catch behind that. You know what I'm saying? So like, with this, the way that the white people make aliens, these big eyes, this long thing, this weird looking, it's like, how can, it's like, what, Caucasian people create a lot of things so people can imagine that thing that, well, this is what, if you see an alien, it's going to look like this. And the guy said these people have been dealing with black magic, this Area 51 thing with these entities and things like that. This is where they're getting all their information from. They're getting it from the good and they're getting it from the bad.
But that's always been.
No, I know, but what I'm saying is what he was saying. He was talking about that, and he was talking about what was going on with the government and all these things. The man retired, like, I'm gonna just put it this way. He retired on a Monday. Somehow he ended up in the hospital on Wednesday and then died on Saturday. It's like, how can these 3 different days, this man is perfectly healthy and now he's dead because of what he was saying.
There's 100 ways to kill a person.
Well, I know, but I'm saying when it comes to discussing what entities are able to do, what their powers are not ours. What they are able to do, what they are able to create, the things that they can do, like the discussion me and you had about the people that,
some things I don't talk about on the air if you're going to say something.
No, what I'm saying is like what I told you about the church I went to, and there were these lizard-looking people outside the church, and when I told the pastor about it, he told me to go pray about it. But it's like, you can't tell me that somebody is just, and I know there's a million ways to kill somebody, but it's like I said before, anytime somebody starts going against the grain and telling the truth, they somehow always die from some shit nobody has ever heard of, or they just disappear in the thin air. And it's like, how do you explain that to somebody? And then it's like, okay, well, he died. Next story. The same thing with Neil Armstrong. When they were asking him questions about the moon and all this, it was like as though he couldn't say certain things because the 2 people sitting next to him were either nudging him or looking at him a certain way, not to say this and not to say that. If you watch the interview, the man looks like as though he's scared to say anything, but then he has to sit in and answer these questions. So it's like there's more to what is going on. And I know you have more on, you and the other guys have more, your background, you can go into this deeper. But I'm saying from what I know, dealing with, when I say with the Catholic Church, with the things that I know that they deal with, there is no way that a human being is in control of any of this shit. There's no way.
Okay, so.
No way.
Yeah, so I'd like to go ahead and make my point, all right? So the whole black magic thing, that has been true since the foundation of the country. That some even say it's been true before the foundation of the country because, the black people of Europe, brought the sacred science into Europe, and then that's where you get witchcraft and things like that of that nature. That's where you get those things from. And so, essentially it all came from black culture. The sciences, mathematics, martial arts. Rice is a black product. Rice comes from black people. Black people gave rice to China, but we never get credit for those things. Everybody thinks rice is Asian. But back to my point, these things
that makes sense.
All come from black people, and what you have to understand is with the foundation of America, you had masonry. And so one thing about masonry you have to understand is that higher level Masons, they can do magic. They can do black magic. They can do whatever they want, and that's why the funny thing about that is, these secret clubs or cults, whatever, that pop up every now and then, a lot of people don't realize that they kidnap children and they kill children because there are things telling them to do that. They don't just get that idea on a whim. There are things that will ask them to obey them and tell them to kidnap the children and kill the children. That way, when you kill the child, his spirit transfers over to the realm of the spirit, okay? And these demons feed on that child's soul and spirit, okay?
Mm-hmm.
So that's always been there, in, different secret societies, Skull and Bones, different things like that. And these are denied to the average person, okay? Now, what's that second place I wanted to go? The Foundation of America. What other country did you bring up?
Africa and Asia. Europe. Probably.
Well, all right. The whole controlling governments and things of that nature. Yeah, that's actually true. I mean, it is true. I mean, they are
Rome is what I was talking about.
They are obedient to forces that you cannot understand. I mean, you probably can understand, but you probably don't want to understand, because basically to do those type of things, you have to be pretty, how should I say, broken in and turned out to those type of things. You got to be broken in and turned out to those things gradually, in a sense. So, yeah, no.
And it's dangerous. It's a dangerous skill if you don't know what you're doing.
Oh, right. And so the end goal is to basically, kill off a lot of the population, and so these entities can feed on the human race and use them as a source of food, essentially.
Yep.
I mean, that's one theory I've heard. I mean,
but it's true somewhere.
That's one I've heard.
Well, isn't that belief about the child? Isn't that belief about the child about there's that purity in their innocence and in their blood?
Yes. Yeah, that's why they do the things they doing, because it keeps them. It's like as though it makes them stronger by having the good in them, even though that's not their. What is it? It's like, in the Bible, the part where it says that the things were.
It's kind of like when the guy, I think it was Abraham. God told him to
kill his son up there in the mountain.
Yeah, but he didn't.
Right,
but he didn't really have to do it. Everything. That's why these I guess they could say it's voodoo or whatever you want to call it, black magic, white magic. That's why they do blood sacrifices. That's why the whole foundation of the Christian religion is the fact that Jesus died on the cross for you. He gave a blood sacrifice. That's why they say there is power in the blood. It's kind of like, it's seen in a white light in one way, but on the flip side, it's the exact same thing. So that's why you have Azalea Banks in her closet killing all of those chickens, because it's a blood sacrifice. When you kill something, it's like energy is released. So it's really something that's more energetic. And what's crazy? It's like, I kind of want to even parallel it to something even like as in creative. The other way that they get these energies to form is when people do orgies. So it's like
because
with black magic, whatever is holy or whatever is seen as holy, they do the opposite of it, but it's kind of like the same thing, and they get the same effect.
Yeah, because just think of when you're when you're intimate with a person. When you're intimate with a person, The phone is breaking up.
Yeah, I was saying when a man and a woman are, married and they're having sex, that's supposed to be something that is positive and it's like a spiritual sort of experience. But if you like pervert it and then you have all these different people just entangling themselves with one another, there's energy that is, like when you have sex, there's energy that is released. And it's like, even though you don't have children, it's like a creative sort of, experience. But imagine, I've never done that, but I'm just saying, I'm just thinking about it from the spiritual sort of standpoint of that's why they have them make those sort of sacrifices where they have to do orgies, because they're conjuring up this energy to feed to these demons.
Well, I have a question for the people that believe in the Bible, that are Christian. I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
Does prayer work?
For me, prayer does work. I think that why do you ask that? Like what?
Well,
made you ask that?
I'm not religious. I'm spiritual. Because I know the Bible's copywritten, and I kind of, going back or whatever, kind of did my history on, how the Bible was introduced and beat into, slaves kind of thing, and even before that, just even the Mason, all that, intertwined or whatever. So I always ask that question because, I've come across, and I don't know, maybe other people maybe on the line, I've come across people who they profess loud and clear to anybody that'll hear that they're Christian, and those have been the people who I felt have interacted with me the worst, who have interacted with other people or treated them the worst. And I sit back and look at just religion, I guess you would say, as a whole. And I always ask, like, you know what, does prayer work? Because, throughout decades, people have prayed. And I think, if I don't know if anyone will agree or not, I just kind of feel like who we are as people have gone down, down, down. So I wanted to kind of get your opinion on prayer. And why does it, and if it works for you, why doesn't it work for others?
Okay, sure. In regards to what you said about just like with Black people, I could be adding words into it, but I kind of see where you're going with it. With just people having the Christian religion, the whole basis of how.
You gotta watch it. So fix yourself properly. Lay the way you normally do.
Who's that?
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, I was gonna say that from hello. Is I guess maybe Heidi's on mute.
Please continue.
Oh, go ahead.
I'm here.
I thought she was talking to like a kid or something. No. Okay, so just to answer Janelle's question, I was gonna say I understand what she's saying about just the fact that the Bible has just been beat into people. It's been used to torture people. It's, it has a lot of negative connotations. I have had the experiences that she's talking about with, just people that are just Bible thumping and, they can just be some of the worst people. And I think that that's an accurate statement. And they just don't represent Christianity in a great way. What I want to say to that is, in my experience, prayer does work and has worked for me. I didn't grow up religious. My parents actually left the church because they always said that it was corrupt. So the fact that they felt that way, it actually made me very interested in religion. But once I got the experience that they were trying to explain to me, it actually awakened me to having a personal relationship with God out of the negative sort of experience that I had, maybe like one certain experience, it when I was older, it definitely turned on my relationship with God, like absolutely. So I think what it boils down to is I don't personally believe in religion, and I think that I know for a fact we're living in a world right now where people are being controlled by religion, and they do not know and they don't hear the voice of God. and that is the problem. The way that I see life is that what God might be telling me to do might not be what he's telling you to do. So as long as you're not hurting me and I'm not hurting you, then, you find a way to work out your own soul salvation. I think in some cases prayer doesn't work because I think that in some instances, everything is not going to be fixed by prayer. We're not going to be here forever. In life, there's going to be good and bad. I can't tell you that everything that I wanted to happen, I just prayed about it and it just instantly happened. That's not the case. There is a faith walk, and this is just my personal experience. Other people might feel differently, and that's why when you guys say things about Christianity, it doesn't make me upset because I don't see myself as religious, so I don't feel the need to fight with anyone or try to defend Christianity because I've looked at both sides of it. I've seen the backside. I've seen the cultic version of it. I've seen the negativity. I've seen the thought controlling. I've seen the, people that are very demonic in nature. I've learned a lot about energy and people and just life, just with dealing with religion and systems and families and all sorts of things of that nature. There was one last thing that I wanted to say too. Janelle brought up a good point, and it's something that I have looked into. I think it might have been Dave that brought it up, and Jack and some other people that brought it up on the line, that the Catholic Church, they have a black Madonna that they pray to, and they have a white.
Yeah, I know.
Oh,
I'm sorry to interrupt.
That's what said.
But now that's the other thing she wanted me to.
Go ahead. That's what
the Catholic Church. Okay, so what you have to understand.
It made you remember something?
Yeah. No, I mean that's what she was asking me earlier about the Catholic Church. The Catholic Church.
Yeah. Okay.
What you have to understand is that the Catholic Church came to power through the Crusades, and they went through a good majority of the world, and they took all the artifacts, all the literature.
Oh, hold on, Jack. Let me just say this real quick. Jack, hold on 1 second. I just want to tie this up real quick so that you can just hit it and go into what you're saying. The last thing I wanted to say to what Janelle said is that we live in a world that's upside down, and from my research, all of these things that we have as the Bible and the Christianity that we believe in, I honestly believe that it was stolen from Africa. It's an African religion, actually. That's what I've come to the conclusion of. So, I'm not having any issues with Christianity, but I'm not your average Christian. I would say that I'm a conscious Christian, if that's even possible, because I'm trying to find out the roots of things, and I'm not taking everything at face value. But go ahead, Jack.
Okay, so what you have to understand is that the Catholic Church came to power through the Crusades and going through a majority of the world, committing heinous acts and violence and taking all the books, taking all the education, taking all the artifacts and studying them. And eventually, of course, one thing they couldn't really get rid of was these old beliefs people had. And so what they did was, instead of getting rid of the holidays of these old beliefs, what they would do is they would put their new Christian holiday on top of the old holiday of the old religion, of the old belief system, not religion, but because technically religion didn't exist. But, they take the new holiday, put it on top of the old one. What you have to realize is that a lot of these holidays you celebrate, they're flipped from their original meaning. And the Catholic Church, or the Christian meaning of them, it was derived from another belief system or overwrote another belief system. And the thing is that the Vatican still has a lot of that stuff, okay? They have an underground library that's either
inside of the church. Yep.
I forgot if it was 5 miles wide or if it was 50 miles wide.
It's 20 miles wide and 10 something deep. Because they got damn near everything underneath that damn building.
Right, and people aren't allowed to go into the library and read anything in it. They just keep it there.
Nope.
And there's a lot of Egyptian artifacts too. And the biggest collection of Egyptian artifacts are at the British Museum, and the Catholic Church or government, because they're their own government, in Rome has the second largest collection of ancient Egyptian artifacts, where they can sit there, study this stuff, and translate this stuff, and you don't know what these priests know. You don't know, what they did. I mean, they committed a lot of murder and genocide to get these things, but all of the ancient wisdom is down there in the Vatican, and they know a lot of these things that you're talking about. I mean, they know the answers to a lot of these things because they have literally all the damn knowledge down there. And they're not teaching it to you, and they're never going to give it to you because nobody's allowed to see it. Nobody's allowed to browse there. If you want to browse it, you have to be, someone of high authority.
Yeah, you have to be
organization, or you have to get their approval. You basically have to get a permit. You have to have status, and you have to get a permit to view that library. Yep. And even then, you're not allowed to walk around the library.
They're giving people a false gospel, as far as like with, the modern day Christianity has been derived from Catholicism, which is pagan in nature. So what you're saying is correct because everything is flipped upside down. I don't celebrate holidays, honestly. I really don't. I just don't.
Holidays, not holidays.
I don't celebrate holidays like that, honestly.
No, but those things,
right? No, I'm done.
Just like Jack was just saying. Just like Jack was saying, these things. Like I said, growing up in the Catholic Church, I saw a lot of things, and I tell people, I whether it sounds crazy or not, nobody interferes with these people. Under no circumstances. Nobody says anything to them. Nobody. And then, what's so bad about the Vatican? There's a picture of the what they call that? The Star of David thing with the goat head in the middle of that inside of the Vatican. Like, why would you, if you're supposed to be praying to God and all this thing and so holy, why do you have half-naked people on walls in a building, all this other thing going on? And why does it have to be so secretive if it's about God? It's like, growing up in the Catholic Church, going to Catholic school, the whole point of going to Catholic school is to either become a nun or a priest so they can convert you into whatever madness they have going on. And you don't go along with the shit?
Yeah, I don't believe in Catholicism.
The Catholic Church is like I said, Rome has a lot of things. They've done a lot of things, and it's like everybody else. This is a show and tell, and like I look at it this way: the Catholic Church is like the puppet master, and everybody else is just okay. Whatever they say, just do it because we don't want to get in trouble.
Mm.
It's like they control every bank. They control I don't care what anybody says, they control everything. It's not the Jews, because how can the Jews control some shit and they got to come to you to ask you permission, ask you if they should kill somebody or not? How does that make any sense?
Yeah, how do you,
if you're so
right.
powerful.
And Heidi, I kind of want to ask you about this, or you could probably expand on this because you're very well versed with Catholicism. And Catholicism is very tied into even Christianity, because most people are not doing their own thing like me. You know how there's going to be the one world government?
Yes.
And how, I don't know if I'm sure you've seen how the Pope has all the religious leaders, he has meetings with them.
Right. But it's not just them. He has
meetings with everybody. Can you kind of talk about that?
the thing
Are you talking about the New World Order?
Like how he's kind of like.
Right. That's why I was saying the thing when he came to the United States and went to the United Nations, and he was having this, he was talking about the people and doing this and how everybody needs to be on the same page and all this other thing. How can everybody be on the same page when you have an entity controlling everything? When you have, okay, I'm supposed to be Muslim, this person is supposed to be Baptist, this person is supposed to be this, but the minute the Pope says something, nobody disagrees with anything he says. So it's like,
right.
I don't care what religion you are or whatever it is that you follow. There is no way you can tell me that a person has that much power. Do you understand what I'm saying? It's like they say, in the Catholic religion, they say the Pope he's as close to God as Jesus, or whatever Jesus that is. Okay.
Right.
So it's like, how can?
And I don't believe in that.
Right. That's why I said.
But I wanted you to talk about that because it kind of goes into the end time sort of thing that we're dealing with.
Right. Remember when I said the last part of his statement was souls are more important. Souls are more important than finances. And I swear to you, it's like as though that went in one ear and came out the other. Like nobody. They either pretended they didn't hear this, or they either cut that part of the statement. And I'm like, how can you not understand what this man is saying? Don't hear what he's saying. Listen to what he is basically. These people come to the Catholic Church for everything. Everything. You have never heard the Catholic Church ask for nothing from the beginning of time. When have you ever heard the Catholic Church say, we need this? When you have an entity feeding you on a constant basis, why would you need to go ask for anything else? If I have control to that point, I don't need you. Your finances are not important. Look at, it's like, that's why on the Catholic thing, it's very.
You know what's interesting, Heidi? You mentioned control, and it kind of made me think about what Janelle had asked me about Christianity in some sorts of way. Is Janelle still on the phone?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Yeah. What Heidi was just talking about with them controlling everything, and what I know about these whole 501c3 churches and just what Christianity has done to what they see. I believe in God. I guess the best way to say it is Christianity, but I'm not a Christian. I don't believe in Christianity as a religion because I'm not religious. I'm just not. I don't go to a church. I'm not religious. But I do have a relationship with God. I read a Bible. I have supernatural experiences. I'm very, well versed in that area. So I think it's more about relationship. And I think that a lot of these churches, they have put themselves as the middleman, you're going to buy a car. Maybe spirituality is a car, and the car salesman is the middleman between you, and the pastor is the middleman between you, or the Pope is the middleman between you and getting to the spirituality that you need. And I just don't believe in that because I know that I can hear from God for myself.
Well, I asked that question because when I sit back and think about, religion, spirituality or whatever, and, I sit back and I don't know if anybody else has had this experience, but I know I have out of 42 years of my life. It's always, and it's not even necessarily, I would call the Bible thumping Christians. It's always people that are quick to say, oh, I'm a Christian, I'm a Christian, I'm a Christian, I'm a Christian. And I've seen them treat people the worst. And when I sit back and think about some of the people that I can point out or whatever that are well-rounded people, they're not religious, mm-hmm. they're spiritual, and a lot of them are atheists.
Right.
And so for me, it's always perplexing to me because it's, you know, just to run. I sat back and heard this lady talking about blah blah, talking about the church that she goes to this church and blah blah blah, giving it a shout out and stuff like that or whatever, but was quick to talk about how this young girl needed to, she shouldn't have her hair like that and blah 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 blah, and she looked too much older and blah 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 blah. Where there's nothing wrong with her feeling that way. There's another thing, if you want to mentor that young lady instead of basically telling people she look like a hoe. Do you see what I'm saying? So I always ask people that when it comes down to Christianity and prayer and stuff, because, I guess the thing becomes of, why certain things happen. Well, why, if the young girl who's getting raped by her uncle that prays, what makes another person's prayer more important than hers? Do you kind of see what I'm saying? So I always ask those questions.
Janelle, right. And, those are real questions, and I don't have the answer to everything because there's a group that I'm in on Facebook.
Oh, no, I don't think nobody actually has the answers to them.
No.
Okay, no, but I've seen those memes before where people will ask, where it'll be something like what you said, like they'll show a picture of someone getting raped and it'll say on there, okay, so where's God now? Like, I've actually seen that before.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I think it becomes the whole, you have some people, oh, God, us having this conversation, we'll burn in hell for even having this conversation. But I think it goes to, just a lot of people may be spiritual, may be religious. I personally think that's why I'm a big person about individualism, because how I treat someone, to me is where it dictates where my soul is going to go. Because at the end of the day, when I die, I don't know if my soul's going to go somewhere. I don't know. I just know that there's doctrine out there, different doctrine that people bounce off of. And, and of course, everybody gives a shout out to their religion or whatever. But I think for me, at the place I am in my life, I think it's all about being a good person. When you encounter people, you be good to people. And then you don't have to sit back and allow that doctrine to dictate. Because unfortunately, I believe that's kind of where we're at as Black people. I believe where a lot of Black people are brainwashed. They have this thing of, whether it's respect the elders or respect this and Jesus going to come and we need to sit back and pray and all this kind of stuff or whatever. It's we're as a culture so brainwashed that we can't sit back and say, you know what? How about I be good to you, you be good to me? There it is. That cures a lot of shit. But unfortunately,
Janelle,
as humans, that's hard. So,
not what I was going to say is, like you were just saying about the reason I'm saying the thing about the Catholic Church is because of what my experiences was with it. It's like I grew up between Catholic and Methodist. So now you know what I'm saying? It's like a lot of things that people do or say. It's like, the Bible says that you're not supposed to go to church on Sunday, but then the Catholic Church makes it mandatory that everybody goes to church on Sunday, and then you get people
and then other religions believe that the Sabbath day is on Saturday.
Right. So it's like,
I agree.
These people are putting, it's like, I'm not saying that like me, I don't call it God. I don't have a name for it. I do believe that there's a great entity that has put everything where it is. But the reason I said with the name thing is because, like, when you break these words down, they're not making any sense to what the religion is doing or whatever it is. And then like, with the religion thing, all religion is somebody repeating what somebody else has done. Excuse me. I'm about to lose my voice. It's like that's how this is. And they took that and they put Black people in this thing, and then it has not stopped. And up to now, you have Black people fighting. You have Black people arguing about if like me saying that there's no Jesus and there's no this. I'll get somebody that says, well, if there's no Jesus, why are you standing here? And it's like, that is the stupidest question of why I'm standing here, because Jesus did not put me here.
That is one of the reasons why we can't get any further, is because every time we get together, Black people, it always turns, I have a theory that every time Black people get together, Black men, Black women, we're always divided, whether it comes to being a Muslim, whether it comes to being a Christian, or
Black people be divided over petty shit.
Yeah,
Black people be divided over petty shit.
You know, when you talk to just
one of the
Black,
things I think,
when you are telling somebody,
just to make a quick point, just to make it real quick, one of the things when Black people get together, you know, someone's always got to show up and show out and cause a scene.
Yes.
So
yes.
So you know, it's always going to be that when there's a disagreement. So I'm sorry. Go ahead, Heidi. I know it was kind of unimportant, but go ahead.
Always trying to one up somebody. That's been my experience.
and that's the thing. And then, you know, like I think Brother Howell has said that, you know, by me saying that, if I were to say that in front of somebody who's religious, you know, they'd be ready to down me down with olive oil and God knows what else. But, you know what I'm saying? It's like, before you
don't have to worry about music, Heidi, because I'm not your typical Christian.
No. I'm not saying you. No. What I'm saying is, if I were to, like, the conversations that we were having, the conversations that we are having on this show, or in general with each other, if we were physically in front of each other, having a conversation like we are having, it's showing that we wanting to understand better what is going on. Now, you cannot take this kind of conversation and bring it to somebody who is up to this point still in the brainwash stage and trying to tell them how to open their eyes when they keep telling you, well, I don't need to open my eyes because I can see already. And it's like, you are fucking stupid. Just because somebody says open your eyes does not mean that your eyes are closed. They're talking about your consciousness of what is going on around you. So it's
do you think that it matters? Do you really think that it matters enough for you to even have that conversation with someone else to open their eyes? Because don't you think that everybody come along things in due time within their time?
I don't think so, because it's like, if you don't educate, I mean, you can wake up to certain things, but I think most people like us, the reason we woke up to a lot of these things is, you know, the experiences that we've all gone through somewhere along the point, where the religion, where the philosophy, where all this, something had to be like, wait a minute, this is not making any sense. I have to talk to somebody who can understand where I'm coming from. So it's more than just, you know, like, I think somebody was saying, like, you know, if we go to war or whatever, we have to take the house nigga and the this nigga and the this, and it's like, why? If these people are comfortable with the bullshit they living in, leave them alone. Elevate yourself, because there's no point in talking to a person who does not want to hear or listen to what you're saying to better themselves. If they want to get better, they will listen. They will ask and want to know more. A person who doesn't want to know more is like what they say, a fool with intelligence is equivalent to they're equivalent to ignorance, because if the apple falls from the tree, they're going to give you that speech for 100 years, and they will have no significant point of why the apple fell from the tree. But they're going to keep running that shit down your throat because the apple fell from the tree, and that's fact. So, you know, I don't feel like if you trying to educate somebody who does not want to see what or does not want to be conscious of what is going on around them, I am not going to waste whatever time that I have, because nobody knows when it's going to stop or when it's going to end, for me to come and try to give you some knowledge and you just basically going to tell me, well, you're crazy and this and this and this, and that's how it is. So if you want to live like that, you know, like a bird in a cage getting fed crackers, I'm not going to come and give you I'm not gonna give you steak when you want to keep eating fucking crackers. Hell with you. That's how I am. I don't have time. I'm not playing Captain Saberho for nobody. If you can't see past the bullshit, swallow it and don't complain about it.
Yeah, no, they're being dismissive. It's not really about you being crazy or anything of that nature. It's really about the person being dismissive. So anything that's outside of the norm is crazy. You know, what's funny is I've actually had people call me crazy, and then they tried to sell me on the insult. So what they said is, Nikola Tesla was crazy, and, Albert Einstein was crazy too. And I'm like, nigga, okay?
What? Exactly.
They
what
weren't
the hell
crazy.
Does that
they were
wait,
just,
you know what? Jack, in
I was
regards
like,
to Nikola
nigga,
Tesla.
they were too crazy. I'm
Go
sorry.
ahead, Jack. Finish what you're saying. Go ahead, Jack. Finish.
It's already done, shit. I mean, just go ahead.
No, go ahead, Jack.
People that are always crazy.
All I wanted to say was
we're crazy because we're telling the truth and nobody wants to listen. We're crazy because when you tell the truth, people don't want to hear the truth. They want to hear a lot. They want you to take a lie, cover it up in the truth, and tell you that's what it is. They don't want the truth.
Heidi, what I think it is.
Go ahead.
Yeah, Heidi, what I think it is I think they're not ready for the truth.
But you know what's funny?
When are you going to be ready? Are you waiting for the mysterious person from the sky to come get you?
No, they're not ready for the truth. It's called cognitive dissonance. Can you hear me?
Yeah, say that again. I'm sorry.
We were all talking over each other on that one portion, so you need to repeat that.
Oh, I was
talking.
Yeah, because you wouldn't want the word police to come in.
It's kind of like, it's like cognitive dissonance, like when somebody can't they know something's one way but they also see something else. They just pretend like they don't see the something else, and they don't want you to talk to them about the something else, because then they would have to acknowledge it, and they're just not ready for that. The other thing that I wanted to say before.
So what's funny about that is.
Go ahead, Jack.
So what's funny about that is that when top selling music artist drops it in a rap album with a numerology title, all of a sudden everybody fucking gets it. That's the
right.
Part is like people have been saying this shit for the longest. So,
do you think that a lot of times some things fall on
do you
think that a lot of times some things falls on credibility as well? Because a lot of times there are people that have good messages and they're very well versed and they're very well in depth, but a lot of times their credibility is shot. And I just wanted to make sure I throw that out there too, because I've heard some people who are, I've had conversations with people very intelligent, that kind of thing. But it's like when you how should I say, when you dabble in that lane of hypocrisy, like perfect example. When we talk about, just even Christianity, let's even talk about religion as a factor. There could be pieces of each thing from each religion, just little pieces. All these pieces could all fit together and be one big truth. But at the end of the day, it's the credibility that has been shot for each of these religions.
No.
You kind of follow me?
Oh, you said in the religions, the credibility of the religions, or the credibility of the
No, the credibility of the religion. Because, say, for
there's no credibility in religion.
I mean, it depends on your belief.
Even if there's one thing that's credible, a lot of people believe in a higher power. Now, whether you're Catholic, whether you're Christian, Jehovah's Witness, or whatever, everybody believes in a higher power. So, yes, that is a credibility within religion. So, but at the end of the day, my question becomes about credibility. If you sit back and you have a person who has that message,
you go out there and you may have the person who's a homeless person on the side of the road that stands some stuff or whatever. You know, that person could be making a lot of sense. But if you already have it in your mind that that person isn't, like, I guess you would say, is not a message person, then their credibility is shot.
I mean, all right, so, I mean, the religion thing just confuses it for me because that's really based on each individual's belief. But as far as, is there a credibility problem with the person? I mean, if a rap artist drops it, people get it. If Barack Obama drops it, people will get it. If Beehive drops it,
so it has to do with status and influence.
Exactly.
It has to do with influence.
But that's on the individual, right? That's on the individual that's making that call, though, right?
I mean,
that's on society making that call.
You know what it is, Janelle? A lot of times people don't think for themselves. So if Jay-Z is the person, you know, we've been rocking with him since he came out of Marcy. You know, it's been a hard knock life. He got with Beyonce. They had all these kids. He's the man. He made it out the hood. He's the influencer. He's the credible person now. So now,
and that individual is making that decision, right?
No. Well, a lot of times we have the sheep mentality in society. So most people aren't like you and I, where we kind of take more of an individualistic. They think that they're individuals, but a lot of times people participate in groupthink. They don't feel safe saying what they need to say because it's going to create resistance, and they're not ready for that. Most people, I'm telling you, this is how, that is the fabric of families, is that people don't really go against the grain. You know what I'm trying to say?
Well, I mean, once again, I think that's, you know, I guess I do view it different because I do view things from an individualistic standpoint. Because there's nothing that Jay-Z or any other rapper, and I like different music or whatever, and I grew up in that era, but there's nothing that a rapper can say that I can't sit back and feel like I can't take that message from someone else. But unfortunately, you're right. We have a lot of sheep in this world, so.
Right. So it's like, remember when I said,
so I agree with you, and I feel the same way, but I think that we're more free thinkers, and these other people, they're just not there yet, and it's scary. It's really scary, and I'm glad Jack brought that up because that has been on my mind this week, just with everything. The question that came to me is like, why are people really conscious now? Because everyone's wearing dashikis, you know, they talking about Black Lives Matter. People are claiming that the Crips and the Bloods are coming together. I don't know if that's true, but is it?
People are consciously putting up a front.
Right.
Yes,
exactly. And that's why I was saying,
is being conscious the cool thing? Is that why he made that album, or is it because he really wanted to make it? Like, and then we have to kind of question a lot of people's credibility. Are you being conscious because, you know, it's the thing now? You know what I'm trying to say?
Right. Yeah, remember, like, I think I said that before. I think I was talking to Lance about that, and I said, the minute, like, the world, the society we live in, it's like whatever relationship issues that are going on between Beyonce and Jay-Z, then the rest of us are supposed to follow suit. And it's like, wait a minute.
But when do we separate the message from the messenger? When do we get to that point? Because I believe that when people get to that point, I think that's when you elevate yourself to be able to separate the message from the messenger.
Exactly. But the thing, like I was saying, it's like, you know, when they put this thing, I went on Facebook or Instagram, whatever it is, and it's like every time somebody, you know, like they'll say, oh, Serena Williams is the highest paying such and such. Oh, Beyonce and Jay-Z they just bought a $1.8 million. Like, why is any of that shit important? How is that helping anybody? You know, it's like, I tell people, you cannot shake hands with the devil and then come in Black Power, like Black Lives. Like, how do you do that? How?
Right.
If you're
being real.
My question, I think, but you can't. Are you saying that people can't multitask in their life? Like, say, for instance, I can't sit back and go to work. Hold on. No. Allow me to finish. I can't sit back at work, go to work, do my work, read something, whether it be on a religious, spiritual level or whatever, and then look up pop culture. Are you saying that people can't multitask?
No, I'm not saying they can't multitask, but it's easy. It's easy for people to go with the comfortable to be comfortable. If everything is comfortable, they're fine. That's the problem. A lot of people want to be trendy. They have the comfortable mentality. They want to just, as long as it's not going against the grain of what they have going on in their life, everything is fine. That you cannot live your life like that.
But what I was saying, you can do all of that. You can still do all of that. Like, I can sit back and read and educate myself and still read something about Jay-Z and Beyonce.
Everybody, it's the same thing with the what is it? The mentality of the field nigga is not the mentality of the house nigga, right? But they do. But they both have the same status. They're niggas, right?
Okay, so what I want to know...
They don't realize that. Is there anyone else on the phone, Zach? Did everyone else hang up?
I mean, I think Lance is still here. But what I want to know is, how do you feel about the R. Kelly cult?
How do I feel about that?
That's absolutely real.
I feel with that R. Kelly thing, when it all boils down to it, is he wrong? He having a cult? Absolutely. But I blame it on her parents, because for me, where would my daughter ever feel?
Hello?
God
yeah, hello?
Gosh. Oh, shit.
You can't say
every time. This shit does not fail.
Oh, what I was gonna say, maybe I'll just wait till she comes back. Is that you know, I'm like 30
my call
years
dropped.
Yeah, I said
I'm sorry, did R. Kelly pull you off the phone?
What you were saying?
I know, right? No, I think my point is with the R. Kelly thing is that I blame the parents, and I can say that because I have a 25-year-old daughter, and where would my 25-year-old daughter? Where would I, as a parent, would think that I'm comfortable enough to allow my daughter to go and stay with this grown-ass man? And then if my daughter goes there and stays with him and decides that she wants to stay there, at what point do I not sit back and take some accountability for that as a parent?
Exactly.
I mean, because from my understanding, that they
what I was saying is that I'm 30 years old.
What I'm saying is, from my understanding, I thought that these people have talked to these girls, and these girls want to stay.
Exactly. Somebody has to get something. Somebody got to get paid somewhere for this shit to go the way it is. Somebody.
Yeah, but don't we put that on parenting though? Because at what point have you raised your child that some things are more important than materialism?
That's what I was saying. Like when you were saying a while ago about using your own brain to think. That's the problem. As long as it's comfortable for the person, as long as they're comfortable, it's okay. When the comfort zone gets uncomfortable, now you have a problem. This shit is not.
Yeah, so
this is not. You don't need to be conscious for you to understand that if society is going down this road, everybody needs to be on the bandwagon and go along with the road. The road might have holes and God knows what else. It might have a whole bunch of shit wrong with it, but as long as it's comfortable, that's all that fucking matters.
Well, I just don't get on
I was
going to say with people. I just don't get on the hate wagon of I hate R. Kelly and I hate this and I hate that, when at the end of the day, R. Kelly needs some counseling, and those kids' parents, they need to be held accountable.
Right.
Okay.
It's
so what I was going to say is that
Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Hello?
Go ahead, Nicole.
Yeah. I think Nicole wanted to speak.
What I was going to say. Okay. What I was going to say is that I'm 30 years old, And if I told my father that I was gonna do anything with R. Kelly, even go backstage, even go to an R. Kelly
backup
concert,
singer.
look at me like he would look at me like I'm crazy, and I'm a grown woman, so I could do whatever I want. Not that I would do that, but so for me, I agree with the parenting portion. I would be taken aback if I have a young, attractive daughter, and I know about the history of R. Kelly. I know everyone knows that he got married to Aaliyah when she was 15, and they had that marriage annulled. All of these things came out. This is on the parents. I think that the situation went left. It didn't go the way that they wanted it to go because they wanted to get put on. And honestly, I feel as though that young lady made the decision that, even though I'm being mistreated, I'm a kept woman, and this is an opportunity that I'm not ever going to be this young and fine again. I'm going to take this opportunity because it's not like my father can provide that for me. And it sounds awful, but I really think that that's what this young lady thinks.
And who's to say that she's not sitting someplace in her soul feeling like, wow, I got to do this to be able to help my family out. They really want me to do this, blah, 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 blah. That comes from parenting. My daughter's 25. There is no way my 25-year-old is going to sit back and think that she's got to let R. Kelly piss on her, that she got to sit back and be his handmaiden or his slave or whatever. My daughter wouldn't even think like that because why? I don't raise her that way. And so all these people that out there on Twitter,
that's why I think that is
yelling and screaming, talking about R. Kelly. Guess what? At the end of the day, R. Kelly is a perfect example to people of how money can buy you anything you want. Because guess what? R. Kelly paid off everything, settled with whoever else he needed to settle with, and is a free man walking around.
That's how it is.
So shame on those parents.
It's the same thing with the Michael Jackson thing when they said that Michael Jackson
child molesters.
So
like with Michael Jackson, when Michael Jackson did what he did, he paid them people off. I know, but I'm just saying, that was all this thing is money. It's based on how much control, what can I get away with the status that I have.
I don't personally believe that Michael Jackson molested anybody.
I don't believe that either. But I'm saying it's like
really.
It's like that thing I was saying before. Like Beyonce, there's a church in Atlanta that has Beyonce as some kind of saint or whatever it is, and nobody says anything about it. She hasn't even said anything about it. It's like this kind of stuff is just. I know
she
it
probably
sounds silly,
does.
but
she probably sit back and laugh and say they crazy. She probably does.
Right, but the thing is, but you think she will come out and say something about it? Because you know what it is? It's giving her more popularity with people.
But why should she? But why should she come out and say something about that? That's them making that call. That's their 501c3 that's doing that.
And they're remember something called the
in this country. You can't tell people how to run their business in this country, remember?
No, but listen to this. They're reading something called the Bible. The Bible. Seriously, that's the name of it.
What?
Mhm.
Yes.
I'm telling you, that's why I said these people have to do things. Celebrities, anybody who wants to be in the spotlight on a 24-hour basis, they have to either throw themselves. They have to be thrown under the bus at some point, so they can be like, oh, it looks.
But I disagree with that. I believe that, and this is me, and I can say other people because there's other people I navigate with, friends who are married, have children, or whatever. I have never raised my daughter as if these performers, these singers or whatever, are to be put on a pedestal. They are performers. That's what they do. You are the parent, and I think a lot of times when people follow these cult followers, it's because they're missing something inside of them. That's why people join gangs.
they're missing something. Do you kind of see what I'm saying? It's always
right.
like, you know,
I
every
agree
time I
with
hear something,
I
every
agree
time
with
I
what
hear
you're
something
saying.
about hold on, what I'm saying, every time I hear something about a celebrity, whether it's Jay-Z, whether it's Beyonce, blah, 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 and the first thing people do is point their guns at them. It's them, it's them, it's them. No, it's not. It's you. Beyonce and Jay-Z
right.
never ran my house.
Exactly. No, but what I'm saying is people that's where the idolizing and all this other thing comes in. It's like if somebody, you know, you got people that like, okay, for example, the thing with Usher and that damn herpes shit. You know, it's like, who cares?
I was just about to tell you guys about that.
That shit is, you know, it's like, I don't care. I don't care about these people because, first of all, these people are not in control of my life. They don't make decisions for me. They don't do shit for me. Yeah, it's nice to see them on the Tall Lies with Vision, but who gives a fuck? They're just people. It's like, you know, that's what a joker was back in the day for kings and queens. A person here to make themselves look like a damn ass. Okay, so now we have the reverse version of it. Half-naked people running around this, you know, on TV, half-naked women shaking their ass, showing their pussy, all kind of shit. Niggas throwing money in the air because it's fun to look at. This shit is entertaining. That's all that shit is bull. It's something to watch so you can just forget about the reality of the crap that you're going through every day.
For the child that's missing something, it's more than entertainment for them.
Right.
Yeah.
And but whatever is being taught is not stopping, because to me, like you just said, if a parent, it's like saying Charles Manson's mom was wrong for doing what she did and now her son is fucking crazy. No, she went through whatever she went through. You know, she was a runaway and a whole bunch of other shit. She had this man, she gave birth to this kid. He's a fucking madman, skinning cats and shit and hanging them on walls and this shit is, and look at where he is now. So it's like,
yeah, but remember that Charles Manson is locked up for something he actually didn't physically do.
Yes, but the thing is, if you have enough power to do something, you still don't belong in society because you are a danger. Even though you didn't physically do anything, you are still a danger. You are not making it. And if they left him in society, who knows what else would have happened with this man not being behind bars where he is. So it's like you have to put...
Well, actually, our history has shown us anybody who's influential, whether it's right, wrong, or indifferent, typically are killed. So I don't think his influence went out that much.
Yes, they have a program for that. They have a program.
It's called They Need to Bury Him Alive. That's the program he
They'll
needs.
make sure there's no more Malcolm X's. They'll make sure that there's no more Martin Luther King.
Yes, there's no Black Messiah, but there's no Messiah, period. That's what it was.
Yeah, it's called...
You trying to do anything? Go ahead.
Yeah, no, it's called COINTELPRO. And they basically disrupt these Nation of Islam, Malcolm X, Martin Luther King, and a lot of what they did to disrupt those movements, what they would do is they would intercept the mail, okay, and then they would write fake letters to the different leaders, and that would cause arguments to break out among them because they would think that they were insulting each other or saying bad things to them or giving them bad information.
Instead of having a conversation with each other.
Right, exactly. Or what they used to do back to what they used to do to the black people the black men back in the day, the bucking business to control you. You know, you get they had
the buck breaking.
Yeah. Right. So it's like, you know, this is how I'm going to break you because
but they do that now. It's just they still do that. It's just a different kind of evolution because, like, say for instance, Heidi, you were in the military. You know how that goes in the military. If you sit back and you step up and you speak truth to power, and me and a few other people I've seen, we got away with that a lot. But for the most part, you stand up and speak truth to power, they're going to make an example out of you.
The federal government's like that. They'll make an
every
example out of you. So it's buck breaking on a different level.
Right. And then that's why I'm saying no matter what, if we as a people do not come together, I don't care whether it's in the United States, wherever black people are at, if we do not put our heads together and figure this and get our power back, this chaos and all this other thing will not stop. Because
Heidi,
when we come together,
I'm telling you, Heidi, I'm not in this lifetime. I don't see it in this lifetime. You know why? And it's kind of, I think, was that you, Jack? Someone said about how they talked to the black guy, and the black guy was like, well, you go ahead, you go do that, and blah, 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 blah. Because at the end of the day, it's too much dissension. Black people be arguing about petty shit. When I say petty shit, how can we come together when it's every time I turn around, it's petty shit? Oh, this person gets to do this, and they get to do this. How about you just sit back, have a cup, shut the fuck up, and just do your part. But people can't do that.
Janelle,
they can't do that because they can't do that because people have status issues. They have ego problems.
Right. It's called the HMIC syndrome.
But the thing is, if it wasn't because of the Caucasian chaos, we wouldn't be in this shit.
Right, but I'm saying there's no punishment mechanism to shut people up.
I don't necessarily agree with that.
Hold on, what'd you say, Jack?
I don't necessarily agree with that because
I said there's no punishment mechanism to shut them up because they can just run their mouth and nobody will say anything. Nobody will punish them. And if you react as a black man, the blame automatically always falls back on you.
Thank you.
As a man.
Exactly. When I sit back and jump out of character and let a bitch have it, then it's all like, oh, you're the wrong person. No, you stepped out of line. You crossed the line. But once again, like I said, that's all nice and it does sound good. I wish that black people could come together, but I don't think it'll happen in my lifetime, and I'm only 42.
Oh, I know that. I know it's not going to happen, but like I said, with this entity,
excuse me. Hello? I had something.
Hello, go ahead.
What I wanted to say is, I think that it's not. I know black people are going to come together. I know for a fact. Because what is about to come down the pipeline, they're going to be forced to come together.
I mean,
it's gonna.
Yeah, you could say that.
If you see, let me finish. If you see what's been happening and all of this chaos, and it's gonna get worse, there's gonna be some stuff that I know for a fact. I just can feel it. Like it's not gonna be pretty. That's coming. People, they're not gonna have time to argue. You know what I'm saying? So they're not gonna have a choice because it's like that's gonna force them. That's what's gonna force them to come together. They're not gonna have no time to think about it because it could be something where it's a life or death situation.
Yeah,
I have known people in battle that have sat back and end up being in an argument, and it was their argument that cost all of their lives.
You're a veteran?
What they say, war is war,
yeah,
right?
Well, you see, the thing is, if I know that I'm in a war, I'm not gonna let somebody cost me my life. You know what I'm saying? If I see that, this is where we're gonna have to separate into different factions. It's like, we're gonna have to.
If y'all all flying in a helo, that ain't gonna happen. You can't just go to the back of the helo. If it crashes, it crashes. All of y'all go down.
Well, I don't think that we're going to be using those sorts of materials if, something happens and we have to, fight against people. I don't think we're going to have all of those things. I think it's going to be more of knowing the terrain and possibly maybe having to live off the land and knowing how to, survive outside of electricity and different sorts of things of that nature. But I understand where you're going with it, and it's going to be survival of the fittest.
Exactly.
Right. Yep. The problem with that is that black people were in a predicament where there are no allies, and we have lots of outsiders waiting to poach us. Okay, you got the Asians, you have the Hispanics, you have the Arabs, and they're all looking for a spot under the hierarchy to escape their oppression, although, you know, they refuse to acknowledge us because, you know, technically, you know, China was founded by black people. And so was Mexico. Of course. And black people are the real Native Americans. I just want to get that out there. Black people are the real Native Americans. Okay?
Yeah, of course. What you're saying is correct. I'm not delusional. I understand what Janelle is trying to say. That is a very true point. But I know the solution to that is that you don't want to unite. It's going to boil down to unite or die. So I'm not going to argue with you. I'm going to do what's best for me, and I'm out. Because, you know what I'm saying? That's
can I run some stats across to you? From a business stat.
No, Janelle, you don't have to run stats across to me because I'm agreeing with you.
No, I'm not saying you're agreeing or disagreeing. I'm saying let me run some stats. When you say that we're going to be in a predicament where we have to come together.
I'm just letting you know that I agree with.
I hear you.
I'm just letting you know that I agree with what you're saying, and it is an issue.
I hear you. No, I hear what you're saying. I didn't say it was an issue or not an issue. What I'm saying is I'm going to run some stats since you're saying that we have to be in a situation where we have to come together. I sit back and see firearm dealers. I'm talking about out of 100% of firearm dealers, places that actually hold guns and have guns, it is less than 3% of black people. Less than 3%. So if something, let's say, boom, the apocalypse or whatever happened or whatever, and everybody's got to fend for themselves or whatever, I mean, you know, where is that really going to leave us, the people who don't have those assortment of guns? Because I know you've kind of seen, even in the movies, you know, how Hollywood have, you know, you have them racists, they'll sit back, have their wagons, have their shotguns. You can't go past a certain perimeter. They're going through houses, that kind of thing. That's the situation I see. And so,
you're right about that. And see, what it's going to boil down to in that case is that we're going to either need hand-to-hand combat or it's going to be every man for themselves. I'm going to be honest with you guys. If something were to really go down, we have to be in a place where we realize, I'm not going to tell you what profession I'm in, but it's very similar to the military. And whatever it is that we're doing when something is happening, we have to prioritize. And sometimes there's going to be casualties. And so that's what goes along with war. Everyone's not going to make it. But go ahead.
Exactly. Okay, so the thing about that, what you say is that you think it's going to be a door-to-door scenario. I mean, I've heard some people say that it's not going to be door-to-door because they know you're expecting that. What they're going to do is they're going to keep you from getting jobs. They're going to keep you from being productive in society. And they're going to funnel you into prisons, and they're going to kill you off slowly by starving you to death and making you essentially criminals and killing yourselves off. So,
that's what they're doing now. So I can see that.
Do y'all know about those prisons that they're building and all these coffins that they're making, and they're not telling, you know, it's like they're hearing about this stuff, but people are not, you know, like, oh, this is not happening. It's like they're going to build prisons. They're building prisons that are going to be ran by a computer and a chip. And once the chip expires, so does the person. And all these, you know, it's like they're doing things. And it's like everybody is like, well, I'm going to, you know, I do what I have to do to maintain myself. And if something happens, then so be it. And it's like, you cannot think like that when
these people
are already they're planning.
Charlottesville was a dry run. Charlottesville was a dry
run. But that's what I'm saying.
I don't think people see that.
That's just
what do you guys think about the chip? Because Heidi brought up something that I thought about earlier, and did y'all see that there's a company now that's having people buy things and they have the chip in their hand? What are your thoughts about that? I know that that's related to Revelations, but I know everyone's not Bible-y. What do you think about about it? I want to hear what you guys have to say.
First thing I think about. first thing I think about it is that, A, you don't need a chip in your hand because you have Apple Pay and what is that called, G Wallet from Google, and you have a GPS in your phone, you have a microphone in your phone, you have a camera in your phone, okay? You have, these things can be turned on at any time. In fact, they can know where I'm talking to you right now as we're speaking because they can turn on the GPS in my phone and find my location, okay? They know I'm in my bedroom if they're watching, okay? They know
those
where
people
you
in
are.
prison,
If you have a
people
smartphone.
in prison have been chipped. You know that, right?
Yeah.
There are people that have
no,
been in prison. This guy actually, me and him are kind of buddies on Twitter or whatever. Yeah, there's this huge group that's like, it's called Targeted Individuals. And he actually went to prison for 6 years for perjury or something like that, or something else. And yeah, him and like however many other people, they were actually chipped while they were in prison. And they had to sign it. They had to basically sign on condition of release.
And that's what they're doing. That is not, like I said, that's what they're prepping these people for these prisons that they're building and all these coffins and things like that, because it's not going to be a person to regulate. You're not going to have like, okay, a child molester here, a thief here, this. No, everybody's going to be in this thing, and whatever the expiration time is on that chip, the person is going with it. So when that chip doesn't work anymore, that person is dead. Oh, okay.
Well,
so
I think where
like
they went wrong was people start allowing them to chip their animals. That when they open that door, when you open that door,
and then they do it. They're doing it to babies. They're doing it to anybody that's just going to go along with whatever is going. Remember when I said the thing about the ADHD thing? It's like ADHD it's not a problem that a child is born with. It's something that is put into their system, and now, hey, you have chaos in your house. And you're looking for Jesus and everybody else to fix it. Medication and this, and medication doesn't work. None of that shit is credible. None of that shit stands up. The pharmaceutical company does not make money on well people. It makes money on sick people. So it's like, it's like there's always something behind something else. They're sterilizing people in prison. So if you have a man and he has 7 baby mamas and they all have kids, well, when he goes back and sleeps with some other woman who's not the 7th baby mama, she's gonna get sterilized, so she ain't gonna have no more kids if she even has a kid. So it's like these people, they know what they're doing.
You know what was crazy about that whole thing, Heidi? You had told us that week, and then that article came out like a couple days later about them sterilizing the prisoners.
Every disease in this country has a patent number. I hope everybody knows that, right?
You know,
from
like
cancer to AIDS, everything has a patent number. That means that everything has a cure if it's a patent.
Right.
The funny thing about the prison,
I heard about there's a doctor. They killed another holistic doctor, apparently. Did you guys hear about that?
Just remember,
it's a doctor that was coming up with a cure for cancer with these special cells.
Well, I know there's already a cure out there. I hope you know. There's already a cure for cancer out there. I said there's already a cure for cancer out there. And the funny thing about the sterilization is that you only get 30 days off your sentence for getting sterilized. I think it's either 30 days or 90 days, but I think it's 30 days. I mean, how the fuck am I going to snip my nuts for 30 days?
That is so messed up.
No, they're not snipping anything. They're not snipping anything. They're putting something into your system that when you lay down with somebody else, it goes from you into them, and then now you have 2 people who will never make children again. They're working this thing so well that it's like as though you are not. It doesn't matter. Like I said before.
But if that be the case, they've been doing that. If we even go talking about just even back with syphilis, HIV, chlamydia, gonorrhea, whatever.
Right, like the Tuskegee experiment.
when I work public health, a lot of people don't know there's different strains of gonorrhea. There's different strains of chlamydia. Syphilis goes through 3 different stages. A lot of people don't know that, and you have people that's walking around here, and that's exactly why I don't mind being single, because I'm very choosy. I'm very particular in who I be with. They get tested, and that's just the bottom line. But at the end of the day, you know what? I sit back and I know there are people walking around here with shit that they don't even know that they got.
Yeah, and
like apparently this whole thing with Usher, the herpes apparently is asymptomatic. It can be asymptomatic in people. So the way that you know it is that you would have to have an outbreak. So you can use it's skin to skin. So even essentially you don't even have to have sex with the person. It just needs to touch your skin and you can get the herpes from them.
As long as he shed the
right. And did you see the woman who
he's
came
shedding
out
the live
said,
virus. It's kind of like chicken pox a little bit.
Right. Did you see the woman who came out and didn't get raped? And she sat there claiming that.
No, what happened is
Usher,
she claimed
because she didn't get raped. I mean, I wouldn't rape that bitch with a 10-foot pole. She's that ugly. I'm just saying.
No, but the thing is,
get it. But she's suing him, which makes
all these things are they all coming from. It's all a plan, and it's. If you do not stop the plan, you are going to be part of whatever is going to happen.
Well, and I blame, and I'm sorry, I blame those people, because you want to go and have sex with Usher just because he's a superstar don't make him immune from having an STD. I'm just saying.
And that would be the first person I would think that has an STD. I'm just going to be honest. If it was me, I'm just thinking numbers-wise and how many people is trying to be with him. I don't want to be with that person. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
That's common sense to me. I'm not trying to have sex with Usher.
But I just think
not that I would want it anyway, but I'm just, people need
one at a time, please.
There's just the thing with the orgies and like we were talking about the energy and all these other things. It's like this is something that goes on a regular basis with these people. This is not some brand new shit.
Yeah.
It's just like when people talk about the gays and these things have never gone anywhere. They have always been there, but it's like there's a time for them to be on stage. Everything has a time when it needs to shine. And once it gets shown to everybody, then it's okay. Now we move on to the next fucking bullshit. And so on. And it doesn't stop.
Right, and so speaking of things that need to be shined on, Chris Brown came out with his side of the Rihanna story, and how do you all feel about that?
I didn't hear it. Can you sum it up for me?
Well, he basically said they were arguing back and forth, and that she jumped on him and he jumped on her, and he hit her really hard, and he really mean to hit that damn hard. And he saw her face bleeding, and she took a photo, and he felt really bad, but he basically was, and that's when Chris Brown turned dark. That's when he started getting the tattoos. That's when he started,
I feel it was
changing
mutual
his image.
combat between them, because they said that he had some friends that said that Rihanna was walking there thinking he talking to a girl, which he probably was. Then he was texting a girl, jump up and haul up and slap the shit out of Chris Brown. So for me, the way no, for real, I mean, and I say this, and I'm being honest about this, and I'm pretty sure there are people or women that may listen that will not agree. But you know what? When I grew up with 4 brothers, and my mom said, if you can give one, you could take one. You keep your damn hands to yourself. And I'm not saying what he did was right, but I am saying that in the heat of the moment, somebody slapped the dog shit out of you, that you ain't gonna just try to beat their ass like the Tasmanian devil.
Exactly.
Well, you know what?
I mean, because if you look at it, how they did that.
Story.
One at a time, please.
No, I was just saying, if you see how they
ahead.
sat back and did, if you sit back and seen how they did it, it was almost like, okay, poor Rihanna, which I like Rihanna. I love her voice. But it was like poor Rihanna, but no one wanted to address the fact that, that domestic violence can be mutual combat.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
It can.
I mean, it was like,
so what I was going to say,
that's why now, the law now is when they have domestic violence cases now, it's not just the man or they taking they arrest both parties now. It's not no one-sided anymore. Whoever hit who, they both going to jail.
That didn't happen last week.
Because the thing is,
what I was going to say.
Well, here's the thing though. I got into a fight with a woman, and the police said they couldn't do anything because basically we didn't bruise each other, we didn't injure each other, and because we didn't injure each other, they couldn't do anything.
No, I'm saying, I'm talking about when you physically put your hand on somebody. No, I'm talking about if the physical hand, like you hit somebody and they hit you, they taking both parties to jail.
She hit me first, and I balled up my fist, and I hit her in the cheek.
Jack, what I wanted to say just real quick was when I first heard the story about Chris Brown and Rihanna, I'm going to be honest with you, I really thought that it was a situation which is how most people get into domestic disputes. He was cheating. She found, was going through his phone or something, and, they got into it, and it turned into a violent fight. I mean, I don't want to stereotype people, but Caribbean women are known for being violent. So I really see that, she probably really went off, and he kind of needed to restrain her. That story, though, was so sad because I do really think that Chris Brown and Rihanna, outside of their domestic issue, it seems like they did have a real relationship
connection,
and but they're both very flawed as far as like, not to say like I'm better than them because that's not the case, but as far as like their childhood situations, Chris Brown has said that his mother was beaten and he's seen her in domestic disputes, and then Rihanna has a father that was on drugs, and she said the same thing where the father and the mother were getting into it as well. I think that situation was good because it really had people talk about these things. There's a lot of teen violence, dating violence. There's a lot of women that get beat in relationships. They are not married to these men, or they're just it's really like domestic violence. It hasn't gone down over the years. I was listening to something on this statistics of it for something that I was writing, and it has really gone up. There's a lot of intimate partner violence even in older folks. There's older women that are in relationships with elderly men, and they are getting abused. So I just think that situation really shines a light on how, and this is in the Black community, the thing I was listening to, it's like it's really, really an issue. And then, the men in situations that I've seen with domestic violence, not that I've been in, because I've never had any domestic violence issues. But from what I've seen with other people is that, they can get a record and, that affects them getting, employment. And then I saw someone get on Facebook Live the other day about their friend and how she got arrested too, like how Jack was saying, like she was getting beat and this is what she claimed, the friend had to defend herself and they arrested her too and they put her out of her home and now she's homeless. So it's very complex. But go ahead, guys.
I mean, the funny thing about it is the funny thing about it is that everyone ganged up on Chris Brown and made him the victim. You had music artists coming out saying they want to hurt him, and he had a boxing match with Soulja Boy apparently, and Chris became the villain. Then, of course, that white woman lied on him, and they sent the SWAT team to his house, and there was that whole deal. And Chris became the villain, and he turned really dark. And her parents even supported Chris Brown, saying that they knew Rihanna was a very violent person, that she had a violent streak in her. And, you know, it's ironic because you can get put in these awkward situations, you know, like I was. It totally hit me off guard. But you get put in these awkward situations, and the next thing you know, you got people threatening you, people calling people to gang up on you, talking about, I'm going to get this, that, and the third, and such is on his way, and you're in fucking trouble now. And then you try to bail out, and they block you out. Then you try to bail out, and they block you from bailing out, and they stop you and block your path to your car. And, you know, it's really fucking twisted what some women can do. And, yeah.
Well,
right.
I don't think people even think that they even see that there's still fallout from that whole situation. And all I was saying is with the Rihanna thing, at the end of the day, I mean, you know, did the pictures look bad? Absolutely, they look bad. But I think there could have been a more sense of honesty there, where she could have sat back and said, you know, it was mutual combat. Of course, you're going to have some people that feel like, well, he's bigger than her, that kind of thing or whatever. But it was almost like, it was almost like the story appeared as if Chris Brown just beat her up. That she threw his keys out of he was renting the vehicle. She threw the keys, and he just called off and just beat her ass. That's what the story came out like. And for me, I felt bad because at the end of the day, he's still catching fallout from that. Because no one wants to be attached. You know, they don't want to be attached. They don't want to do this. And Chris Brown is talented. You know, and I hate that he's going in a downward spiral, but unfortunately, you know, that's where he's at. But I feel that situation was the start of it.
You know what was great that I forgot to mention? I did see the interview, Jack and Janelle, and I think the Chris Brown talking about it is actually going to put him in a better light now, because we have all of the details now, and what I got from him in that interview, it felt very candid. It felt very honest. It felt like, you know, if somebody was telling you what was going on in their life, it's like, take Chris Brown away from it, and it's just like, okay, this is a young man that's like 17. You know, he's having issues with his girlfriend. So the situation went too far. I think that people are going to actually be compassionate towards him at this point. I didn't really get anything negative from it. I think it's actually going to make him look more positive. You get what I'm saying? Like, it's because he's being so vulnerable.
But the problem with that is that I've seen Hispanic women, I've seen Asian women, I've seen Arab women chime in and just slander Chris Brown, because there's still people today, I even saw it a couple of weeks ago, that, you know, such and such is better. No. It was R. Kelly is better than beat a bitch Chris Brown or something like that. That's what they said. And I'm thinking that's a bit much, especially if you're not black. I think that was very bigoted, because they always want to make the black man the villain of the story. And a lot of people don't realize is that you end up like Ray Rice. You end up like Michael Vick. You end up like who else? Chris Brown.
Bill Cosby.
I mean, yeah, Bill Cosby, and they always find a way to come out against a black man, but they never come out against the white man. All the feminists and the gay groups.
OJ.
The gay groups. Yeah, OJ, and I believe that was that Isaiah White.
And then on top of that,
co-star.
On top of that, you got Mexicans thinking the Latin community, the ones that look like they're white, they think they better than you, but they fail to understand one thing with Caucasian people, they will like you until you are not, until you make their comfort zone uncomfortable. If you are, the minute you start speaking another language, now you have become the enemy, because now if you used to go to lunch with them on a regular basis, now they're not going to hang out with you because you you can speak another language that they can't speak. So now they not gonna tell you they secrets no more because you might go tell the maintenance man or the cleaner, the maid who speaks Spanish or whatever it is, you know, hey, this is what these white people plan on doing. It's like that shit is stupid.
Well,
like white people only like themselves. They only cohabitate with people because it's a benefit to them on a financial status. They don't give a shit about where you come from, what you look like. You're not them. You're never gonna be them. So they're gonna take what they can get out of you, and when they get tired of your ass, throw you under the bus. It don't matter what. So these Asian people, these Mexican people, all that shit, they need to stop.
I think when it comes down to the domestic violence, situation, I believe that, for me, it didn't take for, Chris Brown to speak out or Rihanna to speak out or whatever. I think it just took for me having some intelligence and having lived in the hood. I know how that goes. I done sat back and seen things where, you have people to say, oh, that's a chick and blah, 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 blah. Yeah, if a guy punch a woman or hit a woman first, of course, I 100% agree with that, beat him down, whatever be the case. But at the end of the day, it's almost like, and I agree with you on that, Jack, it's like, let's make the guy the villain, because for me, I'm sorry, I believe that you can only hit a person so much and so many times where that just may be the day that they're ready to snap. They got pressure on them. It could be so many elements that's involved in that. And I think for me, the sad part about it was, instead of people throwing Chris Brown under the bus, why not somebody take him under their wing? You know what I'm saying? To say, you know what, hey,
but why?
But because at the end of the day, we all make mistakes. Everybody.
No, I'm not saying. No. Listen, I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm saying, why would they what would be good about making a black man be right? That's what I'm saying to you.
No.
They will never do this.
No, I'm not talking about.
They did that on purpose.
Hold on. I'm not talking about white people. I'm talking about black people.
No, I know, but I'm saying.
But that's what I'm explaining.
Yes, if another black man,
we are supposed to mentor one another. That's my point. My point was to be able to take them, someone, instead of people vilifying him, some older guy, to take him under the wing, sit back and have those conversations to be able to help groom him back to the place where he needs to be. But to sit back and outcast him, blacklist him, and vilify him is not the way to do it.
Hello?
Yeah.
Yes.
No, I'm not saying what you're saying is wrong. I'm saying in the media spotlight, there is no point of us trying to help each other get better. It's better to just keep throwing us under the bus so it looks like it's only black people that have these problems. That's what I'm saying. I'm not disagreeing with what you were what point you were making.
Why, and I wanted to explain why, because that's what we should do.
I know. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying why, as in why should we even do that when that's all they're looking for? You get what I'm saying? I'm not disagreeing.
I'm not saying I'm not saying you're disagreeing with me. I'm just saying because that's what we should do. That's exactly how it actually should have happened. Instead of, people just, you have people, even to now, you have, who was that was on Twitter? Was that Soulja Boy? I think it was, Jack, talk about, you beat Rihanna ass, you ain't gonna beat my ass. It's like, really? and then let's even take it a step further, because now, don't get me wrong, I tell people all the time, I guess I'm not a fan of people that's, I like people's music and whatever, but I'm not really a fan. But even with Chris Brown, how he made fun of that young boy Raz B, when Raz B came out and was talking about how them pedophiles, how they sat back and was touching on them and that kind of thing or whatever, and had sex with them, and then Chris Brown and him fell out or whatever. I don't know if it was over a chick or whatever, and he basically was talking about Raz B getting fudge packed.
that's what I'm saying. It's always the, let's go there, let's go. And I remember people's like, oh my God, Team Breezy, and oh no, I like Raspy, and it's like, you know what, really? That's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
And I would have thought that after everything that Chris Brown went through with that whole Rihanna thing and people saying the stuff that they said about him, I would have thought that he would have been the last person to sit back and try to pick on Raspy about him being molested.
Well, that's what I'm saying. This is not going to stop, because when you are, it's like, okay, he's been blacklisted now, and they all do that. They have to have their moment of doing things, and if they don't,
and at one time
he
was hanging out with gangbangers. Remember?
Exactly. Yep. So it's like, what is that? What is that?
He was being extorted. They say that they give him protection, but he's really being extorted because they're the ones that's running up on him. And if he doesn't, pay his dues, then he's going to have problems. So Soulja Boy, being the crazy person that he is, he wanted to publicize it and, kind of make himself look crazy, but also generate some publicity off of it. It's sad, but I kind of did want to see that fight happen in the ring. I think that would have been a great way for them to fight out their aggressions, and it would be a positive spin on, somebody, repping their hood, and both of them are not from LA. So, it's absolutely ridiculous. We know that you're paying these people this money to give you protection. You see, it's really backwards. You go to Hollywood and you got to personify yourself in a way to make yourself more hood because of the genre of music that you're selling. You want to be a Crip and a Blood. Though the people that are Crips and Bloods, they don't want to do that.
I mean, those gangs aren't even that big anymore, are they?
It's really sad.
That's because the Jews run the music industry.
Mhm. I mean, those gangs aren't even that big anymore. I mean, they're way past their heyday, aren't they?
Yeah, nobody even
They
cares about
sat back
red or blue or
whatever. Not in LA. It's still big over there.
But I mean, they've already gave the rundown of how the music industry go. They'd be like, "Oh, you got shot? Okay, we're gonna put this person up. Oh, you said, talk about this or do this and blah 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 blah." I mean, a lot of those rappers got ghostwriters anyway. A lot of them ain't spitting no authentic rhymes. That's why they gone to the mumble rap.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's not mumble rap. That's
and
Tourette's
there's
rap.
definitely
That's the people.
Crips and Bloods in New York.
That stuff is not rap. That's noise. Those are people who, when we were going to school, that were in the special ed department of the school, and they rode their short bus. So somebody gave them a music, a B-box, and told them to say whatever nonsense that came out of their mouth, and now they're supposed to be rappers. Like, no, that does not work like that. That's why people, it's like, when you listen to this stuff, it sounds redundant. Like when we were listening to rap music when we were growing up, or from Run DMC and all these people, and then after that, it's like everything just it's like what does buying drugs with a credit card have anything to do with a beer, a panda? Like when you listen to this shit, it's fucking stupid.
Right.
Well, but I think
you listen to that music.
But the question becomes, I think for me, it's like, it kind of goes back, like I said, separating the message from the messenger, because I sit back and I grew up on rap music, and there's a lot of music that other people probably would think is, crazy or whatever, but you know what, hey, I got a great workout on it, got me all revved up, ready to go, but at the end of the day, it's like, you know what, I mean, and that's what I'm saying. So for me, the question becomes, where do a person or individual have their sense of music appreciation? Because like I could listen to a rap song, I could like the beat, I could like, certain stuff about the song, doesn't necessarily mean that I like or appreciate the message.
You know,
yeah,
and I think
true.
but I think that's another thing where people don't understand, where you constantly got these, like I said, them versus us. That's that humanistic behavior where, oh, you know, the rap back in the day was better than the rap that is now, and da da da. What does that cause? That causes these rappers.
That's like being like Joe Budden, and I don't know if you saw Joe Budden and how he had this beef with these rappers called the Migos. They're mumble rappers.
Yeah, those Amigos, it's like 3 of them. Yeah, I think I've seen them. I've never heard. I don't think I heard anything from them. Probably have, but yeah. But that's what it is. You have the older rappers.
But that's
they'll
the
be
same
concept,
concept.
and then they'll come back. Oh, you know, oh, he said this and blah 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 blah. And it's like y'all don't even understand. I mean, people don't even understand. Like the Jewish people runs the music industry. They want to put out the person that they feel is going to make hot. What bothers them is when a person sit back and have their own label. Why do people think that the whole thing went down between Death Row and everything else, whatever? A lot of the tension came from Suge Knight having his own label. But, you know, everybody else on the street got involved in that Biggie versus Tupac stuff like that or whatever, and it was just, you know, just
and that was a bunch. All that was a cover up. Exactly. Something's always around.
It was a bunch of chaos. But that's the thing. When you look back and you know, it's like the puppeteer. You know, pay no attention to the person behind the stage, the great Oz. People don't even see all this puppeteering that's going on. They just sitting back and wrapped up in their feelings. So
well, isn't that what I said earlier today?
Right now,
but isn't that what I said?
The world is a stage. The world is a stage.
We are in a Pandora box. We are in a Pandora.
The other day. And they were talking about, someone was saying, I'm going to stop minding Donald Trump's business. Because it's just like every year, it's the same thing that keeps happening every single year. And, I mean, honestly, it is the same thing. Every summer, it's the same sort of events that keep happening for the most part, with the shootings. And I honestly know for a fact that it has to be that they're doing these rituals. They're either real, some are real, some are fake.
Remember when I was telling you about the fact that when the thing with people going missing and they needing body parts and all this other thing? Like, how can you just shoot a bunch of people randomly and then they can't find their bodies?
That's because a well stripped down human body is worth $250,000.
Oh, of course I know. Listen, I was in South Korea. Body parts on the black market makes you money. You know, if I could sell a bus load of 16-year-olds who are virgins, I will have more money than I would be equivalent to the damn Pope. But you know what I'm saying? Like, that's not important. It's like I'm making money. That's why I said money to people. What we make money like as though it's so important to have it. When you have something out here that cares more about living off of the soul of something, of somebody, how can you put a soul?
Yeah, well, how's that going to work when the money's not worth anything? And then you know what?
It's not about the money.
The perfect segue. It's not about the money, but you're making the perfect segue back into the whole end times thing. Because, okay, so it's not about the money, it's about the souls.
Right. And if I can keep you on the fact that I need everybody to get, what is it that they tell every black person? Oh, we need to get our 40 acres and a mule. Why? How is the 40 acres and a mule going to help us when the container I'm in is not important, but what's inside of me is what they really after? And when I mean what's inside of me, what's more important is not my organs or my brain or whatever it is. If you can the whole thing is, if I can control the soul, the body is not important. But what's the point of controlling the body and I don't have the soul?
But once again, that's why I always stick to that sense of individualism, because when you're talking about on a level from a soul, that becomes free will.
You know, when
right.
you have a
and
person
that's
who, and the thing is that we do have people out here. We have people who will sit back, and that's why I said I think it's important to be kind to people when, you know, and I don't have to have any kind of religion or religion attachment in order for me to be kind to somebody, because at the end of the day, I do believe that everything comes around full circle. You know, but
of course, and
you have people that's willing to sit back. They're willing to throw someone else over the bus. They're willing to be catty. They're willing to do all this stuff, sell somebody up the river, or even just to have a status laugh. You know, people are willing to do whatever, and that's why I don't. I move by myself on purpose, because at the end of the day, my circle is very small. When I say very small, tight, okay, because
you sound like me, Janelle.
When it comes down to it, I have to step back. I've dealt with catty women. I've dealt with catty men, and you know what? And I sit back, and I don't sit back and try to dictate how anybody should or should not run their life. You know what? I have people that call and ask me for advice every day, and you know what? I give them advice that I would want someone to give me.
Yeah, I'll put it this way, right? And I said this, I think I told Lance about this. Like where we live right now, okay, we have mold. The entire apartment complex is mold infested because we are in a flood zone. So when it rains, the entire apartment is flooded, okay? The apartment complex. When I called the city, the health department. I talked to the lady from the health department. The same crap that the property manager told me is the same shit the woman started telling me on the phone. And I said to her, ma'am, mold, mold is something that if you do not treat it, it will keep coming back. You can paint over it.
It can turn to black mold.
You can, well, it is black mold, because that's why now they're pressure washing and cleaning the whole freaking property like madmen. But it's like, when I talked to the lady before, she was like, that's wrong. But when they talked to her, and then she talked to me, she's like, well, they told me you don't run your air conditioner. I was like, what does air conditioning have to do with mold? All it's going to do is make it worse, because if it's in the property, if it's in the walls, if it's in the foundation of the building, me running the air conditioner is making me get sick. It would not make me running the air conditioner knowing that there's mold in the foundation of the property. How is that helping me? So you're telling me it's okay because the property manager told you I don't run my air conditioner, so now you're going to tell me, well, you know, you don't run your air conditioner, so that's why you have mold. And I'm like,
have you ever thought about taking pictures and put it up on Facebook?
This conference has reached its maximum duration.
Well, I've got to the point where it's to the city. I have a veterans liaison. I have people who have seen it. And the city physically came out here to the apartment. They came out here before they cleaned up and everything, because the woman, I guess she got tired of me calling and complaining. Somebody physically came out here and looked at it. Now, I don't know what they got, but it's like everybody who's been here keep telling me the same thing. The place, you can smell the mold, you can see the mold. What the property manager is, where the mold is growing, they didn't cut out of that. They cut where the mold is not growing. Come and tell me that there's no mold in the apartment. But I have fungus and shit growing on my doors and things. My bedroom is turning green. But obviously, bleach is supposed to fix that, right? They come and bleach it every 2 weeks, but it's coming right back. So it's like, when you can
be
get
careful
into
because you inhale that.
If you can get
Heidi, you can't call
exactly, and I have asthma,
or maybe Action News. Heidi, hello.
Yeah, but our lease is almost up, so we're moving out of here.
What I'm saying.
It's just
Heidi, listen to what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I had an idea. Hold on. What I was saying is, if no one is listening to you, I would call there should be like a health department. And if that doesn't work, you need to get on social media and start tweeting and start asking people to share your story and go to Action News. Because if you
the thing is, a lot of people are moving out of here because of that. like if you go and do the reviews of this apartment complex, 90% of it is mold and roaches.
Yeah,
I'm not
but
the only person that's complaining about it.
I was telling you.
I will. I'll definitely go to I'll definitely do that. I'll put the pictures up because I still have those pictures I have the pictures. I can put them up on Facebook and show them the apartment complex the way it is. I can do that because I have mold on my clothes. My husband has stuff on his clothes. We have shit growing in our kitchen. I can show all that shit on Facebook.
No, I was saying that you can just tag message them on Facebook like ABC or CBS, and you can also call them and they should come out. But desperate times call for desperate measures because mold is not something to play with.
Yeah, you could die.
That's what I'm telling you.
And make sure you have your document. Listen. Make sure you have your documentation coochie tight so that if you need to sue them, Ross, you have your stuff together, okay?
Well, I do, and that's what I'm saying because that's what I'm saying. The people that's why they came out here. The city physically came into the apartment so they can, and they did some tests. So I don't know whatever the property manager told me, they didn't, supposedly the city didn't find anything, but I haven't had a chance to go to the city and find out what they found in the apartment complex. So I haven't gotten to that point
yet. They could be lying. I know they're lying because
you're gonna have to shame them because let me share something with you. I'm from Flint, Michigan, and the Flint water crisis started in 2014. People didn't hear about it until 2015, almost 2016, and that's because it took a bunch of us, a lot of us, to get on Twitter and start shaming people, hitting politicians, whatever. Next thing you know, now everybody's concerned. Now we want to have meetings and all this kind of stuff. It's like, you know what? Until you start shaming them and have pictures to go along with it, they're going to sit back and constantly give people excuses. And I must say this. I know you say you want to leave, but if you can, drop the dime because it may be somebody in those apartments who don't have the resources that you do in order to leave, and they may be stuck there.
Yeah, that's true.
And they could be getting sick.
Well, I know my husband, I was sick for a whole week. And my husband was sick for a whole week, and I was in the bed for 3 days, and then I had to end up going to the emergency room. And I have documentation from the hospital saying that the reason I'm sick is because of mold. Because I told the doctor and I showed him the pictures. So I'm like, I have paperwork. I'm not just tired. I still have those pictures. I have everything. I haven't erased anything out of my phone. I have, before they pressure washed, I showed everything. Even like I said, the reason the city came out here is because when I showed the lady that whatever she asked them to do, obviously they did not do that. So when I sent her the pictures of the bleach stains and things, it was like the woman basically went off. So I think that's why they physically came out here, because that's not, whatever they asked them to do, they didn't do it. And when the city came out here, the mold and stuff was still on the outside of the buildings. And the city came here on a Friday, and Saturday morning, a pressure washing crew was out here cleaning the buildings, one building at a time. And they haven't stopped cleaning this shit since these people came here. Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. You can't tell me.
We didn't play with mold.
Heidi. Yeah. Heidi, I had something to tell you. I was going to say that this might sound out of the box. I don't know if this is something that you would do. I say take a lot of pictures, have your documentation straight. And also, I would suggest pray about it if that's something that you're into, or put some sort of positive affirmations on it. But, don't let it get you down. You know what I'm saying?
No, it's not getting me down, because the thing is, I look at it this way. I do believe, I wanted to let you know that I actually have an appointment on Monday to go to the VA, because I just found out that everybody who has an OTH, they're upgrading that because of whatever's going on. So Now we can they can fix that now. So I'm like, I believe, like, I feel like I keep saying whatever is owed to me, I will get it.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Like, everything with the military and us as women, and, when we had that conversation, and I said, if it wasn't because the men came out saying that they were sexually assaulted, the women would still be going through the shit they going through. So now, they trying to hurry up and do all these things. But the main problem of all that is that stupid UCMJ book. They need to burn that thing to the ground and start all over again, because it's not helping anybody. So they can, if it wasn't because somebody went up to Congress and made us think about it, we would still be in the situation we in. So to actually finally get an appointment after 13 years of waiting on this shit, fine. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, whatever.
Let me ask you something, Heidi. Doesn't it shock you? Doesn't it amazes or surprise you how a person like Lisa Bloom and Gloria Allred, they could jump on all these Usher's herpes and Bill Cosby, they could jump on all these cases, but nobody want to touch our case? Doesn't that amaze you?
Yeah, because that's not important to them. What's important is some bullshit. But people who serve a country who supposedly, some people who serve the country, they got it to where somebody can rape you or do whatever they want to you and get away with it because, you're not a perfect soldier and you fucked up. And it's like,
no, but you have a bunch of women from ATF that contacted Gloria Allred and Lisa Bloom. They were being sexually harassed, and a couple of them were sexually assaulted, and they contacted Gloria Allred and Lisa Bloom, and they never even contacted them back. But then they jumped up with the Bill Cosby thing real quick.
Yeah, I know. That's what they do.
Gloria Allred is the ambulance chaser.
Yeah,
she doesn't want to take real cases and fight real justice.
No, they don't. They like stuff that's going to make them money. Talking about men and women being sexually harassed,
take them down.
Right. So, talking about anybody being sexually assaulted and things like that, they want to sweep that under the carpet. But at the end of the day, with everything, after so many lumps under the carpet, the freaking vacuum is going to break because it can't take all that shit. So everything at the end of the day,
that's a lot of lumps, girl.
I'm just saying.
No,
that's how
you know how many stories I've heard of like that? Just articles, and then for you to get on the show and say something like that, and you meet a real life person that's going through that has to deal with something like that. That is
we just had a summit Friday. Oh, they had a mental health summit on Friday about women veterans, or basically veterans across the board, and how when they get out of the military, there's no way to fix the problem. A lot of people end up getting homeless, divorced, all kind of different things, and they don't want to fix it because their thing is, if as long as I can, you did your time, and maybe somewhere along the line there was a problem, and I'm gonna put, because now I turned you into a monster, but I'm not gonna fix you, and that's across the board. And it's like the thing with the gays and all this other stuff. It's like all this shit. It's like, why? Why does somebody, it's every time a situation takes place, it's never when the situation is happening. It's always after the fact they want to fix it. How can you fix a broken stick when it's already cracked in pieces? It's not going to, just because you mend it with a fucking Band-Aid doesn't mean it's fixed.
Right.
And that's,
Heidi,
that's how
I'm
society treats people.
That happened to you.
No, but I'm not saying it's not just me.
Yeah.
It was 18 different women he did this to. But I'm saying this is something that goes across the board with men and women. But whether you're in military or out here, you get blacklisted because you go against the grain. You say, listen, this is not fair. This is not fair. And then even when I told them, like I told the lady I was talking to.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that at least. Yeah, but what I'm saying is that at least you're brave enough to speak out about it, and you're not gonna sit back and let them No,
Because I went to the appeals court
again.
twice.
It's like being re-victimizing you. You know what I'm saying?
I went to the appeals court twice. And you see, like, this is another thing, because I was talking to somebody and they're like, oh, they have you as, you know, where you threatened somebody and did this. And I, you know, I had a fight with 10 male officers, and it took 10 of them to take me down because of whatever it is. And I'm like, oh, so me being raped is not important, but the fact that I had a fight with 10 men, they can't understand it. Like, what you thought, I was just going to stand up there and let them fucking beat the shit out of me? No, I'm fucking mad already. Yeah, the person I got into a confrontation with came and told me some fucking bullshit that was not of importance. And it was like, okay, here you go, a white person against a black person, even though that we're in the military, it's still the same shit. Nothing is different because we have a uniform on. The whites are always going to protect their own, and everybody else is you on the shit list. And it doesn't matter. I told that lady at the benefits place, it doesn't matter, black, white, this, that. If you are not part of the good old boy system, you are going to get fucked. End of discussion. That's it. And I'm like, 13 years. And she was like, well, they might not give you this. I said, okay, if they were not going to give me something, why is my case still open after 13 years? Because most people, after the first appeal,
Yes, I'm still here.
After 13
I was
years,
gonna say to you guys. Yeah, I was gonna say to you guys that I'm going to Jack. I don't know. I don't hear him. I was gonna say to you guys that it was nice speaking with you, but I'm gonna have to go now. Where's Lance?
I'm just saying, man. I think Lance is he's always running around, remember?
Oh, that's right.
I think.
All right, guys. Well, take care until next time. And it was good talking to you guys.
All right.
Same here, because I think it's like
all right. Bye-bye.
3 o'clock in the morning on my side, so I don't know what time it is on y'all side.
It's like 2:43 over here, but I'm
not. For me.
2:40. So you would be in Texas if you had the same time as me.
I'm in Illinois.
Whoever has. Okay, so yeah, you're right on top of me, so we have the same time. Well, ladies, we'll continue talking another day. Huh?
I'm curious. What branch of service were you
talking?
Army.
Oh, you were Army. Okay.
It doesn't matter now. No, but everybody knows once you get out of the military, if you didn't complain then, your complaint goes to dead ears. And if you don't make a fucking stink, that's the only time. You have to literally go up to the VA hospital and act like a damn baboon, and then they want to hurry up and fix everything. So, like I told her at the benefits office, they owe me money since 2004.
Are they giving you any traction with the VA, or are they? How long?
Yeah, that's why I'm going to the appointment on. I have an appointment on Monday, so they can fix where they fucked up at. So it's okay. Mm-hmm. They the ones that have to write me this big fat check and fix my benefits. So I'm not complaining. I'm gonna listen, and I'm gonna do the same way we did when we joined the military.
Have you already been through Have you already been through the comp, like going to see the doctor for each of your ailments?
That's what That's what I'm supposed to be going up there for, to go basically whatever it is that they, go up there and bring. I don't even need to bring my DD-214. He told me just come up there, and they can fill up my whole record right there. And so I'm like, okay,
yeah,
whatever it is that's gonna get me what I need at the end of the day. I'm gonna shake the head of the viper. I'm gonna go ahead with this. I'm gonna go ahead and listen to whatever they gotta say, because I've been going through this for the last 13 years. There ain't nothing brand new. So whatever it is that they got.
So you've been out for 13 years?
Yeah. And they just keep sending me round and round in circles. So I'm like, I've been to the appeals court twice, so it's okay. I don't care anymore. All I know is, before the year is out, what is mine is going to.
But I hope you know that's what they want. They want to make you despondent to the point where you just give up. I know somebody personally who actually has still been fighting the VA, and it's been over 22 years.
Yeah, but that's how they do it. And it's like, you see, when you keep fighting and fighting and fighting, they have to, if they get tired of you coming in their face every single day, that's when they want to start fixing compensation and fixing this and fixing that, because they are tired of you showing up every day complaining.
But I think the last time when you was on the line, I told you to drop a dime to Lance, because I would give you the number directly to Shilkin.
Because I'm up here. I just said I'm just
because I sat back and I had a situation, and I emailed him directly, and he actually had an attorney to call me back in 24 hours, and my problem was resolved in 5 days.
I'm telling you,
I emailed him directly.
So that's why I said I'm not, like I tell everybody, after being in the military and the shit that we go through with the military, there's no gray area for me anymore. There used to be one. It's black or it's white. There's no in between that shit. You working with the devil. You shaking his hand every day. And you have to just smile about this shit. That's how the military, that's how the VA hospital to me is. Like, welcome to the dungeon, and whatever box you fall into, they'll fix it. I'm done with it. Shit. I'm tired.
But there is a gray area if you email him directly. Because see, what is, I mean, seriously, because think about it. When I got it, I remember someone was asking me, like, wow, because even when McDonald, and the reason why I say that is because I'm batting 2-0. When McDonald was the secretary, it was this older gentleman. He was trying to get some assistance or whatever. I told him that I had the email. He was like, give it to me, helped him write up a letter or whatever, type up a email. He sent it to him, attachments. Guess what? They had somebody call him back in 48 hours and took care of his problem. I had this other couple. I kept telling her, this other lady was telling her what to do with her husband, but, she wanted to try other stuff or whatever, and that just fell through for her. Shilkin, since he's been a VA secretary, I sat back and needed a problem fixed, like in a jiffy, sent him an email. He had someone to call me back in 24 hours, and it was taken care of in 5 days. And that is the gray area. Because instead of going through
whatever
all that
it is, if I can send you my, I don't know, because I don't think Lance had a chance to give me your number or whatever, so I can text you.
Yeah.
The stuff, but.
Yeah, because that's what you want to do. You want to email him directly, because at the end of the day, you email him your stuff, make sure you got all your attachments or whatever, and have a nice write-up for everything or whatever, and email that to him. He can't ignore that.
Well,
can't ignore that.
Well, I'm tired. Like, I feel like as though I've been fighting a battle that should have never started in the first place.
Yep.
So, and then on top of that,
but that shows you your strength and your agility as well, because I know people who would have been gave up. So, I mean, trust me, you're still fighting for a reason,
Well, like my grandmother used to say, with the God, and when you're on your spiritual level, when whatever is rightfully yours, you will always get it. It may take some time, but you will get it, and that's how I feel.
And it may take some fight, but you'll get it.
But at the end of the day, it's mine. So, when I look at the compensation part of it, and even that's another thing I haven't told these people when I was at the appeals court. I am not after money. All I want is for an upgrade and my benefits. I told these people, I don't want to join the military because I've had enough of that shit.
But that is money. But that is money, though, right?
I know, but when I'm saying like when I mean the money, I'm talking about like for me, like for me to be able to go to the doctor, see the things see the people I need to see to fix the problem that Uncle Sam has turned me into. or anybody.
Yeah, but remember you have to be. But remember you have to be clear with your message, because like you know that's what you mean inside of your head. But if someone hear you say I don't want the money, they'd be like, oh, okay, kind of thing. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Well, I guess I was just frustrated and tired of them asking me about what happened to me when I was 8 years old, and I just went off. So I was like, yeah,
because what
I
they're
can't
trying to do is
what
they're trying to do is connect your problems with you being 8 years old. They're trying to connect them problems so they can say, no, you had those problems before you joined, so therefore we don't owe you anything.
And
that's
I
what
can
they're trying
say,
to
well,
do.
since y'all know I had these problems before I joined, why y'all let me sign up in the first place? So, like, I basically
did you
went
tell
off.
your recruiter? Is that written down in your records anywhere?
No. About what happened to me when I was 8?
Yeah.
No.
See, and that's what I'm saying. It's like that's what they're trying to do. They're going to try to connect that to say, hey, this happened and blah, blah, blah. And yeah, and I'm with you 100%. If you knew that would be the case, then I would have had a problem before you signed me up. You know what I'm saying? But that's how they operate.
That's how I feel. Like right now, I have the freaking the Houston Police Department blowing up my phone, asking me if I'm still interested in becoming a police officer. I'm like, what the fuck? Like, I don't want to join no more. No, I'm done trying to. The good old boy system doesn't work for me, and it never has worked for me, and I'm not going to go along with it, shit. So
yeah. That's like jumping from the broiler to the frying pan.
Exactly, and you just get tired. You get tired of arguing. You get tired of. That's why with my apartment complex, when I literally was like, okay, the property is not going to do nothing. I called the city. The woman asked me, and you see, the thing is, I have these people's cell phone numbers. Not like that's their office numbers. I have their personal cell phone numbers. So it was like, okay, you don't want to listen to me? You the property manager. The mold in my house is dirt. Okay, well, I'll send a picture. I'm going to call the people at the city and ask them if this is dirt. And, and then I'm going to send the same thing to the health department and ask them if it was dirt. And if both of them are telling me it's mold, then what is wrong with who are you trying to protect?
Well, like I said, you just have to fight them another way, because that's the thing. It's like, you have to use a different strategy to fight them, because
I know somebody that works in the mayor's office. I know somebody that works in the mayor's office, and I'm about to go up there and, I'm like, I don't care if I have to walk into the damn office of the mayor himself up here. I'm tired. And I'm like, I'm going to show you better than I can tell you. I'm not going to, like I told the property manager, see, what she was looking for is for me to come in there and make a scene. And no, I'm not doing it. I'm not going to give you what you think you're looking for. Because you wouldn't have cleaned up the apartment complex if the damn city didn't physically fucking come out here. So that's what I'm saying. Is like,
well, make sure you pull your phone records. Count up. This is what's going to be important. Count up how many times that you called there to try to get assistance. The different places that you contact. Write that stuff down, because that right there, I always like to journal stuff like that or whatever, because that way you can sit back and pinpoint each time, each day that nobody's done anything. And what I would do is I would sit back and print all the stuff out and the pictures or whatever, and tell them, if you don't do something, guess what? I'm taking it to the news. Or you could just straight go to the news with it.
Well, that's what I plan on. Because I'm just tired. I'm tired. Yeah. I'm like, I even told the people at the VA about it, and they're like, that's a health hazard. I was like, well, I said,
tell me about it.
The city, I said, I said the people, they got the damn woman at the health department saying that, Houston is an area that floods. Well, everybody knows Houston area floods, but what does that have to do with the fact that, so because it floods, it's okay to have mold in the apartment complex or wherever somebody's living in? Like, is that an excuse?
Well, make sure you drop it down to Lance, and I'll make sure I'll text him my email address or whatever,
and you just drop the dime to him and let him know, because that's something that you want to get resolved, because that's crazy. And then,
because that's what's making me so mad too. I'm like, I told my husband, I said, we're gonna go get a lawyer, and I'm going to show whoever I get. I want to make sure whoever I get understands where I'm coming. Like, I don't want some lawyer who's just about money. I need you to be, I want you to make these people understand that in 6 months this apartment complex will not be standing anymore. You get what I'm saying? Because I want this place to hit the concrete for them to understand. I'm like, people are moving out of here. We have prostitution here. We have prostitutes that live on the property, drug dealers, pimps, there's all kinds of shit going on here. So just because you repaint some shit and make it look pretty doesn't mean that you fixed any problem.
So you put lipstick on the pig,
Exactly. Just because you pressure wash the apartment complex doesn't mean that the mold that's in the foundation is going to disappear, because you're cleaning the surface. You're not cleaning the core. So I said it doesn't matter, because at the end of the day, I look at it this way. I'll get everything I need coming from the government side of it, and when I'm done with this apartment complex, I said I'm going to find me one of them lawyers that like to dig and research, and be like, listen, if you can sue this bitch for about $100 million, I'll give you 10% of that shit. Because I want these people to understand you cannot do this to people. I'm not the only person who lives here. And if anybody else goes, all the people, and I found out from 3 people who moved out of here, the reason they broke their lease is because they have the roach issue, and the mold was getting to the point where they couldn't take it anymore. So, the Houston Apartment Association basically got these people out of the apartment without having to owe the
I'm telling you, you got to start, you got to just start shaming people. But anyway, it's almost 3:00. I think Lance is off the phone. I think everybody's off the phone.
I mean, we it's like every time we get on the phone, I swear to you, it's like as though it just gets, we're educating each other more and more. And it's like, I don't care if they listen to our conversation, because, we're just peons compared to if it was somebody. I'm saying peons in the sense of saying, we're military, so, not to say that they can't find some kind of way to blacklist us, but, we're not as important anymore. So
yeah, that's but that's it's just like I said, just I make sure that I get Lance my information. You ask him, I'm pretty sure he'll have it, and because that's what you want to do. You want to make sure that you email that VA secretary, email him directly. Because the thing is that, at the end of the day, the more he know about it or whatever, the more it kind of implicates him as well,
Yeah, well, you have a good night or good morning, because it's already daytime over here.
Yeah, I'm like 2 more hours.
I feel so bad. I've been talking the whole time. My husband trying to sleep. He's knocked out over here snoring.
Sometimes you just need somebody to talk to, It helps. It gets you to keep fighting another day, then so be it,
Well, I tell you this much. If we like you said, it's going to take something to where everybody has to be on the same page, because it's either life or death, and you can't fight something that has more energy than you.
Yeah. I just, for me, I'm just, I'm like my daughter. My daughter goes shooting. She's 25. She's gone shooting since she was 18, and I have guns. She has guns. There you go. I mean, because at the end of the day, when it comes down to Black people come together, like I said, I just don't see that. I've had, like just even petty crap. I swear to God, petty stuff. Black people.
Yeah, but
I'm not saying that white people
that's
can't
what I'm
be,
saying.
but black people could. No, but it could be with black people. It could be so petty that they sitting there. Their goal is to go after the jugular, to try to go at somebody or whatever. When at the end of the day, you'll find yourself fighting them as if that's the enemy. And that's why I don't mind taking somebody out. I don't care. It's like, you know what? You cross the line, guess what? Boom, there it is. And that's the thing. And it's like, and if you act like a nigga, I'm going to call you one. because at the end of the day, all of us can't get there because all of us ain't already there. You know what I'm saying? You got to be there in your mind. And, but
that's why I told you before.
Frivolous shit.
That's why I told you before. I'm not saving no house nigga. I'm not saving no comfortable person, because when you comfortable, you will go along with whatever is being done because you don't want your comfort to be shaken up. So it's that means you don't care about your own life if it's comfortable.
But I think but I think it's a lot that comes with that too, because if you call yourself leaving, and if you sit there and that person's comfortable, you may have to kill them so they don't tell where you're going.
Yeah.
Sometimes
isn't that what Harriet Tubman did to her husband?
Sometimes things come down to that, And
the thing isn't that what Harriet Tubman did to her husband?
You know what?
Kill him because of the same fucking shit.
Is that how it happened? I thought he left her.
No, because he was gonna go back and tell whoever the hell it was what plans they had going on.
Hey, you gotta do what you gotta do, because I tell you what, my whole thing is that I can, it's like sometimes and that's just in life. You could be someone's best friend or somebody else's worst fucking nightmare. and I tell you what, if I'm sitting there trying to go someplace and I say, hey, you want to go? You'd be like, oh no, I'm fine here. I get 3 square meals. I ain't going no place. I'm happy. I just may have to kill you so you don't tell where I'm going. I'm just saying.
Exactly. I don't listen. Everybody, like I said, this group that we have, thanks to Lance or whatever, but this is how things have to get changed. It has to start somewhere. It has to start at the core for it to work its way out. It can't work its way out from outside when everybody can see it. It never works that way.
Well, I will be glad as soon as people, like-minded people start strategizing. Because I tell you what, I don't deal with petty people. I just can't, because petty people need to die. They'll waste too much time trying to fight.
Listen, I think I told Lance this because we were talking about that. And I'm gonna get off the phone. Like I told Lance about all these crazy ass hood rat people that, they, even though you take them out of the hood, they want to keep that same shit going everywhere they move to.
Exactly.
And it's like the same people that I had got into a confrontation with about the fact that their kids don't do shit wrong. 2 of their kids got literally, the police came out here and arrested the same 2, arrested and dealt with the group of kids who supposedly don't do nothing wrong, and their parents are as hood rat as their own kids. But, it takes the police to get your ass evicted, 7 families evicted from a property, but y'all so big and bad. But the minute the police show up, it's a whole nother motherfucking story. But y'all, these are the same people that told me, fuck the police and all this. But when the police get here, everybody's tail between their motherfucking legs. Yes, sir. No, sir.
Yeah.
Blah, blah, blah. Okay, no problem. Yeah, and guess who's still living here until their lease is up? I am, and everybody else is motherfucking gone. So, obviously, I'm not the crazy person.
Yeah. Well, it's just, people be petty. That's why I don't deal with petty patties. I sit back and I
My
laugh
thing is,
exactly,
because if you want to argue about
see the puppeteer, I always see the puppeteer.
Listen, when you can sit here and as a grown person and tell me that I'm crazy and I'm jealous because they driving a car and I'm catching the bus, whatever that conversation is about, I'm telling you, your kids are fucking terrorizing the damn apartment complex, and you telling me some shit about, oh, I look like a guy because I have short hair, and I'm mad because they got a vehicle and they go to work.
And does
what the fuck
she
is
not
that?
know?
That shit is.
Well, and does she not know prior military boot camp and tech school? We had to walk. So there you go.
Girl, when that lady, and then this is, I have to get off the phone, but the thing that was so funny about the whole situation was they all came to my door and then they called the police, which the police never showed up, and I'm like, y'all are at my door.
I've had
but
some,
here's
I've had some
the
women
kicker,
to do that
right?
before, and I answer my door with my gun.
That'll
slow a bitch down real quick. That'll slow a bitch down real quick. Yeah, you come to my door.
Here's the kicker to all that, right? When they called, I heard the dispatcher on the phone tell them, "Why are y'all in front of the person's house? Why are y'all in front of their door?" Literally, I heard the woman say that, and when she said that, they all walked away.
Yeah,
so
that's
you call in the police department. You call the police department, and then you making yourself look like a complete ass because it's not like I was outside with y'all. Y'all came to my door with this shit because of what I told y'all about your kids, and then you gonna call the police and then want to know why they never showed up. There you go.
Well, I'm here
because y'all are
here
fucking
to tell
fools.
you, ain't nobody coming to my door without me introducing them to my child, my chrome child. But look, let me get my butt off this phone. It's like 3:07. But anyway, it was nice talking to you. Hopefully, like I said, get up with Lance, ask him if he'll, pass information
and
on
I will
to you
get
or
to
whatever.
you. So I can.
Yeah.
So you can help me
go
write
ahead.
this letter or whatever. And I have recommendation stuff from people saying, from since I got out of the military, I've been on the straight and narrow and this and that and all this other shit.
Yeah, but I'll just go ahead and, we could get together, make it short, sweet. You could pass it on to me. I'd go through, edit it, that kind of thing, whatever, send it back to you. Hey, this is how you should send it. Like I said, it's worked twice, so, and that's with 2 different VA secretaries. It's worked twice. So,
well, I'll
3
get
times
to
the
I will
charm.
definitely do that. Hey,
okay.
Listen, anything. I'm not, like I said, I'm just tired. So I want them to feel my pain now. I'm exhausted.
But you know what though? You just stay focused and like I said, get that information and we'll just go from there.
I will. You have a wonderful
All right,
night
then.
or morning.
You too. A good morning. Bye.
All right, my dear. Take care. Bye-bye.
You too. Bye-bye.
Make sure to check out the boldest blog at LanceScurv.com and follow Scurv on Twitter, Facebook, and YouTube under LanceScurv.
If you enjoyed this video, make sure to give it a thumbs up and do subscribe to the LanceScurv YouTube channel. Also, hit the bell icon so that you can get the latest notification when the new content drops. Don't forget, every Sunday, we have our Marathon Sunday Conversation. We chop it up and we talk about absolutely everything. No stones left unturned. Lock this number in, 888-575-3769. You can call me direct, 407-590-0755 if you have any questions whatsoever. I do appreciate all feedback. I'm looking forward to hearing from you.
Bye.